We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic, episode 154. For the past 2 weeks, the last week I didn't do because I was under the weather. I was feeling really tired, and luckily I didn't do because after that I was like super busy So luckily, if not, I would not have survived my day. So anyway, so welcome back to DPA Open Mic. Yeah, it's a bit of a sudden announcement of the open mic. But I did message on Telegram and Twitter about the impending open mic. So I can't do it tomorrow. So doing it today would be a good compromise. And I forgot to make my coffee. Oh my freaking god, shit. Okay. Anyway, we will start first. Then I go and make coffee later. So so as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platform on DPA Open Mic YouTube, DPA Open Mic Rumble, DPA Twitch, DPA Kick, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitter or X. I'm not sure if I missed anything. And yeah, 6 places. So as usual, most people will be on YouTube and Rumble, secondary, and yeah. So and you can also watch it on Telegram. I think I mentioned that. So yeah. So hi Maddie, hi Vaughn, hi Oni, hi Eglin, Mr. Eric, just some guy, eyeball Paul, and I'm going to drop the link to join so that I'm not going to monologue. So let me copy the link. Wait. Where's my copy and pasting? Give me a second. So lately I have been doing a new series, the war footages. I used to do it in a separate channel in the DPA archive, and that channel got killed by YouTube. They don't like it. And I also used to do it before this kind of compilation, but a little bit. I didn't do much because I haven't figured out what to do with my workflow and in terms of monetization and whatnot. So so at this I realized that I may be able to do it, and yeah, I did it, and so far it seems to be working well. So hopefully that will be the breakthrough DPA needed to get out of this current slump that I can never get out of. So I've dropped the link to join in the YouTube, and then on Rumble as well as I've pinned it both, and I'm going to drop it on Twitch and Telegram as well. Give me a second. I've dropped it in Twitch as well, and I also got to drop it on Kick, and I have also pinned it, and on Twitch. Hi Buff and Lazy, if you're still there, maybe it's not there anymore. Okay, so yeah, the link is up. Yeah, I should drop it also in the open mic speaker lounges for convenience of the regulars, so that yeah, we can have more people on screen to chit chat. And oh, wrong channel. And yeah, so yeah, so the eyeball Paul say that what he say, your footage of this Thai-Cambodian war is top notch. Oh yeah, so I have been trying to, because the thing is difficult to do the mapping. It takes a lot of time, and I think the mapping alone from experience is not as is going to be limited interest, I would say. So I decided to do compilation of the footages instead. Yeah, so that's what. So yeah, and eyeball Paul say is the footage, without FPV drone is refreshing. I'm not sure how long this war will continue. The Thais basically had enough with the Cambodians, and they have ignored Donald Trump. So Donald Trump claimed that the two countries will go back to peace, but the Thais literally just outright deny that is the case, and say that Trump don't understand the situation. And personally, okay, so on the surface is a border dispute, but personally I do not think it's a border dispute. I think it's much deeper than that. There is a geopolitical conflict between Thailand and Cambodia, and this has a huge, in my opinion, has a huge part of it in related to China, because China has extended its influence in Cambodia very severely, and to the point where Cambodia has become a problem country for many of the countries in Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand, Vietnam. The casinos is one thing, and then the scam centers is another thing, because a lot of these scam centers are operating out of Cambodia. And the other big center for all this is in the northern Thailand, in the less controlled government controlled regions, particularly over to the Myanmar side of things. That is also a big problem. Myanmar is also another of these scam center country. So, but Myanmar is in the civil war, so that's a bit more complicated. But Cambodia, this is government sanctioned, and I think I heard. I'm not sure who told me. I heard the talk, the rumors that a lot of the Cambodians they work in a scam center out of their own. They basically no volunteer. They are not like pressed into it. Like they do it because they can earn like a 1 year salary in 1 month, and and that's the reason why they participate in it. But however, all these scam callers nowadays are very advanced. They get people from your own country speak in, or at least your neighboring country, and they speak in the accent which people will be less armed. And as a result, a lot of these people are kidnapped from other countries, particularly through love scams. Like they go to Cambodia to meet their lovers or online lovers, and then they got kidnapped by the mafia, and then they become slave to do all this scam work. There are also stories, particularly coming out from China, where they go to Cambodia for holiday with the girlfriend, and the girlfriend abandoned them, and then the guy got kidnapped. That also had happened. So it's a bit so there's this kind of undercurrent happening, and Cambodian government or the leaders, the dictators or whatever, they themselves has been like playing some kind of geopolitical game as well. The Chinese navy and military having slowly expanding their presence over there as well, and I think Thailand is having enough of it. There is claims of Cambodian side, putting more and more mines into Thai territory in the forest, and several Thai soldiers in their patrol route actually got killed or injured due to the mines. And but of course, that's the Thai perspective. If you are pro Cambodia, then you probably think that that's just lies, and Thailand just want to destroy or invade and take certain Cambodian territory. I mean, who knows? Militarily wise, it's entirely unbalanced. Thailand is way more powerful than Cambodia, but the thing is, up to this point, I think there is still not yet a outright conquest, and I think this is a problem for Thailand, because if you want to fight, you fight for real. Like if you do this kind of like just a skirmish bombardment kind of thing, I think it will going to just breed bad blood in the Cambodian people. They're not even talking about the government. The government and the leadership, they know what they're doing. It's a game. But the people, the Cambodian people is going to start to hate Thailand, and then that will become a permanent feature or problem in Southeast Asian geopolitics or politics. Then that will be a problem. And which means that it will start to breed a multi-generation conflict between the two countries. So like if you look at what happened previously in the past, the Vietnamese having had enough of the Khmer Rouge, and the Khmer Rouge basically massacre into Vietnamese territory. The Vietnam army basically just went in and overthrew the whole Khmer Rouge government. At the time, Cambodia was known as Kampuchai, Kampuchai. At the time, the name is Kampuchai. So, the Vietnamese basically went in all out and just overthrew the government and brought about peace and then stopped the genocides and killings inside of Cambodia. So, but the thing is now there is no genocide in Cambodia. There's no genocide in Cambodia. It's just the Cambodian government playing geopolitical games and allowing criminal networks, casinos to proliferate in Cambodia. So no, it's a totally different thing, and yeah, it is rather disturbing. And I think the Thai side also have their own internal political issues. And the most interesting thing is that right in the middle of a war, they decided to call for an election, which means that the military would have even further, deeper, maximum control over the country at this moment. So I'm not sure how this is going to play out. It's definitely not a border issue. No, not so simple. It's definitely more than that. So anyway, no one want to come on. Then this is going to be a very short DPA Open Mic. It's just me monologuing for 1 hour and I'm going to turn it off. So, yeah. I forgot to do sound check. You guys can hear me, right? Holy shit. And then I speak for almost half an hour or 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes, and then nobody can hear me. Yeah, so will it turn to a full-on war? Yeah, that's the worry, right? Hi, Vaughn. Yeah, Vaughn feels sorry for me. So finally someone came on.
No, I was just waiting to see if anyone else was going to pop in because I didn't know what they were going to talk about. There's people in the voice chat, so maybe they'll come over. I guess
we can talk about Venezuela too.
Yeah, we might as well start there since we can organize. I mean, Venezuela. I was watching last night. I don't know if anything happened. I don't think anything did because even if they were to do some kind of strike deep in Venezuela, I'm sure it would have made the news by now. I mean, somebody would have had a cell phone video of a smoke column even. But they were running some F-18s up there last night and a Growler EW F-18. So I don't know. I kind of feel like right now they're just kind of probing maybe. I'm sure they're trying to figure out where all the SAM sites are, and because that's the main problem, I think, for them. Because I don't think we're going to invade, because 2,500 Marines, that's, not really anything. Maybe one of those outer islands with an airfield, if you wanted to take that over and use it as a operating base, maybe something like that. But I don't really think it's going to be anything more than bombing campaign. But I think that's what they were trying to do, is which is kind of sucks. I was joking around about it because it's like 2 F-18s and then 1 F-18 Growler. It's like, hey man, can we get like the full SEAD package here instead of just one, but maybe that F-18's got some pretty high end stuff on it. I'm sure they had other stuff. I mean, those are the ones we saw because transponders are on. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of other stuff, but yeah, I think they're just kind of probing right now. And sometimes I feel like they're trying to goad Venezuela maybe to get them to take a shot, but I don't know if they're dumb enough to do that because they really, not to disrespect them, but they really don't have a shot. When they take the shot, they might get lucky, but after that shot, they're not going to have anything left but their land forces. And if we don't go on land, then that's pretty much a wrap.
Yeah, but the Americans don't have enough troops to really invade anyway. They will be worse than the Russian special military operation in Ukraine. Yeah. It's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I could see maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't even think they would try to take over the harbor or anything like that, just because it would be like Somalia or something, when they went in there and, they were, even though it wasn't as bad, that, people shooting at them, trying to steal food and, mess with them and stuff. So I kind of feel like maybe the Marines will take, there's a pretty good airfield out there. I can't think of the island, but, I've seen airlines and stuff take off from there. So it's you could always take that and use it as a base to harass the Venezuelans and Maduro. But And then I have seen them. They've been flying. There's like a Merlin Swearingen. It's some kind of civilian prop plane. It's an electronic warfare plane. It's like a turboprop. And that's been up around the coast for the Venezuelans off and on. But I don't know if I'd want to be that guy up there with F-18s cruising around. It's like, but and some of the other small planes flying around look like they're associated with the Air Force because they're like utility aircraft in the inventory. I mean, I have seen a few airlines cruising through like the lower part and stuff. So I don't know. Kind of feel like, I don't know, maybe it'll just be something strike one time, or maybe this will drag on for months while they kind of push back and forth. I mean, ideally, if we're going to get it, the least bloody way possible would be good, but I don't know if they can get Maduro to leave. Obviously Trump's not going to make any kind of deal with Maduro, even if Maduro offers himself on a silver platter.
Do you see the claim of Maduro's offer for him to leave, like a few $100 million and secure planes and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. And I was thinking about last night. You got, the oil, the gold, the strategic position in the Western Hemisphere. But we were talking about last night in the voice chat, and I mean, is kind of a backhand, not backhanded, but I mean, just kind of a roundabout way to. I think they said it was about 10% of China's imports that we could take away from them temporarily by, messing up Venezuela. But that's not a whole lot. I mean, they could probably shift it to somewhere else and pay a little bit more and get it. And then it might be putting pressure. Is it Brazil with Lula? Or, other people were saying that, after they get done with Maduro, they're going to get rid of Lula because they're really trying to hurt BRICS and get BRICS out of the Western Hemisphere, which makes sense. I mean, I really don't want another war, but at the same time, I do want the United States to consolidate the Western Hemisphere. I mean, that's ours. We should worry about that. I mean, we can deal with the Pacific later. I mean, we're not really in a position to go in there with force anyways. I mean, it would just be bad for both sides. So I figure get the Western Hemisphere figured out, get as much of that locked down. I don't know. Ukraine, I don't think that's going anywhere right now, other than the way it's going is on the ground. And then I guess they could keep trying to, figure out the Middle East, I guess. I don't know. There ain't really anything going on with Qatar and Iran and all that, and China, kind of take the temperature down. I also don't believe that the Russians or the Chinese would directly assist the Venezuelans. I don't even know if they would give them a warning. Like if they detected the launch of a bunch of aircraft, would they even give them a heads up? I don't think they would.
Yeah. I mean, you see what happened to Iran.
Yeah.
Iran is way more important than Venezuela, and they didn't even help Iran at all. So
yeah, exactly. I didn't even think about that. I mean, they didn't even get tipped off by the Chinese or the Russians, as far as we know.
This is
and you think they would have
about multipolar world, right? People expecting Russia to save the world. It's like, come on, you wait long, man. Both Russia and China is always like, it's on your own, man. It's like they will only sell you arms, in peacetime, and then when you go to war, that's your problem. And then they'll be very happy because you're wasting, American resources, but they will not do anything. Same thing for Venezuela, and I'm quite sure Maduro is like starting to feel it a bit. Like, he's not as strong his position as he used to be. Like, before Trump started to put pressure on him, it's like, he's like this big guy. And then after the Trump came in, he's like, he's a bit like unsure. And no one is going to save him. He's too far out. He's way too far out. Unless, we can have a Cuban Missile Crisis again kind of situation, which I don't think so. I don't think Russia will want to do that.
I mean, I don't even think, there was like crazy rumors like, there's Russian. I saw one the other day. Somebody said, are Russian pilots flying Venezuelan jets? And I'm like, hell no. I don't think they'd even want to. I don't know if they could even. They'd have to order them to do. I don't think any Russian pilots would want to get involved in that. But plus, their export variants, they don't have. Well, yeah, it's like, we got. I'll go back to the SMO. I'm not. But I mean, and then they said there's WAG. I figure if there's any Russian or Chinese there, there's probably it's technical people. Maybe they'll set up some equipment so they can monitor, stuff. Maybe try to track stuff and learn stuff from the Americans the way they operate. But I don't really think they would get any more involved in that. I mean, I don't even think they might not even have any technicians at any of the Panzers or S-300s just because they don't want Russian personnel at risk. But that doesn't mean they wouldn't set up some kind of electronic set at the embassy and just listen to the whole thing go on and try to, track signals and figure out how, maybe see what they can detect or what kind of signatures they can see or, whatever. I just don't think they'll be directly involved. I think if anything, it'll just be an intel gathering operation for the Ministry of Defense and the Chinese Army, if there's any of those guys floating around.
But I think there's nothing much to learn in terms of how the Americans operate. Like F-18s, come on, like it's not even like F-35s.
Oh no, what I meant, like if there's any B-2s or anything like that floating around or anything used against. I'm just saying. I mean, if
they learn nothing at the Iran one, they will learn nothing at the Venezuela one because it's even further away.
That's the thing. We don't know if they did. I mean, I do remember there being 2 Chinese naval ships up in the northern Gulf when the raid went in on Iran, and that route they took, everyone thought they were going to come up through the Indian Ocean, and they actually came across the Med. Their flight path would have took them near or over those Chinese ships. So who knows what they figured out? I mean, if I was the Chinese, I wouldn't announce that I can track a B-2 now, because maybe you want to keep that as a surprise. But I'm just saying, I assume if there's any of the foreign people there, they're just going to try and see if they can gather any intelligence off this operation. I don't think any foreign governments are going to directly assist Venezuela.
I saw a picture of China duplicating the B-2. So not sure if that is real. That is horrendous. Like, what is the Americans doing with their secret and top secret information? It's like everything just goes to China, and then they just copy just make it bigger. They copy the whole thing, just make it bigger. F-35, same thing, copy it, make it bigger, so they can fly further because China is big. So it's just don't know what the hell is happening, man. Lambo almost pro Brexit.
Bixit, like that.
Not Belzit.
Bixit. Yeah, I don't know who invented that picture. I just added myself almost pro because I'm actually. I was actually always a fanboy of euro because it's good. We have euro monetary everywhere in Europe, so we don't need to exchange our money all the time.
You got Eurovision.
We have Eurovision, yeah. We have the gay parade on television. Yeah. But the thing is, all the propaganda that is busy about Russia and also our assets that Belgium is maybe going to lose, that we are storing from Russia, going to kill us. And Rutte said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, he wanted to prepare Europe for maybe war in 5 years' time. Like 2 years ago, they said Russia has nothing anymore. Russia is losing. And now they are saying they're going to invade us in 5 years' time. Like, what the fuck? Are you busy with your fucking propaganda? And the good news about that is that the Red Cross in Belgium made like a survivor package for $155 that you can buy on Amazon for 66. So we are making money at the Red Cross on that. Already 2,500 stupid people invest in that. It's really stupid. If you just look the items,
make sure you get your iodine pills for the radiation.
Yeah, actually, you already can have it for a long time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's not going to help.
We had in the 80s the Chernobyl clouds.
Like if you're in Siberia, it might help you there because you have time to hide and get the low dose. I figure if you're in like the population areas like Western Europe, the United States, unless you can find a hole that somebody missed, I figure you're probably fucked. Even if you have that shit, you'll die over time.
Yeah, of course. But when you had the disaster of Chernobyl nuclear power plant, we had the clouds in Belgium. So no, the thing is, it's just propaganda bullshit, and Rutte is actually, sorry to say it, a very big asshole. He wasn't a good prime minister for Holland, and now he's busy in Europe. These people in Europe Parliament are not chosen by people, so we voted for the parties, and they chose their own opinions, their kings, and all that shit. And it's not fair. Ursula von der Leyen need to go away. Rutte need to go away. I think all the parliament need to change completely. It's destroying Europe. They are busy destroying Europe first by letting the Ukraine war happening, then trying to destroy Russia financially, and then now they are busy destroying their own countries in Europe, like Belgium. If we are going to lose all these assets and Russia is going to claim them back, we're going to be bankrupt. I counted about, if you count for 140 billion and you divide it by every taxpayer in Belgium, so you're 9,500,000 taxpayers in Belgium, we're going to need to pay for each taxpayer, poor or rich, doesn't matter, 17,600 euro for just 140 billion. That is the equivalent per person is going to cost. Never going to happen. Just going to be bankrupt. But it's destroying our country.
Hey, Lambo, don't worry. The MOD will forgive your debt if you take a contract.
I will. Give me the keys of the Sukhoi 34. Yes. No.
Yeah, what? So you can eject yourself into the fucking roof?
Hey, shit happens. Always happens. It's funny because it's happened now, but it always happens. Things like that. Not underneath the roof. I think it's the first on that one.
Yeah, I mean that was
happen.
fucked up anyway. I mean,
yeah,
obviously some kind of malfunction.
But some say it was the 24, others saying 34, but 24 was a well-known problem at that plane.
I mean, it could have been either one. I mean, a 24 is older, so maybe it's more likely there could have been some kind of mechanical failure versus a newer aircraft. But then again, all these planes are getting used. I saw they got another batch of Su-34s delivered at the beginning of December. Yeah. So I don't know how many they got for the year, but I'd say probably what? I mean, they say it's between 2 to 4. I mean, it could be more, it could be less. But
yeah, I think they already have.
I think it's always a minimum of 2, but they always say it's a batch.
They're never going to give us the numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go 2, I mean, they're getting like, I think they've got at least 20 this year, new ones, maybe more, maybe around there, because they were getting them almost every other month for a minute there, or every quarter they were having a batch delivered.
I think it's
been pretty consistent through the last year and a half, so they might have a pretty decent amount, and we haven't heard about any Russian losses. Like from combat. I mean, I know they lost I think they had another raid on an airfield, and they lost some kind of technical aircraft, I guess is what they called it. And the guy made a good point. He's like, you got these raids coming in. Why the fuck are you trying to launch an aircraft when there's drones coming in? Why are the crews not in a bunker? You know what happened? These guys got killed on the runway because you can see the thermal image from the camera as it was flying towards the plane. And I mean, maybe guys got off, but you got to figure they're sitting there ready to take off full of fuel.
What was that, Antonov 26?
It was like some kind of turbo, type plane. It wasn't, like maybe like a P3 Orion kind of looking, but not as big. I don't know.
It's a cargo.
Yeah. They called it a lab, but I think they meant it technical or maybe W or something. It sounded like it was an unnecessary use of the aircraft at the time. It would have been better for those planes to be parked and the guy them not to be on it. But I don't know how many aircraft they lost in that last little raid. But
you mean the Ilyushin test site or factory? That rather they did an attack on two planes that they didn't use for 15 years. Test planes. So for the A50 and for another test laser thing plane.
Yeah, it was that laser platform, but still, that's
they didn't. That
airframe's gone now. I mean,
Yeah, but it's not the problem.
I think it was still. I think it could have still been used, but they just weren't using it.
It was busy rusting for 10, 12 years, something like that.
I don't know. I mean,
one was actually the radar plane was a cargo plane that they converted to a radar plane. So it was already one of first generation Illusion. They converted it. But the last one, yes, it was an active plane, so it's always bad. And the same for the Sukhoi 34. You're losing your pilots. That is the biggest thing. The plane can be replaced. That's not a problem. And the Su-34 is also an export product. So they're making a bunch of them still in production. Not a bad thing. The Sukhoi 34 production is actually, I think, a plus compared to the losses they made since the beginning of the special military operation. And they did an air-to-air kill with the Sukhoi 35 against the Sukhoi 27 from Ukrainian Air Force. And it was the Sukhoi 35 that was escorting Sukhoi 34s. So the Sukhoi 27 was busy attacking or trying to attack the Sukhoi 34. And that plane also has air-to-air capability. That's a big difference between the old 24 and the 34. The 34 is actually used by the platform of the 33, so the carrier version, because it's already sturdy and heavy, very strongly built. And they made it was actually the first task of the 34 was air-to-ground close attack. And they did that in the beginning of the SMO. And that's why they lost a lot of Sukhoi 34s. Then they use it as delivery truck for the FABs. Out of range with the glide bombs. And they barely lost some. So, and they are always been escorted by Sukhoi 35s. We have the proof. Ukraine Air Force admitted that they lost again a 27. And now I'm really wondering how many 27 they have left. Because they already lost a lot. So,
well, we were talking about this last night, and like in regards to Venezuela, they've got about, I think, 21 active Su-30s. You know, why blow up the fucking planes? Just bomb the runway and then send the Marines in and take the planes back to the United States. Then you got 21 Russian export Su-30s. Maybe take a half dozen of them, make them the Op 4 up at Top Gun school, and then give the rest back to Ukraine if you wanted to. I mean, I'm sure Russia would raise fucking holy hell, but, you know, those are perfectly good airframes. I mean, why not take them?
They should ask the Ukrainians to send to provide the attack battalion. You know, they should send in the special force from Ukraine. They're like, if you can take the airfield, you keep the planes.
Yeah, you get the
plane.
plane.
They're gonna send one whole battalion there to fight the Venezuelans.
In theory, the United States can do that. The United States possess normally private 2 Sukhoi 27s on the American grounds. They are now, I think, museum planes, but they still can put them back into running and train on them, and then you can do your special operation with a few pilots, like very experienced fighter jet pilots that just can start up the plane and just take off with it in Venezuela. So you can do, and the Sukhoi 30s and the Sukhoi 27s and all the Sukhois of since 27 until the Felon or long range planes or in multi-role fighter jets or ground attack or whatever type it is. So you can do it in a short time, or you just download Flight Simulator or DCS and give that to your pilots. Like here you have the plane, try to start the engine and take off. Like the video we saw in I think it was in Syria, and these rebels tried to steal a Mi-8 Russian helicopter, and they were looking on DCS and like, oh, the fuck, how this work? All the buttons. It's fucking funny. But no, it's yeah, we have a lot of 2025. If I talk about planes, a lot of crashes, too much. But yeah, well, that's in the 34. It's happening. They also have sometimes malfunctions because these planes are the biggest workhorses in the world. I think it took a long time to have a record like that to be taken. These planes are I think they are fabbing like 150 times a day an average. So if you just go on the Fab 500, the Sukhoi 34 are taking 4. Fab 1500, I think 2, and the Fab 3000 is 1. And these are doing sorties. It's crazy. Just do the math. It's like how much? 50, 60 planes a day of sorties? It's crazy.
I mean, that's not really crazy. I mean, think about it. Desert Storm, all the other times, the United States doing hundreds of sorties a day. I mean, Russia really needs to do the sorties to get the time. I mean,
Yeah.
even if they're doing less sorties, I mean, think about it. Our Air Force is not getting that kind of training or practice right now, and they are. So, 60, 100 sorties a day, 150. I mean, they probably need to be.
I just mean for one plane, for one type of plane.
Oh, I know. But the thing is there's not a lot of air threats. So, I mean, those guys, a lot of those fighter pilots are just going up and flying around, and they never see anything because nobody ever comes up to fuck with them.
Yeah.
There's not enough planes to it. I mean, look what happened. That guy probably thought he was slick sneaking up on these bombers, and they probably had a data link with an AWACS, and dude popped his ass with a long range, what was it, an R-37 or something? I mean, I doubt the Russians went too deep into Ukraine. I mean, they probably took him out with a long range missile in a data link or something.
The 27.
Yeah.
I think he was already very close to the front line, and the Sukhoi 35 has a very good radar.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but they would have had to use what, the R-37s?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like
I think they're going to use their fancy Rolls-Royce, fancy weapons, gold-plated, a way of speaking, just because the Sukhoi 34 is actually a very important plane for the Russian army. It's the biggest workhorse, like I said. Even for the moment, more important than their biggest bomber, the Tupolev 160, because they're barely using it because it's fucking expensive.
Well, the other thing is too. I mean, the Russians can't really complain about the sorties. They need to do more sorties. I mean, if you're going to fight NATO like people think is going to happen, if you're not going to be able to pull hundreds of sorties a day, you're not going to compete against us. I mean, yeah, you'll attrit us probably over time, but I mean, think about it. If you're doing 60 and we're doing 250, 300, and we got way more planes right at the beginning, I'm just saying, I mean, I feel like they just aren't going to risk that. And they really do need to keep their sorties up as much as they can. But then again, if there's nothing to bomb, there's nothing to bomb. I mean, they're probably always lose, but it's probably more like,
In my opinion, they don't bomb enough, or we don't see enough.
Yeah, but they're dropping every day. I mean, they literally say they're bombed hundreds of places. It's just we don't have people flying around with drones to film it all. The only ones we get are like where the hot spots are. But
videos?
I mean, think about all the bombs that go back deep into Kherson and stuff that we don't see. But
yeah, but just look at Mirograd. Just look at Mirograd in the Pokrov region. We are fabbing that place that encircled, the Ukrainians are encircled. I try to imagine for myself, are there still Ukrainian soldiers there alive? You're dropping FAB 3000s and FAB 100s.
They are. I mean, think about it. They got body armor. They know where to hide. I mean, look at fucking Volodar. I mean, there was people that came out of that thing, and they waited out the whole fucking, last 3 years of that town being attacked. Look at it now. It's like a couple pieces of concrete sticking up out of the dirt. That's all that's left of it. And people came out of that.
It's crazy. But like
I would imagine there's probably civilians in that encirclement, and they'll either get killed, I guess, or they'll make it through once the area's taken over, or if the Ukrainians somehow break a hole into the encirclement and they can all run out, or Azov can flood in and save the day, I guess.
Wait,
but I mean. You're right. I mean, it looks crazy. Like, how can anybody survive it? But then you always see these people come out, even soldiers come out. It's like, where the hell were these guys hiding?
Let's call these guys people with a good guardian angel. It's the only thing in my mind. If you're surviving a drop of a FAB 3000 just next to you, or even you're in the basement, dude, you played lottery because you're going to win it. You know what I mean? It's these banks. We don't see a lot of videos, but they show one of the 3000 first, and this week they showed one of the 1500. You just can't see the, what do you call that? The blast bubble. It's crazy.
Did you see that video of that 3-pronged attack towards Hershny that got fucked up on History Legends?
I still need to watch it.
Apparently, what happened was the Russians had gathered forces to make a push on Hershny from 3 directions. Three different roads, but all towards Hershny. And I guess the first unit got there and set up and was ready to go, maybe undetected. But the second unit that was supposed to be the follow-on unit, I guess, or an additional unit, was late. And I guess that lateness was what allowed the Ukrainians to get the drones up and surveil it and then observe everything and then set up the ambush. And they fucked up that. Really all 3 columns got fucked up pretty good. I mean, the main one got the worst of it, but the other 2 looks like they got hit pretty good because they hit them with cluster strikes, tons of drones, artillery mortars, and then they went in there and tried to hunt the guys down. I don't think they got a lot of guys initially because I think the first vehicle got hit and everybody just jumped off their shit and ran into the woods. But then it all got bombed, and then the drones came in and started hunting the guys down. But they think that he was saying that it's possible that the Ukrainians actually observed the Russians moving through the city, getting ready, and that's how they got ahead of the game. But apparently there was some delay, and that delay is why the Russians got fucked up because it gave the Ukrainians time to use the drones. And it sounds like he said they basically alerted all the drone operators in that area and they just went in there and tore the shit out of them. But that's the thing. That's obviously an area where there's still a pretty well, combat powerful force of Ukrainians, or at least they have access to stuff. And if you take these breaks, I'm sure those Ukrainian guys are, hey, we got a few hours of fog, drive in a couple truckloads of drones because these guys are coming. And it looks like now they're even trying to fly the drones in the fog just to make sure they can keep harassing the Russians because.
I think super sticker.
Thank you, Joe Public, for the super sticker.
I think that was one of the tactics that the Russians did to have Pokrovsk, was to try to find where all these drone operators are, sending special units and just kill them. These drones or hell. It's working better than artillery. These are hell.
Yeah.
And Ukraine is very good at it. If you're speaking positive about Ukraine, they are very good with the drones. They started it really, and the conflict with Russia and Ukraine, these were in the beginning the best at best. I still remember in trenches guys making things with 3D printers and the trench bunkers. So the Ukrainians are actually, I don't going to say better than the Russians, but they have maybe better drone tactics. But then the Russians, like they did in Pokrovsk, they killed these drone operators. I think if you're on the wanted list as a soldier, high ranked, or the drone operators.
This is the reason why I changed the analysis model for the SITREP, because I have to take into account this kind of situation. As you can see, direct attacks no longer can conquer ground. You can see you can have such a big attack from the Russians, but if you don't eliminate the Ukrainian forward operating position, then the drones is just going to come, and then your troops is just going to die for nothing. And none of these Russian soldiers even see a single Ukrainian soldier. They just die. The thing is, then it is pointless. That means the modern warfare in Ukraine war right now is just standoff warfare. You're just going to hit each other's bases until the base can no longer be operated. They have to retreat because the bombardment is too heavy. Then your troops can move forward to capture grounds that is basically empty. There's basically no one there. And then you set up your new operating base in front, forward, and then you do this again. And which means that Ukraine can fight forever. No, Ukraine can fight a long time because now nobody do assaults. Because the Zaporizhzhia offensive, you see the Ukrainian super duper uber counter offensive in 2023, they send in large forces and then they die. The Russians did the same thing. They sent in large forces and they also die, even though they capture ground. But from now on, nobody dares to do anything anymore, because if you push, you die, And and which means this war is going to last for a long time because nobody dares to do anything unless you dare to do airborne operations, which means you're going to land troops, into the rear position, create chaos, and nobody know who is anywhere. Unless you do that, if it's just a frontline action, pushing on the front line, I think it's just not possible. Super chat by Joe Stone. Great discussion. Thanks for doing the live stream. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, Joe Stone, for watching as well.
But yeah, I mean, like I was watching your sit rep, and like with the Kupiansk thing, I mean, it's impressive that the Ukrainians are able to push them back even at this point anywhere. But I still don't put a whole lot in it because it's like they expend a finite combat power to do that. And even if they do have a good day against the Russians or a week, I mean, the Russians are just going to drop back and resupply and get ready. And the next time they push back, there won't be that many Ukrainians. Or, like I think you said, they might even let them come back in and then they just encircle them. Let them think that they got it. And they said maybe there was only a few hundred guys there. And, obviously that's not going to be enough to hold that whole large area. So, I would assume that, the Ukrainians came in hard, maybe, and they probably killed some Russians, maybe captured some. But I would assume most of those Russians know the situation probably better. And they're like, we can't hold it. Let's drop back. And they just drop back and some guys make it. And, some guys get ordered to kind of stay back and harass. And those are the guys that get killed or captured. But I don't really think the Russians are trying to hold with 200 guys. So I think they probably just did the smart thing and ran away back to the other side of the river and let the Ukrainians come in. Then they'll just rebomb that area. And then when the time comes, they'll come in from another direction or they'll push back across. I mean, it is impressive they're still able to pull this off, but while they're expending all that combat power right there, look what's going on around Liman and Seversk and Gulaye Pole. I mean, all those places there, they're falling apart, but they're holding strong around Kupiansk.
History Legend was asking me what the hell is happening in Kupiansk. And then we discussed a little bit. Then I was like, I say that I suspect there's actually no one defending Kupiansk. That's the reason why the Ukrainians can go so far. Is like the Ukrainians sneak in and then realize, fuck, no one is there, because now everybody is just defending with drones. Physical people sitting there to defend is no longer that. It's not that meta right now. It's not that relevant right now because if you sit there, you're just going to be a target. So everybody's hiding. Everybody's in the basement. Then the Ukrainian soldiers just go all the way and say, "Fuck, we can go so far." So it could be that kind of situation. And when they are geolocated, means they're actually getting attacked by drones, which means they got spotted. Otherwise, maybe they have been sneaking around. They have been trying to find out what the hell is the Russians. They have no idea where are they, and they don't dare to stay around. So it could be that kind of situation. So it could be the same situation in Pokrov as well, which is why the Ukrainians keep claiming that they have the northern half of Pokrov, but the real thing is that they actually can't stay there, and the Russians are also not there. They are just sending drones and flying around and patrolling the place. Could be that.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that once the Russians are noticing we are not ready to really be able to protect that space, we're going to retreat. And then you're going to allow the Ukrainian pushing back. Or they're going to do these big losses, because these were big losses. They're going to learn from it first. They say, let's retreat back. We're going to, what happened? What did we do wrong? What need to do first? And then we're going to push again. And I am pretty sure that's my theory for each advance that Ukraine is going to do from already long time ago. As yes, they can advance, but they're still going to lose it. That is going to happen right now, months before, and for the future. That is what I'm thinking.
Super chat, Mr. Eric say the UK politician will continue until 1 mil left.
About the corruption?
I have no idea. Mr. Eric should come out and tell us what he means. I don't get it.
Yeah, Eric, come here.
A bit too deep.
I think he meant until there's one man left. But yeah, like with the drone thing too, that's the other thing. When he was talking about that attack towards Hershny, you know, he pointed out the same exact thing. He goes, all these Russian vehicles got destroyed. They probably took at least a few dozen casualties, one way or the other, dead or injured. And not a single Ukrainian infantryman was anywhere near there or involved in the ambushes. It was all drones and artillery.
And,
I mean,
and the Russians
thing,
are doing the same thing to Ukraine as well. So
yeah.
So this is what I mean by the battle is right now purely is between HQs. Your bases fighting bases, and that's it. Anyone that travels around, they're going to die. So
yeah, but just look at the situation around me, Europe, how they are desperate to find money for Ukraine stays a lot. They are fucked for the moment, and they're going to be fucked. Don't have the correct finances. The country doesn't have money anymore to give, so they find a way. And I think that Europe knows very well how the situation is with Ukraine. I mean, you're busy seeing that right now, and Ukraine itself also. They're going to focus and I think it's stupid. It's a tactic that's a little bit working, but they're focusing like on one weak region to try to destroy it, to make propaganda, to say, yes, we are advancing, but you're saying nothing from what's happening around. They're saying nothing about mirror.
Well, another thing is, too, you got to figure they've got all the Western intelligence and ISR, so maybe that's what helps them locate a position that's lightly defended, or maybe they get information that it's been abandoned for the most part, so they know they can move in and make a PR. I mean, I do think they are trying to get stuff, but like at Kupiansk, it's like, why not just give it up and drop back to the Oskil, whatever. I know there's another river back there behind the woods and stuff, and if you're trying to slow them down, but I mean, they get stretched out so bad. I mean, and you're wasting all that combat power there, and you look how bad the South's falling apart. And then like around the Anatovsky Bridge, I mean, that's always like back and forth. Maybe one of these days they're actually going to go across, but it might not be time yet because the battlefield hasn't been shaped. But like I was saying earlier, we have no idea what's getting bombed back there. I mean, they could be bombing SAM sites and depots and prepping the area. And then like even Yura was saying, like one day it's five guys back and forth, just make sure everyone sees them. Wave at the drone. Then the next time it's 20 guys and then one day it's 1,000 guys in tanks and helicopters because they finally found that sweet spot, or they got that sweet spot set up. Exactly. But it's like complacency. You just here we go again. Fight around the fucking bridge. But this time, oh shit, there's 5,000 dudes over there. Not two.
Exactly. And maybe also a way to see how the situation is on the front is if you just look at deep state mapping. How is that mapping turning around and give misinformation continuously? It's crazy how that map is acting for the moment. It says a lot. If you compare it all the other maps, like the one of Mayat, the one of AMK, the one of Calibrated.
Yeah, they're Ukrainian. They can't give you an accurate map, or they'll get thrown in prison.
It's crazy.
Think about it. They're that's a state entity. Pretty much. They'll go to prison if they don't. Remember when they got shut down and everyone thought they were going to get tossed off to the TCC? I mean, that's probably still on the table if they fucking show something that's legit or they embarrass the government too much. I mean, White shows all the time. Deep State finally admitted that this salient that's 20 miles behind the Russian lines is closed 6 months later. It's like, there's a geolocation of a Russian guy flipping off the drone right in the middle. So we know he's, there's nobody around him or something. But, they can't give you, they probably get in trouble if it was even like a week or two old. Because, I mean, look at the stuff they do. I mean, Wise points it out all the time. These crazy, like, distended testicle-looking salients that don't make any sense, but you're supposed to believe there's still a whole 10 brigades in there. It's like, where the hell are they? I mean, even like when they were saying thousands of soldiers in Mirhad and Pakrovsk, it's like, where were they? It looks like, after all, it was hundreds of guys, maybe 1,000, and then a shitload of drones. Shitloads of drones.
That's why the Russian defense ministries.
You have the island boys on the map.
They said the Russian defense ministry, said, wow, how many brigades and battalions got stuck in the salient? Like, where? Like, every time you see even the surrenders, we're talking about like a few soldiers, like really almost a squad. There is very few. Like, if you add up the whole place, it's probably only a few hundred soldiers at most. And I think that it's
The biggest
really
surrender
now.
was what, about that platoon size unit from the Marines. That was the biggest surrender. Everybody else is, like you said, been 2s and 3s. That was the biggest one, and that was what, a couple weeks ago now. There might
just now you
there might be a
just now
few
you
guys left.
just now you were talking about the Antonovsky Bridge. I was like imagining how the Russian soldier is going to go across, and I thought about it. It's like there's probably not even a sniper on the other side, on the window, because the drones will be like patrolling the every single building's windows. So not even a sniper can stay there to prepare for the Russians. So there will be no one there. But the thing is, you cross over, you also have no support. You're also getting hunt down by Ukrainian drones. It's like, how to fight such a war? It's like, it's insane, So as a result, now my thinking is starting to change again. Like, I feel like, this war is really going to last for years. Like, it's not going to be like the World War II kind of war where you just storm across. Like, you can't storm now. It's just unnecessary deaths. Which reminds me of a very interesting thing, because I was doing this fortune telling, right? The Chinese fortune telling, the astrology, the Chinese one. That was like trying to predict how the war is going to go. It actually says that you're going to take another few years. So it's like, okay. I was like, no, I was like, okay, when I first read it, but now I'm like convinced. Yeah, it's probably true. It's probably going to take a long time. How do you fight a war like this? Oh my God. Sorry, Lambo, you were saying?
It's all depending, because it's depending how it's working. If we are losing all assets, it's going to keep going good for Ukraine, but after a while, it needs to stop. I'm really hoping for a peace deal for the moment, because it can take years, but after a while, you're going to lose all your soldiers. You're going to have nothing anymore to shoot with. The only thing they have a big advantage are the drones. If Ukraine didn't have the drones, if it was a war like from the late 90s, in comparison with the same budgets, Russia destroyed Ukraine directly. Because at that moment, they didn't have the drones. They didn't have that fancy technology. In comparison, the drones is a game changer of the whole war. Without the drones, Ukraine is nothing. You can have as many money you have from the United States, but the drones keep them alive.
It's like the new machine gun, right? It's like the World War One. The machine gun is stopping the front line from moving. So now it's drones.
I think the only way you might see like big movements again, or like big forces, is if they lose all of their ISR from the West, or most of it, because that's the only way they're going to probably have a chance to build up forces somewhere and then try to surprise the Ukrainians. I mean, they'll still have their drones up, and if they're lucky enough to have a bunch of guys ready, or the Russians fuck up and go into an area that's drone heavy, they get surprised, but they got lots of drones so they can hit them. But if they have no ISR and the Russians can build up forces in all kinds of different areas, and maybe the Ukrainians notice one or two, but they don't notice a couple others, and the one or two attacks get fucked up good or stopped, but the other two or three that they didn't know about, they go on bad. I mean, I think that's the only way you'd see a big change on the front, like with the big arrows, is if they lost a lot of their ISR, because I think that's what kind of helps them, because they might even got tipped off too. Like, hey, there's been a lot of vehicles moving into Pakras this week. You need to keep an eye on that. You need to get your drone guys ready. Let them know to keep their eyes open. I mean, they obviously had the forces available to hit the Russians, and the Russians fucked up by having the delay. So that gave them they might have still ended up getting fucked up, but it looks like the plan was just to bum rush into the village, dump all those troops, let them spread out through the village, and then turn around and get out. And, if they already get to the village and drop them off, who gives a shit if it gets blown up on the way out? I mean, it sucks, but, the roads all around those places, you can see what happens. We don't know if the truck was coming or going, but it's gone either way. It's like, well, hopefully it emptied its supplies and guys and it was empty, but a lot of times, the ones facing south are probably were fully loaded, and the ones that were facing north, they probably got their job done. But I mean, I think that's probably going to be the biggest change, is if they lose a lot of their ISR from the west, that would probably be the only way the Russians would be able to go off on them.
But I think the Trump will be demanding payments for it, and then the Europeans will be paying for it. So I think it's going to last for a long time. No, Trump is going to just monetize it. Joe Stone super chat. Crossover with 50 small hovercraft in 2-man team with heavy done lift supply and EW jamming until multiple small fronts established. That's exactly what Crinky was, right? That was exactly what Crinky was, right? It didn't last because you cannot just do it one time. You need to continue to resupply like endlessly. So the only way is you have to establish, you can drop drones in, maybe those ground drones, surface drones with turrets and everything, and slowly push the zone out until you push the Ukrainian forces far enough that you can have human beings going over. I think this is going to be the new modern warfare. It's just going to be robots fighting robots. Like, if you see the Thailand-Cambodian footage, that's insane. The freaking Thais are still gathering around the freaking flag and then sing national anthem. It's like, what the fuck? It's like you have no sense of danger, like.
If that was Ukraine, a fucking missile would have flown into it from one side or the other.
Exactly.
Like, look at this dumb fuck with his cell phone on, taking a selfie, singing his, the missile's already inbound.
They're not even going to send a drone. They're just going to send
Did
a
you see that
missile.
Raphael land on the highway? That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's a Gripen.
Oh, Gripen. Yeah, Gripen.
You need to post it on the Top Gun van.
Oh, you can find it. Yeah, it was pretty cool. They came down the highway. It's like, it's kind of cool that they're using it the way the Swiss brag about using it. Like, oh yeah, use it on your highway.
No, but the Gripen is designed for
a big ass thing.
Sweden started with that, using airplanes on. Actually, they said we don't need airfields. We just hide our planes and under the mountains, are using the roads. They are full of it. That is why they started to use. It was a Draken, the first that they used from Saab. Saab was the task that they get to design a plane. It was a plane that could do short takeoffs, very maneuverable, and they'd be able to land on roads, bad roads, and also
but you need to have
reverse,
the roads,
and also can reverse.
But the road,
Yes,
you need to
it's
be able to remove the lights. So we have that in Singapore as well, but it's only specific roads you can use it. So the road have to be straight, long and straight, and you must be able to remove all the poles. So you have the lamp posts, everything. You must be able to remove it. So which means it's not anywhere. Like you have to prepare like specific places for it. So because most roads are too small and most roads have lights, So
like Belgium, you could see from the space with all the lights on the road. So, and our country is more difficult. But Sweden was really focused, is still focused on it. And the Draken, so the Saab Draken, was always playing like the cool boy on the air shows by reversing his plane. He didn't need a push car to push his plane back on in his parking. Could have done them himself, and that was actually a very first thing to see on fighter jets. The way of thinking that the Swedish had with Saab compared to every other fighter jet constructor. It's so different. It's so crazy. It's also that they have these delta wings shaped planes. It's all completely different. It's completely other mindset of hiding the planes and everything. That they're actually normally what I'm thinking doing right now in Ukraine. So they find some roads that they can use for the F-16s. But it's still staggering me that Russia still didn't destroy everything that they.
I'm not a fan of delta wing designs though. I prefer sweep wing. I prefer F-14 or Sukhoi 57 type. I want to show you this. So this is East Coast Highway in Singapore. You can see all these plants all can be removed. So in emergency, all these plants and all things will be removed, and this will be the makeshift runway, all straight, and is big enough to accommodate like C-130 kind of thing. Yeah, it's a big one. I think there's a smaller one. There's another straight one. I think in this area here. I think maybe this road. I'm not sure. This looks straight enough. Oh, there's no. I can't drop in. Okay, forget it. Yeah. So
if you can't drop it, it's meaning that they probably going to use secret.
I think they also closed the road. I think I know they closed one of the roads, so I'm not sure which one.
Yeah, but what we have in Belgium, because I learned to drive on it, like all old military bases that they just keeping open, and they put like a little planes club on it that they still can maintain the runways. And I learned to drive the truck on that. This was pretty cool. On the second, not one where the little planes took off, and they're still using that for like if the NATO is doing like an overfly and they need to have a place to camp to take a break, to refuel without using an airfield, a big airfield. They're doing that on these spots, or even for the land forces, they can stop there and put the camp. But we have still that. But I can imagine a lot of roads here in Belgium that we can use. Even in harbors, we have harbor roads that are perfect for that. And you have hangars that you can hide your planes in also. So you always going to find a plan different.
But you don't have enough planes. You have so few planes.
Yeah. The 42 F-16s and already 3 F-35s. 3 Fat Amis.
That's, wow, a lot. That's 3.
The 3 first ones.
God.
Yeah.
What is the current posture now for Belgian government? Like, is it still pro-Ukraine war? Is it still pro-Ukraine in a very hard way, or is it like shaky?
It can turn with what's happening with these assets, but for the moment, Bart de Wever, our prime minister, said very straightforward, like, I am pro-Ukrainian and I'm going to do everything in my power to give finance if we can give it. So the interests of these assets you're already busy giving. I think it's 1 billion per year you are giving. We are planning to give by 2028 all our F-16s, of at least 24 of them. I think it was 24 of them. It's going to be 2028 at minimum. It's going to be too late.
But Belgium is such a small country. Oh my God.
Yeah, 11 million. It's not a lot of citizens also. And we are busy, I don't going to say breaking Belgium, but Belgium is going to... You need to see Bart de Wever as a wolf in a sheep coat. Disguised as a sheep. The guy is actually far right. He's Flemish. He's pro-Flemish. He's not Belgian. He's Flemish. But now he's playing his task as prime minister. I'm not going to say very well, because we are going to have more taxes to pay last year, because finance, big shit. And we lost a lot of money because of bullshit. But he's protecting these assets, and that is why he's still a very popular minister of a person in Belgium for the moment. He's popular because of that. He's playing now the role to be the protector of these assets, of our finance, of our future, of not being bankrupt. What I heard from a friend of mine that's working for the federal police here at the coast in Belgium is that normally if the police need to have something or to ask something, they need to go to Brussels for that. They need to ask to Brussels. But Brussels, apparently, I didn't know that it was so bad. It's such big shit. We are busy. My friend is busy thinking that it's going to be bankrupt. They don't have a government, so we have 4 governments in Belgium. We have the Flemish one, the Brussels one, the French one, and the federal Belgium ones. That's how many politicians we have in Belgium. It's crazy. But Brussels is busy collapsing. Actually, they don't have a government since the last elections. And what I heard is like the federal police of Flanders is moving all their bureaus and their employees to Antwerp. So they are not communicating anymore with Brussels. You're staying in Flanders.
So you guys are going to disintegrate into multiple countries.
I think what's going to happen is if there is going to be a split, the first split is going to be Brussels cut in half, the French part going to have a piece, and the Flemish part. Or because it's in territory of Flanders, we're going to have Brussels completely. But Brussels is busy destroying itself completely.
So when you say Brussels, it's not EU, right? It's just the city.
It's a capital city.
So capital city is its own thing.
It's also another district. It's like a state. We have provinces in Belgium, so we have a few provinces, and then we have, like, you can say a state. Belgium is actually
Washington DC,
because we have a little German part also, with the little German parliament. So if we go to the federal parliament in Belgium, we have one German politician or German-speaking politician.
So Belgium is like a federation.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Ah.
It's one country, one big federal country. So we have the federal parliament with the king. The king is saying nothing. So I was laughing with Trump. They like the manifestation, like, we don't need kings. Take a king because the guy has nothing to say. Keep Trump as the king need to sign papers and yeah. If you need to make a new government, you need to speak with the king, and the king will say, yeah, try to do your best. We will see. And that's it. And then if you have a government, you need to go to the king. I swear to the country of Belgium, blah 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 blah. You need to do your thing, and you drink a coffee with the king, and that's it. So the king has nothing to say anymore in Belgium. It's all the prime minister. So the prime minister is a big minister. But we also have a Flemish minister. So the minister of Flanders. We have a minister of Wallonia also. We have, I think, a minister of the little German part that we got after the Second World War. It's a very complicated country. It's a very complicated country. So we are.
It sounds like a very big country in a very small country.
So just because also for cars and if you want to pay the taxes, so you need to put your car at registration. You have 3 parts to register. If you're living in Flanders, you have the Flemish parts registered. You have the Brussels part, and you have the French part. So you have three different type of taxes, depending where you're living. So we're going to pay, like in Brussels, more taxes than in Flanders for exactly the same car. So the rules are, we have federal rules, and every piece has also his own.
And then you have EU. And then you have
then you have the EU also.
Everybody
and EU
just
is also
you.
The capital of EU is Belgium, combined with Den Haag, I think another city, I don't care. But the capital of Europe is Brussels, so it's all fucked up. It's really fucked up.
Every level tax you 10%, you have no money left.
But Belgium is very complicated, and we have like extreme far right, Vlaams Belang. The only goal they have is cut Belgium in two. They take Flanders separated and to have 2 countries instead of 1. But we are busy thinking that Brussels is in a very bad shape, and it's going to be bankrupt. I don't know, but the politicians in Brussels are hell.
So the city-state of Brussels is going to go bankrupt.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So what I'm hearing, and we already have the cops, all that shit from the Flanders, and it's not working. The federal cops, so the cops of Belgium, federal, are already moving out of Brussels.
How does that happen, man? Like they have the EU Parliament and everything there. There should be a lot of money, right?
Politics doesn't work. It's destroying everything. If politics doesn't work, it can destroy his own country. And Brussels is a mess hole. It's a big mess hole.
Yeah. Who is going to build Brussels out?
I don't know. I really don't know. But we are just thinking that they're going to, I think they're going to cut it in 2, and Brussels is not going to, so we're going to have 2 states instead of 3. 3 parliaments instead of 4. 1 less. It's good. It's going to save us money to pay all these politicians.
Then who is going to annex Brussels then? Someone have to annex them, right? They have to be annexed, right?
I don't know if Flanders is going to be, depending. We have a lot of foreign people living in Brussels, so it's actually the hellhole, like Trump likes to say. It's actually not such a pretty city. but we have a lot of big buildings and banks. So I think I don't know.
Maybe they can be African or Middle Eastern state, right? Of Brussels.
We already have two language rules and Brussels also. So we have Brussel, Halle, Viervoorde, Brussel, Halle. So these are like little towns next to Brussels from the Brussels territory. And Brussel, Halle, Viervoorde, you need to speak Flemish, not French. So if we go to the
Flemish is a
mayor
bit
office-
is a Flemish is a bit like English, right?
Flemish is like Dutch. It's Dutch. It's Dutch
It's
like
Dutch.
the whole like Holland. But we are speaking it more cool, fancier, better than Dutch people.
Huh. Yeah, I remember watching a YouTube video where I forgot his name, where he can speak a lot of different language. He go to different countries and he just speak the local language. So Flemish was one of the place he tried, and the language is
Probably.
very different. I'm not sure is it Flemish or is it another one. So it's more closer to English than to like German or something. Like it's like its
It's a
own
mix.
thing.
It's actually more German because it's from it's from the German languages. So the base is German, but we're using also a lot of French words also because we are mixed between all these countries. We are mixing a lot of words into each other. But Flemish is actually born from Germania. That also like from the Dutch. The Dutch is also coming from that part. French is French.
Yeah,
And then you have all these accents and all these type of vocabularies that we're using in Belgium also is much more different.
Yeah, is this channel that I want to show? I want to show. Share screen window. This guy is this guy.
Oh,
Xiaoma NYC. So he the Chinese is 小马在纽约 with 小 little horse in New York City, but the little horse is just the name 小马. So he's very very interesting because he speaks ridiculous a lot of language. I think he started off speaking Chinese, and this is why he got a Chinese name. But then after he went on to talk all sorts of languages. Like he learned the North Korean dialect. Like North Korean, like the North and South Korean is a bit different. The dialect or the accent is different. So he speak North Korean to North Koreans in China, and then he I think he went to a lot of places. He's Welsh. Okay, Welsh.
well, it was a funny one. Yeah,
He
It's
goes
a nice
Welsh.
one.
He talks African, and then ancient Scott dialect. Old English. Old English is like a totally different thing. Like Old English is like a totally different language. Like we cannot understand it.
No.
Then Gaelic. Like it's really cool. He speak Bengali. It's insane.
It's
And
like
he's
it's like if you're speaking about different accents or different vocabulary. Luxembourg, you're speaking French, German, and Luxembourgs. And Luxembourgs is actually a mix of German. I understand a little bit of German, but Luxembourgs, forget it.
yeah.
It's a
So
type
so
of
this is
German.
like this is a channel I will recommend. It's really I mean it's cool. It's like it's non-political, so it's relaxing to watch. And then he go to and the thing is because he speak the local language which is rare, he always get free drinks, free food.
Oh, that's crazy.
It is a bit like if with my face suddenly I went to Belgium and speak fluent Flemish, people will be like, I gotta
Oh my
give you a
God.
drink.
Oh
Like
yeah,
that kind of thing.
Of course.
Yeah, it would be like insane, because like many of these languages are dying. So so when people can speak it, it's very very like insane.
Yeah.
Just now someone asked, is this the Mr. Lambo podcast?
Yeah, where is everybody? But yeah, it may be a good time to speak about these assets and all that shit and saying that we are, because if you're looking at the propagandists, you pro-Ukrainians, they are all like angry at Bart de Wever and saying that the guy is like pro-Russian and things like that. No, he's just busy saving his country. And I think for everybody that is in the chat, from every country you are, if your government suddenly decides to give money that is not for you. So you're stealing money to give it to somebody else. You need to think about the consequences. And if you have a prime minister or a president of your country that says, no, I am not willing to risk my country because for that amount of money, we can just get bankrupt. You can be pro-Ukrainian how much you want, but you have a little bit of humanity, you're going to understand his decision. And these propaganda channels, these guys are not understanding that. And they even say, yeah, but maybe they are keeping also money for themselves and blah, blah, blah. For the country itself, these interests and all that shit is not true. We're already giving them to Ukraine. It's very sad. It's very sad that people are speaking like that. It's staggering.
No, this is like woke kind of thing. It's like, once someone get ideologically infected, they turn woke. Like it's like, as long as it's other people suffer, it's not you. It's perfectly fine. You can just demand it. I just saw a clip yesterday. It was really funny. So this guy he's a very skinny white guy. He's like very very woke. Then hi Gabriel, and then he's like saying that he got interviewed by this other guy, and then this woke guy said that the land he's American, that the land is taken from the native or the black people, so they have to return back. And it's like, then the interviewer asked, so you don't mind getting robbed? No. Then he said, no, we should, it's okay that we get robbed. Then immediately the interview guy said, hey, he said this guy he's okay to be robbed. Then his friends, the black guys, come and start to give me your phone. They say, no, I need my phone. It's like, immediately he turns like, now he cannot be robbed. As long as it's other people get robbed, it's perfectly fine. It's compensation for the past crimes. But if he is getting robbed, it's not okay. Then another small kid, another small black kid, came over and said, give me your money, give me like $300. And I say, I only have like, or $50. He said, I only have 10. Give me 10. Then he take out the $10, and then the kid just take it and go. It's like so insane, man.
There was a funny thing I saw today. It was in Holland, and you have like the gangster style guy with his golden tooth, his little hoodie on, and he was filming. It was like a bus accident, and the guy that was hit by the bus was on his bicycle. It was a refugee, and he claimed like, I don't need insurance. I need to have €1,000 cash, or I don't leave. And that gangster guy type of guy was like a Moroccan guy of Moroccan ethnicities. He just destroyed that guy. And there was another guy, also a refugee. I'm going to kill you. And the guy was like, what are you going to do? Try to do it. That shows how Europe is a little bit fucked up. And with these refugees that are not, and the guy was actually wrote, a Moroccan guy is like, you're invited in the country, respect the country and respect the values of the country also. And you can see how fucked up and selfish, and not only by his own citizens, and like you say, these woke people, but even with the refugees, you create a hellhole, and because they are just doing their own thing. You're just permitting your own thing. I am pretty sure that guy that tried to steal his wallet was maybe a refugee also. But we are not allowed to say that because...
Super chat, Mr. Eric saying, why it needs to use Appalachian English only? Is there a difference, Appalachian English, or is it accent? No idea, man. Hi, Dory.
Appalachian English is like the typical redneck.
I. No problem. Oh no, that's like German accent. Sorry.
No, give me a point.
Dory is from Luxembourg, right? Dory is from Luxembourg. Long time no see. You're muted, by the way.
Oh.
And he's living in Austria.
Exactly. So Mr. Lambro and I have a few things in common. Our mutual hate for the French-speaking Belgians and a few other things. No, I'm exaggerating, of course, but since there was a lot of talk about Europe and linguistic questions, I thought I would come on. I'm usually a lurker. I'm usually not participating, but I'm a big consumer of DPA
How do you been raised in Luxembourg? Like in Luxembourg, so in French
yes,
or in German?
Both parents Luxembourgish, yes.
Oh.
But then, okay, there's a cool story. When I was really small, I could not understand French. So when my parents wanted to communicate without me knowing, they would speak French. But by the time I was 4 or 5, it didn't work anymore.
For me, it was in English. They did like for Christmas. Hey, my husband, what are you going to buy for the kids for Christmas? They did that in English. But we are watching compared to the French part of Europe and the Spanish part, all that shit. We are just watching and the original audio and subtitles and French parts and in France, Germany, Spain, Portugal. I think they dub everything.
What does Flemish sound like? Can you guys have a small
like Dutch
dialogue?
Can you speak Flemish or Dutch, Dory?
I understand a little bit, but cannot actively speak.
Dus je verstaat mij?
Een beetje.
Een beetje, ja, een beetje. Die verstaat me een beetje. Gabriel, hoe gaat het met jou? He doesn't understand. I said, how are you? How are you? Hoe gaat het met jou?
Say it again.
Hoe gaat het met jou? Met jou?
How does it go?
Or in West Flemish, I'm going to say...
I don't need mayonnaise, thanks.
Ik heb geen mayonaise.
Do you want mayo? No, I don't want mayo.
Wil je mayonaise?
By the way, Wyatt, the language you're thinking of that Shama was exploring that sounds similar to English is Frisian.
Oh, Frisian. It's something very rare, right? It's very small.
Northeastern Netherlands.
Is this just
and part of Germany.
Yeah. It's very difficult to understand.
Because I was very surprised, when I was watching the episode to say, oh, that's literally almost like English,
It's the closest living relative to English,
Yeah, it's super cool, it's super cool. Unfortunately, I think it's a dying language as well, so...
Yeah, I was wondering, because since you're a rebellious Spanish province...
Me too.
Maybe it sounded like Spanish, but no, it doesn't.
We used to be Spanish too in Luxembourg.
No, like we're going to say in Belgium, for 2 beers, like you go on the bar and you need to ask 2 beers. Normally you just do that. Wait, I need to show my fingers that, and then that means a beer. So you do 2 beers. That is the language to ask a beer in Belgium. But if you need to speak with your words, you're going to say 2 pintjes alsjeblieft, of 2 biertjes, depending pint or beer is the same. And then in Spanish, you're going to say 2 cervezas, por favor.
How the hell your voice just turned? Your voice changed when you speak the different language.
Yes, I need to speak Spanish, hey. Matador, hey.
Cerveza.
No, in Singapore, if it's like this is like the 2 last, this last. So it's like the last 2 or something like that. No, we will understand it a bit different.
That is just
this last, right?
You just
last finger.
The bartender of a distance and just do that in the air. He's going to come back with the beer for you.
It means too small.
No.
It means you're too small.
No. If you're like a carpenter and you're asking like, you're going to say, I need to have 5 beers. You're going to give you 3.5 of 3 2/2 because you just lost 2 fingers because you're a carpenter. That's the biggest jokes you're making in the pubs. It's like you have a carpenter who's going to give a round and he's asking like 4 beers and he like lost 1 finger. He's doing like that. The bartender is going to give 3.5. So funny.
Yeah, I have several colleagues who have lost fingers.
Yeah.
Gabriel, in Singapore, this is not small. This is small. This is
Oh
smaller.
yeah. That is also
This is
small.
not small.
Yeah, you understand? That's what
This just
you want
thin.
to understand Singapore. Yeah. I'm doing like that. That's small.
That's gay. That's not small. That's gay.
Yeah. It's meaning you have a small dick,
But, so it's European.
For now.
Yeah,
No,
the
but-
pronunciation, but not the reality.
But yeah, about what you were talking about earlier, it's really funny that, like all Britain and France and all these countries that want Belgium to to hand over the frozen assets, they're not willing to do it themselves with their own frozen assets, right? So it's like similar to what Wyatt was saying about this performative morality, in which like it's your principles only go as far as your own convenience. So when you can push other people with your morality, it's fine. But whenever you have to, and it's just so ridiculous. Like it's unbelievable the way Europe has completely lost sense of self-preservation. Like insofar as its leadership at least, but it's still, the leadership is still representative of the people. And even though it's like too little, too late, it's still quite remarkable that the Belgians are actually trying to avoid this absolute economic catastrophe that would be to demolish their entire financial system with that. It's too little too late. Like it's not something admirable. It's like, utter suicide, and he's like trying to resist after having allowed, but similar to Hungary and Slovakia, by the way. Like Hungary still sort of agreed with the whole sanctions regime and frozen assets, and now they pulled the carpet under him. They betrayed him by invoking emergency status or something, and so now they cut them out of the vote because they don't need unanimity anymore. They're just working on majority.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And then they're making it so that you have to have a majority to hold them accountable in any way. Like, so I don't know, it's pretty crazy. But it's funny that Belgium is right about what time it is, because if you were planning on, if you knew that what you were doing was on the up and up, you wouldn't be so paranoid about trying to make it look like it's like a legitimate something, So Belgium can see what this is, and they're like, hey, we're willing to do this, but you guys have to also sign up as, for the collateral. And the fact that they don't want to do it, the fact that France doesn't want to do it, what does that tell you? That tells you that they know, and they're willing to throw the Belgians under the bus. Not just the Ukrainians, everybody.
That's
So
why
Belgium,
I put that behind me, Bradley.
mm-hmm.
Brexit. I'm also for Frexit and Italexit and so on. But there's something I think is missing in the discussion here. Maybe, Lambo, you heard about this, but the group, let's say, which started with Hungary, with Orban, it's expanding. So then with Slovakia, now the Czechs don't want to support Ukraine anymore. I mean, literally, officially, they said no financial support for Ukraine anymore. Also, I'm in Austria here, and the government is split. So some people want to go Orban's way, but we have this one stupid foreign minister who's the exact opposite. She's horrible, and one of the worst members of the European Parliament is also Austrian. But that does not mean that Austria could not soonish also join Hungary, Slovakia, and so on. So I don't feel like in Europe it's 100% pro-Ukraine or some people anti-Ukraine. There's different degrees. So obviously von der Leyen and the EU and some leaders are whatever it takes, but Italy, Spain, Portugal, I have the feeling that they're not happy at all, but they're not loud. Not like they don't say anything officially like Hungary, Slovakia, and so on. So you have these degrees of wanting to get out, maybe joining Trump, or still trying to continue to support the Ukrainians on the other side, and you have a few phases in between in Europe. What do you think?
Well, the ruling party in Spain was created practically and sponsored by German agents, and the king of Spain, he was working for the MI6 before he was crowned. I mean, wait, was it the king of Spain? or was it his father? I'm not sure. Anyways, they're probably like this. It's a family business. So, anyways, my point is that there's like a peripheral European Union, which is pretty much subject to the core. But the interesting thing about Belgium, sort of stepping out of line very cautiously, and also Austria, by the way, is that they're part of the core of the EU. So that's a deep fracture. It's not like, Slovakia.
We were
Now,
in the group
Austria is not part of the core. Austria is traditionally super Eurosceptic from the beginning, and they joined very late. They only joined in the 90s.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we were one of the first.
Because of the neutrality. Austria is supposed to be neutral in all aspects, so not member of NATO, still not. And they joined the EU very late, I think 95. And then in 1999, they got the first, the first sanctions from the EU because they voted wrong,
Wow.
So I think I look at this.
Joining the EU.
I look at this nonsense with the Russian frozen assets, and I think that what we're seeing is that the reason why they're doing this is because they've already been dipping into them, not just the the interest. They've probably been dipping into the principal. And
absolutely, 100%.
Now they're like, so they said stuff like, we need these assets for national security. These assets are a matter of national security. Okay, so Russia's frozen assets are a matter of your national security. Then they also, almost contradictorily, say, we can't fund Ukraine without these Russian assets, right? So what are they? There's like multiple statements that we've heard about them saying, it's not up for discussion. It's not up for debate. We actually need those assets. Yeah. And it would make sense if they've been actually dipping into the actual principle. And boy, will they be screwed. And of course, at that point in time, of course, it's a national security disaster, right? Yeah, at that point in time, you can say that in order to maintain the national security of European countries, of EU members, we can't ever let anybody know what happened to these assets. We have to keep it on the down low.
And I am actually happy. I'm actually happy. It's with this prime minister, so with Bart de Wever. The guy is very smart. If I'm saying very smart, the guy is very smart. He already said, I'm never ever going to give it. So he's going to start. If they do that stupid vote with a 50% margin, 55% margin in the votes in the parliament, that thing that they found, he's going to go to the European courts directly. He's not going to allow to do it. Let it happening. He's not going to allow. Even if he's hating Belgium and he prefers Flanders, he's not going to make our country bankrupt. It's never going to happen. The guy is still never going to say no. And like he said, it never happened in human history that during a war we're giving assets away from another. So also for Belgium, the big damage is also that we are not going to be reliable anymore for other partners that want to put money in the banks here in Belgium. Going to be trustable.
That's the ridiculous thing about it all, because even in this tame sort of pushback that the Belgians are doing of like, oh, if you guys sort of give us security guarantees for the legal repercussions of the seizure, then we might do it. It's ridiculous, because even if they get these security guarantees for the legal repercussions, it still is the case that their credibility is going to be wrecked forever.
Of course. That's one of the things. But because he's feeling forced, he's going to say, and he knows no 100% is going to say yes. But he said, Bart de Wever says, 100% of Europe need to participate. If we need to pay it back, 1% of Europe going to pay it back together. And that's going to be something that's not going to happen, because a lot of, like, Orban is already saying no. So, yeah, but that is the only thing he's probably willing to do it, because we are not going to take the blame for our own only. We're going to take the blame and we're going to lose the money by Europe completely. But he knows by himself, he knows that not everybody is going to agree on that. But he just said to be good, to be speaking good. Like, I am supporting Ukraine, but 1% of Europe need to be agreeing. Like, if we need to pay it back, everybody is going to help pay it back. But just, I think the way of speaking, he's doing that because he already knows nobody's going to say yes. Not everybody. The guy is very, very intelligent, and I see
a sly way of pushing back without being completely contrarian. You know, because I understand, like, European countries are tied economically, especially countries that use the euro. They're pretty screwed with respects to their sovereignty towards the bloc, right? And so they have to proceed really cautiously. Otherwise, their union is going to get wrecked. But there is some momentum growing. Like, the more countries that step aside from the bloc politics, not necessarily leaving the union, which is apparently quite impossible currently, the more it's going to gain momentum against the bloc. So, guys, you really need to ditch this whole Fourth Reich thing. You know, it's done its course. It's destroying itself again against Russia. Come back to the Spanish Empire, which was better for you.
But it's fucked up. I think Doris agree with that. I think it's fucked up, and I just hope that our prime minister is going to keep his coping. Very good, thank you.
He's the first member of this new channel, by the way. First YouTube member of the channel.
So you monetized already your channel now?
No advertisement, only got the super chats and the membership.
Ready something.
Because we need 1,000 subs to get to have advertising.
But the game that Ursula von der Leyen is playing is just so stupid and so crazy. It's a dictatorship. If you want to speak about dictatorship, where even the member of Europe is forced to give things that they are not allowed to give, it's disgusting.
But people always forget that the EU has so many members that have different ideas and different cultures, and you know, the culture of Italy, historically, they somehow always managed to get out of the mess before it got too bad. So I heard, it may be a rumor, I'm not sure where I heard it, but that Italy is preparing to exit the euro.
That would be massive if that happened.
Would isolate them from the from the backlash of what they're trying to do with the Russian funds to some degree. Then it's not official, it's rumors, but somehow they're buying a lot of gold and shit, which other countries in Europe are not doing. So that's Italy. But then in France, there's also strange things going on. I mean, Macron is at what, 11%? Yeah. So we see von der Leyen, we see the 2, 3, 4 important figures, but there's a lot of shit brewing in Europe under the surface. I have no idea when it will emerge, next year, next month, no idea, but I feel there's a lot of shit going on we don't see yet, but which will have consequences in the near future.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing the level of cooperation that there has been up till now. Like, you would think that, you know, all these powerful nations, you know, ancient nations, historical nations, you know, having, you know, these absolute retards, you know, leading them. Like
yeah, but that's by design.
I know, but it's like you would think that there should be some pushback. Now, I do believe that with certain level of certainty, there must be a lot of influential people, important people that are actually, you know, scrambling to see how they get out of this mess. Like, it has to be the case. It can't be otherwise. Otherwise, it's just, you know, doomed. I don't know. Like, they poisoned their water. They put lead in their water or something, and they all just burned out simultaneously. But
oh my
you
God!
know,
Imagine going back to the lira and paying 1 million lira for one pizza.
But
something like that. It was crazy. The currency was crazy.
Well, I mean,
in the past.
that's why it's a national security thing. That's the reason why. And like when I was reading how Associated Press reported it, like yesterday, I think they were saying like EU freezes these assets, like the way they were saying it, like they have to freeze these assets because it's the only way to prevent Russia-friendly Hungary and Slovakia from vetoing their use. So,
and Czechia. No.
Just now, Dory talked about the Italian, right?
I am busy working with Czech.
I just researched the Italy Go thing, right? I saw this article. Super interesting. So it looks like Italy is bracing for some crazy shit that is happening with foreign investors. And Meloni is now clarifying the law that the Italy Central Bank should not be able to claim rights over countries' gold reserve. So it looks like they are citing risk to the central bank's independence, which means the central bank might betray Italy, and for some reasons, and looks like they're going to like sign a law to make sure that the gold reserve belongs to the people of Italy, and the central bank have no rights to it. So kind of crazy. And for information, Italy is the world's third largest national gold stockpile country, behind US and Germany.
What about China?
No, I don't know.
They only have
China and India. They probably have a lot, but we don't know exactly how much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't have a full disclosure of China's stockpile, so it's the same thing.
China's accelerating gold purchases also. They've always been buying a lot, but apparently in the last few months, they've doubled the rhythm at which they were usually buying. So the BRICS are preparing for something too, yeah, obviously. But this is not news. Yeah. This has been going on.
The entire world is bracing for a massive economic catastrophe. Like,
yeah.
The whole,
you need gold to prepare for the de-dollarization. So if there's a de-dollarization, then you need to have gold.
Is fracturing. The dollar is in peril, because of this massive AI bubble that is sucking all of the, not to mention the catastrophic foreign policy that America's had in the past 10 years, but the AI bubble is absorbing, all of the finance and the debt and investment in the US in a absolutely insane manner. And you have all these risks of the fracture of economic ties and economic relationships and the destruction of the rule of law and economic treaties. Like, everything is going. So everyone should be bracing for impact. Anyone who is anyone should be bracing dramatically for impact.
I mean, I have a question with these so-called Russian assets that have been dipped into. How does one dip into the assets and someone not know the assets have been dipped into? How do you sell a Russian asset and someone doesn't find out? How do you transfer money digitally and someone doesn't find out? How is this dipping done? I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm just curious about how. I think we're still at the point of threatening to do it. I don't think they've actually done it, because I think if they actually dipped in, someone would know. Unless you're saying Russia knows secretly and is holding someone's balls over the fire right now over it.
Well, one reason why this is my theory, why this is my operating theory, is because the figure that is given for the number of for the amount of Russian assets frozen in the EU has been changing. It's been declining over the years. At first they were like 200 billion assets, 200 billion, or then they were like, the number has changed. And so the number today, when you're reading, it's different figure than it was when you were reading about it 2 years ago. So that makes me think that, well, what's up with this? I don't know, but it just seems to me like that. And you ever hear that term, like, you doth protest too much?
Well, I mean,
like,
no,
they're going so hard for it.
The assets could lose value because of inflation or economic things too. That could be why it's going on. I'm just curious how it's being done, if it's being done with nobody's noticing.
I think Dory can explain.
Basically, whether you count the whole EU or whether you only talk about this thing in Belgium with Euroclear, because other EU countries like Estonia, Latvia, the usual suspects, they've already stolen, whatever you want to call it, their
Appropriated.
part. And there's 8, if you calculate the whole of Europe, so including UK, there was another 8 billion pounds. And Starmer wants to get his hand on it, but the British banks are saying no. Then you have the Euroclear thing, and denominated in euro, obviously the number is smaller. If you calculate in dollars, the number is bigger. That's why you get hundreds of different of numbers. Then Euroclear is the biggest chunk. It's the craziest amount. And Euroclear is based in Belgium. That's why Bart de Wever and the Belgian government is on the hook for it. But who are the shareholders of Euroclear? Turns out big French banks and maybe 1 or 2 German banks and so on. So to answer Vaughn's question, who's in charge of this nonsense, who can dip in, so to speak, is probably the French shareholders. But details, of course, I'm not 100% sure who exactly decided what when, but if you want to follow who actually decides over this, it's probably some non-Belgian bankers.
Could that dipping in though be described as a dividend to the shareholder, as a way to get around it and it's not technically stealing? I'm just asking.
No, but that's what they were. That's what they've been saying, Vaughn. They've been talking about taking the dividends.
That's already done.
That's what they've been talking about all this time. But the fact of the matter is that the total amount, which was always a speculation and sort of a fuzzy number, has been reducing dramatically, and we've been consistently pulling.
Hey, real quick to what Dory said.
Wait, let me finish. They've been consistently pulling pretty significant sums out of these dividends, right? So, like,
well, that's the interest. That's the dividend is the interest, right? That's what they've been hitting right now. Is just the interest. But I was going to ask Dory. He was talking about like Estonia, Latvia, and whatever. They've already, like, I guess, outright stolen stuff, or
that's smaller amounts, obviously.
Yeah, but I think what I was going to say about that is just real quick. I assume they did that despite probably counsel to the opposite, and they actually think that NATO and the United States is going to protect them from Russia. Like, you know what I mean? If Russia wants to get petty about what they took, because look at all the other countries. You got bigger countries with more of a military. France is maybe doing something, but England's like, no. The United States is no. A lot of the EU is saying, no, don't do it.
I'm not an expert on the Baltics, but since we've been touching on this, so Kaja Kallas, who is our great foreign minister of the whole of the EU, guess why she had to step down as prime minister in Estonia? A slight little tiny financial scandal, because her husband had millions of dollars or euros worth of business with Russia, probably breaking all kinds of sanctions, and this was after 2022. We're not even talking about old shit. This is recent shit.
It did the rounds. That story did the rounds.
I mean, if they don't care about their own rules about Russian sanctions, do you think they care about things that hurt Russia or hurt Russian assets?
Yeah, exactly. So that's my operating theory. My operating theory is that they've been dipping into it and that they don't want to be held to account. And then, like, I was reading some stuff about this peace plan, about the revised European peace plan, right? And some statements that were being made alongside with it. And the Europeans, like, were straight up saying, like, no, we're still expecting Russia to pay the reparations for Ukraine for all this stuff. Like, and the Americans put in several several points in their version of the Donald Trump peace plan where they were like, amnesty for all parties after the war is over. And the European revision got rid of all of those. And their statements, subsequent statements were like, no amnesty. We're coming after the war criminal Vladimir Putin after this is all over. We're coming after it. You guys are going to be paying for the restoration of Ukraine. So some of these people still have their heads so far up their own butts that imagine if you're that deluded and you're like, oh, well, the defeat of Russia is inevitable. It would be a crime not to dip into this money right now when it's the most lucrative and I can actually use it to actually do something useful with it, right? And I mean, I think that they really are ideologically like kind of deluded. So
you think the money's already gone?
I don't think it's gone. I think that some people, let's say for example Macron, type dudes, have already dipped into it somewhat. They found ways to finagle it, and now they're like, whoa, if this all just gets dumped like this, if this stops as it is, and this just we'll be screwed. So now we have to find a way to make up for it. And I think that's why they're doing all this. Oh, freeze the assets, make sure that you can't do anything with it. At least you can't what are you gonna do? Audit them? I don't think.
But the assets were already frozen at the start of the conflict. They automatically been frozen directly. That was one of the first sanctions. They directly frozen all these assets. And the goal of assets that you can use is after war. Imagine Russia just take a part of Ukraine and they sign the contract that Russia need to pay to repair the rest of Ukraine. Russia is going to call the bank and ask for these assets to be able to pay the reparation cost of Ukraine. That is the possibility, and that happened in the past. In the past, with Germany after the Second World War, Germany used.
That's what they say.
Repair
Lambo, that's what they say, but that's
what's happening.
We hear two contradictory versions about this because we hear both this money is necessary to fund Ukraine throughout the next year. And I believe that. I believe that without that money, there's no way of funding Ukraine. But then they also say that this money is a matter of national security, right?
Yeah.
So what? Like we've already rung the bell and we can't unring it. And if it gets discovered what we've already done, then we'll be screwed on a national security basis. Is that what they're implying? So I mean, I don't have hard facts for this. It's just a feeling I get from reading their statements.
Maybe you can help me here. You always use this expression "dip into." To me, that sounds like taking 10% or 20%. There are Russian observers who are saying it's already gone.
I think that when you hear Russians say it's already gone, what they're saying is right at all.
No. What we're going to we already been burned or as with it or the interest. We already gave interest from these assets from Euroclear to Ukraine. And that is calculated like it's going to hurt us that much. We can survive with it. But the money is still on that bank. It's only Euroclear themselves or with Belgium that you need to also understand Euroclear pays a big amount of money to be there in Belgium. So they pay their taxes, all that shit. I don't know how it works, but they pay a big amount to Belgium every year. So if Euroclear doesn't have money anymore in the bank account, Belgium doesn't make money from it. Also,
go with what you were saying though, Lambo. I mean, the smart play for Russia here is to use that asset as leverage, like you were saying. They know it's gone. They know it's gone. They're going to sign a contract to rebuild something, and then they're going to go ask for their money that's supposed to be there, and it's not, and then it's going to give them a whole big kerfuffle to go do something else or renegotiate something or embarrass governments in Western Europe. So, I mean, that could be going on too. I mean, they could be fully aware the money's gone and they're just going to play it like that.
Be
Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah, we'll rebuild it here. We'll go get our money and rebuild it right now.
But all I am not believing that money is gone.
Guy going.
Oh my God! Where's my money? Hey, dude! Where's my money?
I mean, think about it. It's a dip. I mean, and think about it. What I'm saying is that's a lot plausible because you've got two classes of diplomats. You've got Western diplomats that are, for all intents and purposes, clowns and amateurs that wouldn't think like that, and then you have people like Lavrov and Xi and other people that might be a little bit more cunning. And think about what a nice play. Yeah, here the war's over. We signed a peace deal. Hell yeah, we'll rebuild that shit. And then we're going to go to our banks and get our money. Oh, wait, our money's gone? Well, what the
If the
fuck?
money
How
is
we
gone,
supposed-
Belgium is
like
bankrupt.
you know what I mean? Like I said, there's any number of ways for Russia to use this in a
I
positive
can't
way.
believe it. I left my
And
money
so,
here. Where
And
is it?
so-
Imagine that happening, Van. You're going to see Belgium very angry. The citizens of Belgium going to put the guillotine on the marketplace, and they're going to
Yeah, I
cut
mean,
off
think about how much
politicians.
easier
That's
Russia's
going
life
to
will be
happen.
if Western Europe's backbiting each other because they all fucked each other over, and now they look like the laughing stock of the planet. And nobody, you know what I mean?
you
It's like,
already do.
well, you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's just, it'll be like, oh, here we go again. Not, you know, everything was supposed to be peachy king. The peace was coming. Everyone was going to get rebuilt, and these fucks stole all the money. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just going to be a bad optic for them, and that might be the plan. They might be.
I really hope.
They're just going to sign the deal and then make them look like shit.
I really hope it didn't happen. So we still have the money. I think we still have the money. You can check it, I think. And I still hope it is, because we are speaking about, I think, 210 billion. And Europe needs actually. That's why you're going to see a lot of different figures. Well, there's Ursula von der Leyen asking, so we need to have a first portion of money.
I mean, can you imagine? Quick, can you imagine the propaganda that will come off of that with the videos of little Enya cannot get a house because the money was fucking stolen. These people are starving in Ukraine because the money was stolen. We can't do economic redevelopment, so Ivan can get a job and they can rebuild the school because the money was stolen. You know, I mean, it's gonna be fucking horrible.
Yeah, little Volodymyr can't go to school because the money's gone and can't rebuild the school.
And then they're gonna show
Because the
von der
money
Leyen
was
driving a
stolen.
Jaguar. They're gonna show some fucking jackass European guy on a yacht.
They were already.
He
busy
can only
doing
drive a
that
Jaguar
propaganda
instead of a
yesterday on the
Ferrari
news.
because the money is stolen.
A little guy from Ukraine came that burned his face, lost his parents, came to the parliament and made everybody cry. All that shit is happening. But they forget one thing: what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in Africa, all these millions of dead. But no, for the world, only Ukraine is of Europe, only Ukraine is mattering. They're playing a propaganda so stupid. I can say one thing right now, since the thing of Europe here, if you look in the comments on the Facebook, people are not following it anymore. I think Belgium, for my example, is start to wake up, and I see it's also on the Dutch channels on Facebook. A lot of people are starting to finally wake up.
France too. The sentiment, the atmosphere has changed in France, in Germany, basically everywhere, but especially the two big ones, France and Germany. Something has happened over the last 6 months or so.
6 months.
I mean, the last election in Germany was less than a year ago, roughly a year ago.
And that's kind of I mean, living in America, I don't see or feel this shift, but that seems like really interesting to me that it's so recent.
It's not sudden.
But you're really just seeing it by reading comments on social media, actually.
When in polls you have 45% of people who are pissed off is different than having 55% of people who are not happy. And that's what I mean with the last 6 months. In the last 6 months, we went from a lot of the middle of the road people were like, yeah, things are not great, but also economics numbers. Most European countries are in a recession. Which was not the case last year or 2 years ago or whatever, where you want to start counting. It doesn't matter whether it happened over a year or 6 months. It is happening. We're inside this process of wait a minute, what is going on, and the normie, so to say, waking up, and that is a relatively recent phenomenon in Europe, as far as I can tell.
Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, you know, we are liking our Belgium gold like beer, but real money is still very important. Yeah, of course, Duvel, the best. Gabriel, Duvel, Gabriel, Duvel, come. He's like a dog. He's attracted to Duvel, Gabriel. Yes. Yeah, but no, it's. I mean, you know.
So the Belgians know what time it is. They have a little bit of realism because they have a little bit of skin in the game. People that have less skin in the game are more about like, yeah, go get them, screw them. And when you read some of these interviews and you read some of these statements, you run into constantly people that seem like they are fully and totally just like what like mainlining the propaganda, where they're like, well, I mean, once Ukraine beats Russia and Russia loses the war, and then they have to sign these surrender terms and agreements, then of course we're going to be able to do whatever the heck we want with this funds. Like, that's kind of how they approach it, where it's like, well, what alternative reality are you living in? Even Donald Trump has started to wake up and go like, yeah, you know what, this is not going to go well. We should start thinking about winding this whole thing down. And then you look at these people, and it's like the General Jack Keynes or something. It's like they're still living in 2022, like second month of the war, something like this.
But I'm thinking.
But I mean, real quick, Jack Keane is not a policymaker. He's a joke, and everyone knows that the Europeans are delusional and, for the most part, a joke. I mean, they're not relevant to the negotiations, and that's been made obvious since probably Alaska. It's between Russia, the United States, and some part of Ukraine, I guess, whatever.
Yeah, they're struggling to seem relevant about the.
They're not relevant. That's why they've been shut out of the process totally. That's why when they tried that additional revising of the 28 points, they got shot down and they got embarrassed.
And that's another thing that some European intellectuals are finally realizing, or finally publicly saying so. A famous German intellectual who used to be more or less mainstream is saying exactly this: the Europeans are not at the table. But the political class still pretends that Europe has something to say, that we're important. But that's only the political class. Even our famous public intellectuals are now realizing, oh shit, no, it's.
And then I mean, think about it here. The United States media, they hate Trump, so of course they're going to push this, whatever von der Leyen says, because they always think that Europe's still against Trump, so they like Europe. So whatever these people say over there at the Brussels or wherever, they play it out. But here, and people that pay attention know. I mean, it's been pretty clear for a while. They're not at the table. I think the serious parties realized a long time ago they don't have anything serious to bring to the table, so there's no reason for them to be there unless you just want to muck up negotiations and have the war continue.
Which is what they want to do.
Yeah, well, you can do that by just not having them there and let the war continue too. So you can have that by not letting them there and just pull all your ISR. It'll wrap up.
Like Vladimir Putin.
Saying, I mean, they're not at the table, and like you said, or like Dory said, what those guys were saying, they're pretending they're still there and they're loud and they have media to project their. What they're claiming, and that's why it sounds like they have some kind of say or they have power still.
Yeah, but average European people are not watching these media anymore. They don't believe the politicians anymore. The politicians in power, those you see in the media. That's the thing. People don't believe the faces on TV, and people don't watch TV anymore. Of course, I'm not talking about your average 60-plus-year-old people, but still, the proportion of people who still believe your mainstream or public TV news is shrinking, and
would you say it shrunk during this war?
It's busy shrinking, and you need to understand two things, Bradley, and you're going to understand me directly in the first one: money. What there's a normal person sensitive to is money, his own money. If you start to touch your money, you're going to be angry. Everybody. If I'm going to say to you, Bradley, you need to give me 5K, you're going to say, what? I'm going to say, you're going to steal you 5K. You're going to say, what? I'm going to be very angry for that because I am busy stealing you 5K. It's very sensitive for you. Losing 5K for you, for everybody, it's a hard thing to eat. Mm-hmm. The other thing with the propaganda that's happening in the Western Europe, it's became too stupid. And one word for it is calling Russophrenia. And I say that before. You first say to everybody that Russia has nothing anymore, that they're going to lose the war, they don't have money anymore. And suddenly now you're going to say, like Rutte said this week, in 5 years' time, Russia is going to invade us. They're going to be powerful enough to invade us in 5 years' time. But who are you busy laughing? Or people are so stupid to believe all that bullshit? No.
The Russians are the Schrodinger Slavs.
Suddenly, in 5 years' time, they're going to rebuild the army. They're going to be powerful, and they're still losing very badly in Ukraine. And they don't have rockets anymore. They need to use microchips, washing machines, and shovels to fight.
But Mr. Lambo, you know that's an excuse, right? You know that that's bullshit.
I know, but people trapped in that in the beginning. And saying like, yeah, they're going to invade Ukraine in 2 weeks' time.
You have to you have to be really angry because that's how stupid they think you are. And also Dory, by the way. That's how stupid they think you are.
Just read comment section on politic news and any country. I don't care if they start to talk about Ukraine. How many people are falling in the trap of the propaganda? It's crazy.
Well, but
even a journalist went to Ukraine, did his interview in Belgium, and said, "You need to understand how bad it is that Russia is attacking a European capital, calling Kiev." I'm like, since when is Kiev European capital of a European country? Since when is Kiev European more than Eurosong Vision Festival? Since when is Kiev European? What are you busy saying, my dudes? You know what I mean? Why are you saying that Kiev is the European capital of
those guys are practically Mongols.
It's fucking nuts. And they're saying that on the television. France has the best one, LCE. The biggest bullshit panels you're going to hear about propaganda is on LCE in France. Fucking disgusting. Oh, they're lying. They're saying everything that Ukrainians say on Telegram, all that shit.
France, there's a current thing in France. So somewhere in roughly southern France, a farmer, a cow farmer, he had to kill 200 plus of his cows because one was infected, and EU laws say he has to kill the whole herd. The whole herd. But the thing is, this particular disease is A, not dangerous for humans, B, could be dealt with just by isolating the sick cow and then wait, just
wait for it to get better.
I mean,
quarantine, like you said, you separate the sick cow.
Yes, quarantine. That's the word I was looking for. The thing is now, a whole movement started so the farmer refused. Then they had to send police. Then there was a movement, protesters trying to block the police from getting in. Then they sent more police, Lambo, the CRS, which are not normal police.
Like the police.
That riot gear guys and so on.
Yeah.
And I'm not 100% sure, but I think in the end now the poor cattle got killed, and the poor farmer has to start from zero. He will get money, but money does not replace his living animals he's been caring for years and so on. And this triggered a new awakening of the farmers in France, which are already pissed off, have been pissed off for years, have already mobilized against the government several times.
Oh yeah.
So the tractors on Paris and the tractors to Élysée might see a revival, but this time more non-farmer kind of organizations joined. So maybe it's already over. Maybe it was just another flash in the pan, but it looked different from your typical farmers' revolt. It looked like the beginning of something bigger, and of course the anti-EU, anti-Macron parties and political movements, they were all on the side of the farmers.
Oh yeah.
And some of the media were trying to defend the government, but then again, you have the whole alternative media space, French-speaking, they were all making fun of the mainstream media, making fun of the government, who says, "Ooh, these cows are so dangerous. That's why we need to send hundreds of riot police to kill a few cows." But at the same time, in dangerous areas around Paris, where you have basically drug dealers controlling the areas, you can't send these same riot police.
No, they're afraid to go inside.
These double standards are slowly making people crazy in France and in other places too.
And there is the thing with these farmers in France, and I tried to say that to RL, but they didn't want to understand that one. Farmers and France are special breeds. I mean by that, these are really hardcore, busy with their jobs. And France is like they're doing competition to have the best cheese, to have the best cow breed. They are also patriotic to their job. What do we call that? They are like really. These are proud boys, and these are not big farmers. These are like say 200 cows is like already a big almost a big farmer in Belgium, and in France is actually pretty small. And these farmers are making their life in it to make the best type of cow, for the best type of meat, for the best type of milk, for the best type of cheese. You're competing against each other in that.
You're saying these cows are an emotional investment for the farmers as well.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely.
100%. These guys are living old school, using the old tactics to grow these cows. It's crazy. You go to every town in France is like in Belgium. Every town in Belgium have its own beers.
Don't mess with the cheese. Whatever you do, don't mess with the cheese.
No, I mean, I've had cows, so I understand that cows are a very intelligent animal and how cow can be like part of the family. But I've never had 200 cows, and I can't imagine taking that kind of care, that kind of extreme care of 200 cows.
200 or 150 or whatever. If one is sick, you don't kill the whole herd.
Well, that goes without saying.
Can you declare them as like emotional support pets so that you don't have to kill them?
It's not US.
I don't know, man. Cows are pretty damn smart. Think about, have you ever seen a cow? It's a massive ass head. That's a huge amount of brain matter that fits into that thing. It's like I don't know what all that brain matter is doing, but those are some smart animals, I guarantee it.
And it says,
it's like 3 or 4 heads, and when you open the head up, the brain is like this size. It's like bigger than a human brain.
Yeah.
So they should be smarter than us, right? In a sense.
No. Because it's an issue of neural density. Like that's why you have tiny birds. They're super smart. Like the crow has a brain the size of a walnut, smaller than a walnut. It's like a hazelnut, the crow, but it's super smart because the neural density is different. And you also have the issue of the body to brain ratio, which is another thing to consider. Like the ant, for example, it has the largest body to brain ratio, and the ants are extremely smart. They can recognize themselves in the mirror. They can see themselves and recognize.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I'm just saying, as I've just from personal experience, there's a wide variety, there's a wide variation in behavior of cows, and sometimes cows are really, really smart, like really emotionally in tune. Like for example, being able to understand that you are feeling it's like some kind of deep emotional trauma, even if other people can't tell. Cows can do certain things like that.
They just don't want you to eat them. That's why they cry and shit. They want you to get all sad, not eat them.
No, I don't know. For example, my sibling is a saxophonist. So if when he would take his saxophone out, there was one cow that was like, oh my God, it's the saxophone. It would stop whatever it was doing, come on over, and then just observe the saxophone constantly from every angle. It would walk around and try to get at it from this angle, walk around, try to get at it from this, what the hell is this thing? So I mean,
the cow would stop its work on calculus and go to
right. The cow would stop mid chewing. It was just
yeah, but I can give you more information about that disease that this cows had. It's called LSD. It's not the drugs. It's not LSD, the drugs. It's calling lumpy skin disease. It's a highly contagious bovine disease which transmitted mainly by fly bites. The symptoms are fever, mucal discharge, and nodules on the skin. So mainly non-fatal. It's non-fatal, but it can badly affect milk production, and the cows are unusable because of that.
You say fatal.
So it's not even life-threatening for humans, so it's actually bullshit why you're killing these cows. Yeah, it's not like how do we call that? The disease that the birds and chickens have.
Bird flu or something.
Bird flu, something like a very bad thing.
Mad cow disease.
The argument of the EU rule is if you don't treat this harshly if you don't kill all the whole herd. Then later down, between two European countries, let's say Italy wouldn't trust any imports from France anymore if they didn't do it. That's the official argument. But
For
it's
that
not a
disease is
medical,
bullshit.
the point is, it's not a medical or scientific argument. It's a legal, commercial law, commercial issues argument. That's the worst part. They're not only ignoring the farmer's perspective, they're even ignoring the veterinarian's perspective. It's a purely commercial law thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you'll have this like government bodies step in and they get really paranoid. Part of it is, a concern that what if the virus or disease or whatever kid learns to jump from the thing to a human, or it learns to, adapts and in such a way that that was not predictable. So like they'll go ham bone like this sometimes where it doesn't seem to make sense.
But those arguments, their logical conclusion is to exterminate life on Earth. Because the viral charge, or the biomass of microbes on every single individual is massive, and at any moment, any one of those specimens can mutate into a life-threatening disease, and so on and so forth. It's ridiculous. It's super ridiculous. It makes no sense. To any understanding of like biology or medicine, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a biologist, but that's kind of the version that I've been led to understand. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that there was also this outcry when there were these ostriches that were being executed in Canada. A similar thing where there was this Save Our Ostriches campaign, and it went like viral on the internet, and up to the point where they were like already preparing the area where they were going to cull the ostriches, and they was still like getting live updates. So like that's where they're going to go cull them. And the ostriches did get killed, but it caused massive public outcry. And the last time the Europeans were all upset about their farming situation, we remember that there were all those protests. So that could still be under the, like Dory was saying, could still be under the surface.
Yeah.
Are we done with Europe and cows?
I just want to add one more about the saxophone, right? There is a lot of videos of those cows enjoying music, right? There are play music to the cows, and all the cows will just come over and then they will just listen to the music. A lot of viral videos on that. It's really interesting.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've not seen those videos, but I've seen that happen in real life.
Producing more milk when they listen to Mozart.
The premium Wagyu meat, like level 12 and stuff like that. They have like music played for them, and they massage. So like if you want the premium, best, highest quality meat, you sort of give that type of treatment to cows. That's like
the most expensive piece of beef is Japanese. I think the meat is Japanese, and these cows are like they're getting manicure, they're getting everything to be treated as best as possible, and it's affected the quality of the meat very hard. So it makes it very expensive. Wyatt, did you eat maybe?
We need to make the cows listen to DPA Open Mic, like non-stop, like
geopolitical cows,
and they just listen.
No, drag use.
And then we're gonna eat it. We're gonna eat it.
Wyatt, if you're going to make it listen to Dracu's music, they're going to turn to vampires.
No, he's gonna listen to Wayne's advice, about the world.
Oh yeah. These are going to become very, very educated geopolitical cows.
The meat is going to taste really bad.
Ew, this meat tastes like old boomer and their stupid opinions. How did this happen? Oh, it's been listening to Wayne.
Okay, sorry, Dory. We should change topic. No, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Wyatt, about Thailand and Cambodia. What exactly is going on, and how is it even possible that within ASEAN you have this nonsense going on? What are the other ASEAN members saying? Are they just keeping quiet, or are they trying to do anything? What's going on? Usually, Myanmar is the problem child, not Thailand and Cambodia.
So most of the countries are keeping quiet. Malaysia is trying to return to do peace negotiation to bring them together, but I don't think it's going to work because I think Thailand has had enough, no, and then they're really going to go for it. But I feel they're a bit half. Like I think the solution to the war, no, like they don't have a clear political solution to this war. So I think it's going to be like a very ill-fated war for Thailand. So the official the official reasons is that from the Thai side is the Cambodians has been returning and encroaching back into the Thai territory, and they're planting landmines again, and people died. There's at least one soldier died, and due to the landmines and others injured. And there's claims of shelling. Then after that, no, the Thai side just decided had enough, and they just went for it. And this is very interesting timing because we are now in the middle of the Southeast Asia Games. So we have a SEA Games, which is like the Olympics but for Southeast Asia. So that is currently ongoing in Thailand. And then at the same time, in the middle of the war, like 3 days into it, suddenly Thailand decided that suddenly we feel like we need to have an election. So then they call for election. So it's like
everything at once. Like, why don't you like also do some space travel and decide to build? I don't know, like what's wrong with Thailand?
So Cambodia is pretending to be innocent. Like Cambodia is like, oh, what the hell happened? I'm innocent, It's like, what the fuck? Why they attacked us? No, that's Cambodian position. So, but in reality, I think the war is much deeper than that. I explained a bit on my point in the beginning of the open mic, but I repeat again. So I think it's much deeper than that. I think it's a geopolitical battle. Like there is a heavy geopolitical aspect into it. Cambodia is deeply now under the influence of China. And China have dumped a lot of money into Cambodia. They have invested in it. They have a naval base somewhat in Cambodia as well. And there is a lot of Chinese investment into Cambodia. So they built a lot of casino. A lot of China people go to Cambodia to to gamble, to play women, to have their holidays. And Cambodia also become a scam center. So a lot of the scam call centers are now in Cambodia. I think they probably is the number one country for it right now in the region. The other one is like northern Thailand, near to the border with Myanmar and inside of Myanmar. But Myanmar is a different thing because it's a civil war. So the government in Myanmar don't really have full control over the country, and these are border regions which the government don't have control. So, but then and the Thai actually recently, a month, I think half a year to 1 year ago, they just attacked one of the Myanmar scam centers, and then they rescue their own Thai citizens and this kind of thing. So that was another big drama. So, but the Cambodian one seems to be government sanctioned. So from I don't know, I talked to who or watched something. So the understanding is that a lot of the scam centers, the Cambodians who work there are actually using it as full employment. Like they voluntarily work in it because they can earn 1 year salary in 1 month. So it's very good money for them. But then scams, you need people who can speak your language and your accent. So a lot of people actually got kidnapped from overseas, and then they are slave workers in these kind of scam centers. So for example, even China citizens got scammed. Like there is a very famous news where the girlfriend or boyfriend traveled to Cambodia for holidays, then the girl disappeared and the guy got kidnapped, and then he became a slave, and then I think he got rescued. One of them got rescued. There's another story that one died, There's a lot of people who answer jobs, in Thailand or Cambodia, they just disappear. So this scam issue is another problem. But the Cambodians have a lot of this.
Call center
and
scams
it's famous.
Serious business.
If you speak to the Vietnamese, there are Vietnamese people who say the same thing as well. They say that there are scam centers called in Cambodia calling Vietnamese people. So the Vietnamese are very pissed off, but they cannot do anything about it. Someone in the chat said that I'm making up tales. It's true. Just go and research.
So you're talking about
internet. You Google. Talk to AI.
The scam center is a big issue for all the Asian countries. So only Taiwan, only ROC, they have hundreds of citizens who disappeared on a Thailand holiday or something, and then most of them end up in Myanmar or possibly Cambodian scam centers. The scams is a big issue. Whether they are sanctioned or not, whether they started out harmless and became more criminal, that's a different story. But it is a huge issue. We're talking about billions of dollars per year. And interestingly, the Chinese government is also super pissed off at these places. And in September, October, I forgot. A few months ago, one of these families running scam centers in Myanmar was caught by the Chinese police, secret police, whatever, sent to mainland China, tried in court, few death sentences, and the others got life imprisonment or huge sentences.
That's good.
So
even China is pissed off at this.
So David King don't even know how to use the internet. Don't be lazy. You can just Google.
But
this full of this news.
One more thing.
I was thinking it was an only Indian thing, really.
I'm still scrolling. There's endless amount of this.
Pig butchering scams. You're going to find results if you search for pig butchering scam.
Yeah, pig butchering is one of those slang expressions, but it's bigger than that. It's several countries, so it's not only Cambodia and Myanmar. There's other countries.
The focus is in Thailand. Yeah, the set is there is all these scams all around the place, but the focus a lot is in the Myanmar, bordering Thailand, and then northern Thailand maybe some. There are some is inside of Thailand, and then Cambodia is one of them. These are the main hotspots. So for at least for the region, and Laos, yes, and Laos, because Laos is also under Chinese influence right now. Laos is going to be the next Cambodia. So
one more thing. What about internal Thai politics? There's something weird going on there too.
Yes. But I think because I think generally it's still more or less always the same historical thing. You have the rural people supporting one side, one political faction, and then you have the city folks supporting the other side. So if you go to a general election, the rural supported, which is the red shirts. Traditionally, they are the red shirts. The red shirts are the rural people. They will support the political party will win, and then there will be a revolt, and then the military will come in, and then they will install the yellow shirt, which is the city folks leaders, and then after that you have this. So then you have an election, and then the red shirt one will come back. The military will cool them, and then the yellow shirt will come back. This is a cycle in Thailand, generally speaking. So we have more or less the same thing right now. So the female prime minister in Thailand that just got removed, that is the red shirt leader. So now there's election again. So maybe it's going to be the red shirt one again. But the main thing is that the military is the one that is now having the power since the past 10 years, because of the last military coup was very effective. So the military still have the main power, and I think they wanted a war right now, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure. So there is definitely some of these political issues in Thailand. Yeah, there is currently murking the waters as well. And the main problem with the war is that there is no political solution to the conflict. You cannot start a war with no political solution. And if the statement comes out is that we're going to destroy Cambodia's military, how are you going to do that? You're going to conquer the whole country in order to do that. But you look at the conflict right now, they didn't really go deep. It's not a full-fledged war. And if that's the case, then what will happen is that you are just going to create a generation of Cambodians that is going to be to have hatred for Thais. Then that means Southeast Asia politics or geopolitics is going to fracture, and it's going to be difficult to repair. So this is a big problem, and this is something that China is very happy to have, because ASEAN unity is a problem for China. They need ASEAN to break up. So and we already seen this problem years ago, when for the first time in ASEAN history we are unable to come up with a statement, a collective statement, because Cambodia and Laos was like refused to sign it. So this, and because of South China Sea, because we want to put out a statement about South China Sea should remain like an open waters for international water, and I think they blocked it. So yeah, so it's like I said, it's a geopolitical issues, and they are striking a lot of the casinos, because the casinos are where Cambodia earn a lot of money, all this gambling money and everything.
Yeah,
so I think that's why they are hitting it. And I think an important thing is that the casinos are next to Thailand. There's a reason why it's next to Thailand. It's to draw Thai tourists in. So Thai money is also getting siphoned into Cambodia. So we don't know where the money goes after they spend it in casino or women. Maybe it goes back to China. Maybe it goes to the oligarchs or the leadership. Who knows? So we don't know what's the current what's the undercurrent behind that. So. And just now someone in the chat asked, so am I saying that don't go to Cambodia? No, you can go to Cambodia for holidays. Not now. Now it's war, but in peacetime, yeah, you can go to Cambodia. Very cheap food. You have casinos. You have if you are into sex tourism,
if you go to if you have a holiday in Cambodia, don't forget to.
grab
you can have a harem. You can have like I don't know.
I was willing to say, because it need to be funny to have like a big war between Thailand and Cambodia, because after a while they're going to need more soldiers. So you're going to have a front line full of lady boys on the Thai side. Very funny.
Lady boys is a very small population in Thailand.
It's very small.
It's like a dispute between two whorehouses, basically. Like the two neighbors
could be Thailand could be just pissed off that all the tourists, instead of going to Thailand, go to Cambodia. No, maybe that's the reason of the war.
All the prostitutes in Thailand are angry at Cambodia because they're stealing all their johns.
So if you want clean family fun with beautiful scenery, with to look at the ocean, the mountains and jungles and the forests, you can go to Vietnam. But if you want the vices, you go to Cambodia. Nobody goes to Thailand anymore. People used to go to Thailand for both. So
Interesting theory.
But the thing is, Thailand is suffering economically. Like the tourism number has not recovered since COVID. So they increased. Like of course there has a rebound, but it never reached the height before COVID, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but that is because the woke, Wyatt. Because during the COVID, a lot of lady boys started to grow in Europe and the United States. You don't need to go to Thailand anymore to see them.
It's due to inflation. The reason is actually inflation, because people calculated and realized that it's cheaper to go to Vietnam. So that's the main reason. And Vietnam is a lot more family friendly. Generally speaking, so a lot of people chose to, instead of going to Thailand, go to Vietnam.
Communism, see, traditional values, family structure. If you get a whore, that it's a woman. You don't get surprises.
You must know where to find it. They still exist in Vietnam. You just need to know where.
No, that's the thing.
Those are not real communists. Those whores are. What would we call them? Those prostitutes are the bourgeois.
No one are real communists. Come on, there's no real communists in this world. It's all bullshit.
Real communism. Real communism.
There's no real
capitalism
capitalism either.
Free market is that which exists. Okay, so like the real thing isn't the pure ideology, detached from the vices of the worldly
It's
affairs.
actually what it is.
The real ideology is when it's applied. So until it's applied, it's just an idea. It's in the air. And so, like, there's never been such a thing as a free market. But what is the free market is those nations that call themselves free market nations and that apply it in so far as they do. But there's always restrictions. There's always some level of protectionism. There's always some control, because if not, it's just anarchy. And so this idea that true capitalism has never been tried before. No, there's an existing capitalism. There's an existing communism, and it's what you see as it is. That's what is achieved.
All I want to say is that when people say like communism has never been tried, the idea that communism is a fixed thing and that it doesn't evolve, I think both capitalism and like the Marxist inspired communism both evolve over time and fundamentally change their own rules. So I mean,
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's the real existing idea, like how it actually exists, and then there's like this nebulous idea, the pure Platonic ideal of the ideology, which doesn't exist. So you have the real thing, the existing communism, existing capitalism, and so on and so forth. Anyway, so Cambodia and Thailand, they seem like they're like half-assing it. It doesn't seem like a real all-out war to me yet, but that might change, of course. But again, like maybe the issue is that since Trump gives them sort of perks for signing a peace treaty, and so they get greedy and they say, okay, maybe if we start a war again, then we can get better deals. Had you thought about that?
He's going to fix it.
So anyway, I just kicked the main channel and the archive channel into the Open Mic channel. So welcome guys, and please subscribe. And
yeah, come on guys, subscribe.
And Valley want to say something, right? Just now I saw him raise the finger. Oh, it's over.
No, I already said something.
Yeah, you already said something.
Yeah, so basically Thailand, Cambodia, yeah, like Gabriel is right. No, the scale of the war is still not there. It's a bit like the scale of the war is a bit like the India-Pakistan one as well. Like it's a bit similar. It's just like they just bombard each other, but there's no real intention of a solution. There's no solution to it. Dory.
Yeah, and you don't.
I'm a bit doubtful about this idea that China really wants to split those apart, because as far as I know, China was planning massive infrastructure projects in the same area. So actually connecting Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam into a big Mekong corridor or something like that. So this does not seem to me like in favor of Chinese plans, because the whole Belt and Road thing is connecting regions, not splitting them up, especially not Southeast Asia or mainland Southeast Asia, which is China's backyard.
Yeah.
So this does not look to me like favorable for China. Somebody else is profiting. I wouldn't know who.
No, I wouldn't know either. But like the whole issue with regional powers, is that you can't get a regional power without a level of coalition between all the neighboring areas. So like if you want to have a world power, you need a whole geographical area that is united in some certain fashion. So like in the case of the British Empire, let's say, they didn't have a unity with Europe, but they managed to sort of have free economic zone. They had a commonwealth with across the Atlantic, and now you have the Anglosphere, where you have all these geographical areas that are Anglo-Saxons that work as a block, and something similar happens with China. You have China is a continental power that has a massive area of all sorts of ethnicities and so on that all collide into one centralized power that gives them power. The same thing with Russia. And Europe was that as well. Now it's fracturing apart, but Europe was massively powerful as the European Union up to like a few years ago, until they became stupid and retarded. And there is also a very clear beneficiary of the fracture of Europe. So like Europe is, Trump said it himself, like Europe is, the European Union was created to screw us. I think that's what he said. I might be paraphrasing. And so like this idea of the world hegemon, it's fundamentally threatened by any type of unity or alliance in any regional area. And so, Europe is falling apart kind of by following US's orders. In a sense, it's self-determined because you have all these politicians that are retarded and that they're doing stupid things, but they were, like, up until Trump, they were following US's orders. And right now, like under Trump, like the administration right now is telling Europe that they're screwing themselves and so on and so forth, but it's still like pushing them to continue on that path, right? So it's like warning them, but it's also pushing them with the trade deals, and also putting the burden of Ukraine, which was American project in the first place. Remember, fuck the EU. So it's like it's blaming Europe for the issue with Ukraine when it was America that kind of pushed Europe to the issue with Ukraine. And so I get the impression that there is still this policy going on of fracturing as much as possible to avoid, as in the recent paper, as it said, like to avoid global hegemons and regional hegemons, and so what does a regional hegemon means? It's a unified coalition of geographical areas that can attain the level of a great power. And that's probably what's happening in Asia.
Well, I mean, I agree with you, Gabriel, like that you should think about it in terms of blocks. And, you can see like America's recent efforts in Venezuela as an attempt to just connect places. We're just trying to like get them to export their energy on the open market in our, neoliberal sphere. And you can also say that about the what was that pipeline that they destroyed in Europe, the Nord Stream? They were just trying to connect people. And it's like, it's really about blocks. And I mean, Belt and Road, fundamentally, it's trying to expand a block and build a block.
Yeah, because that's the only way that you can have, a real global power. If you don't, and the greater the block, the greater the power. Of course, having a block has its own problems. You become overstretched. You can have, internal tensions and all that. But it's a tightrope that you have to walk. It's like the Damocles blade, the sword of Damocles over the ruler's head, But it's still, you still need to be in the throne to be able to have power, and put yourself in that risk. And it's a tightrope in the sense that, like, if you are a benevolent leader, you'll be probably get betrayed and screwed and all that. But if you're a tyrant, you'll have all sorts of resentment, and your underlings are going to be constantly conspiring against you and trying to.
The thing to address Dory's initial point, it's like expanding your block can also be framed as, hey, we're just trying to like make some connections over here, and we're building infrastructure. No, you're expanding a block. That's what it's really about.
So the thing is, for a regional power to build this block, there's only two ways. One is you give them benefit, which is the carrot. The other one is the stick. You threaten them with military power. And so the thing is, in my region, in Southeast Asia, East Asia, China has been mostly using the stick. That's the problem. Their carrots are not carrots. Their carrots are all poisonous. So because they don't come in and give it to you for free, whatever they build is always a loan. There is always, you have to pay back. It's not real investment to help you. So it's not the same thing as how the Americans had did it for the Europeans. You see, they like, they waive a lot of the debts that the Europeans supposedly need to pay for World War II. So it's a bit different. And then for Cambodia's case, Cambodia and Laos, they really got the carrot, which is why they side with the Chinese. But then for everyone else, because we are all closer to United States, generally speaking, or we have claims over South China Sea, so everyone got a stick. That's the so and it is this stick thing that is causing China to fail to become a regional power, because to give us interest, to give investment and support, buy more stuff, trade more, mutual trade, especially buy more from the Southeast Asian countries. China cannot do that, because China is the competitor to all these countries, because all these countries are third world countries. They are all export countries. They are all competitors to China, and China refuse to buy stuff. They only buy natural resources and energy, and that's a problem. And China refuse to have inflation. they don't want to because by right, if you earn so much money, your currency should be inflating, should be becoming more and more powerful. Then your people have more spending power, end up they will buy more and probably buy overseas. So there's always this balance, in economic balance. But the thing is, in China there's no balance, which is why their surplus is insane, but the people is still poor. There's a lot of people is still poor. you have very cheap goods, very poor people, but insane surplus of export money. It's totally broken, and it costs no one. That means end up nobody can do business with them. Like we can only buy, but then we can't sell things to China, and it's a problem, So without this carrot to grow our economy in Southeast Asia through Chinese purchase of our goods, then where is the carrot? There's no carrot. So China can only use a stick, which is why they use the Coast Guard, the Navy to put pressure. They use economic pressure. They use diplomatic pressure. And maybe Cambodia is another one of those to put Thailand, into a difficult position. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Sorry, Dr. Belly.
So I think people are often skeptical of these Chinese Belt and Road projects. And I think that the trade-off in accepting one of these projects is not really that they're going to put you into debt and they're just going to drain you out that way. But it's more of if you get that infrastructure, then, well, now you're part of this block. You might lose access to the other block. So then you would see the benefits, or you would be more closely tied to China, and you would live more like a Chinese, in, I guess, economically, and as you outlined, that's not really, they don't have the same inflation, which is a marker of, economic growth, that, the increase in purchasing power to buy things. So you would lose access. The trade-off is you lose access to the other block if you join this block, and maybe you don't want to join. Maybe you don't want to live like, a Chinese person in the Chinese economy. That's why you might reject their infrastructure. But the infrastructure itself might be perfectly good, and it might not drive you into debt. Like the trade-off is, okay, well, now we're exporting within this block instead of the other block.
But that's not what China is doing, from my perspective. So my perspective, what the Chinese is not thinking that far. No, they're not thinking about, you must join our market. For them, it's just they have way too much construction population. The construction workers, there are too many. They have already maxed out whatever they can build in China. So these workers and these companies have no place to work. So the Belt and Road is to help to bring out these people, to get them to work, to have something to do. If not, then if these people all lose their job, then you're going to have a crisis within your country. So they go out and build stuff overseas, and then but they're very smart. They in the contract, they loan the country money, but then the condition is that they have to use Chinese workers, use Chinese materials, everything Chinese.
Oh yeah, I see that, but it's still beneficial for example, in Peru they build the biggest port in Latin America.
No, I'm not saying that it's a negative thing. I'm saying that there is a condition to that. certain countries are smarter. They negotiate in a way that they allows a bit more economic development in their own country. Some they are probably more corrupted and they just accept it. The key point is that is the from the Chinese perspective, they are not predatory in that sense. They only know that this is a fucking good deal for us. That's how they think. They don't think that I want to go there and destroy a country. That's not what China thinks. The China is coming in. We made a fucking smart deal. Then they're very excited about it, and they can give money away and put it in their own pocket, and someone else still owe them money. You know what I mean? So it's like it's as if they spent $1 billion, but through this loan, but 80% of the money immediately come back to your own country. Basically, you didn't spend any money, and then immediately that country owes you 80% of the $1 billion. So that's a fucking good deal for China. They're not thinking in the sense that, oh, I want to bring you into my blog, the kind of thing. But they do, of course, they brand it, Belt and Road. They make it like, there's some geopolitical purpose to it. The problem is the receiving country is unable to monetize whatever infrastructure that is built. So you can build highways and railways, but if you cannot convert that into economic development, all you get is debt. For example, you can think of it like it's a credit card. So, China is that fucking massive credit card that allows you to now immediately buy an airport, immediately buy a port or a railway line. But the thing is, if we spend a credit card on something that cannot make us money, that is just that. Then that's what happened to a lot of countries. And China also, of course, they understand this. And so to the Chinese, they think that, okay, this is also a way to control these countries. But over time, they realize that it doesn't work. Not that well. So some of the countries, some of this debt, they have to waive off. They basically absorb the losses.
There was
some of them, they still hold it.
In Africa. I can't remember which one it was. Maybe it was Nigeria. I can't remember. Some country in Africa, they like confiscated, they nationalized all the Chinese investment, and they like kept,
so some of it is just the Chinese just decided to say that you don't need to pay us anymore. There's this kind of thing, if I didn't remember wrongly. So the main reason is because by holding the debt, it creates more negative press or PR or geopolitical pressure on the Chinese than the benefits of them paying the money. So like it didn't work the way how they think it would work. So there are these kind of problems that China faces. I mean, I don't think the Chinese went in to want to destroy those countries, but they just think that it's fucking good deal.
I don't think so either.
Yeah,
I think they're self-interested, which is logical. Like I wouldn't expect anything else. And I do think that it's absolutely, like, for example, what I was trying to say about the investment in Peru is that Peru is a shit show, is an absolute shit show, and this investment in Peru like has not in any way, shape, or form like improved the social, political, or maybe even like it's probably improved the economic situation, but it's more like it's stopgapped the catastrophe that is Peru. And you see something similar in Argentina. Chile is kind of stable, so you still have a lot of Chinese investment in Chile, and there's not like a notorious improvement. But it's Chile, so whatever. But in Argentina, you have a lot of Chinese investment in swap lines, and China buys a lot of stuff from Argentina, and there's no notorious investment. So, like, that goes to show that whatever money China pours outside is going to be relatively like what you said, Wyatt. It's like a credit card. You give credit card to all the population, and there might be a small percentage that actually invests in building a business or something that's going to be profitable, but the majority, 99% or 90% is going to just spend the money and end up in debt and, mortgaging, wasting the mortgage of the house or whatever. And so it's stated, like I've heard the Chinese officials say that, like, we can't interfere in the other country's, sovereignty or whatever. And that's kind of different from what the IMF does, for example. When the IMF puts a loan, that's a predatory loan. They absolutely like ransack the country. Whenever the IMF throws a loan to I can't remember how they call it, but it's like a lifesaver they call it, or something. I can't remember the name, but it's something like that. And they put a ton of strings attached to it. Like you have to liberalize the economy, you have to privatize any national industry and natural resources, and austerity. You know, they impose austerity.
But you see,
and they bankrupt.
There's a difference between the two sides, right? You know, is actually the same side of this. Is two sides of the same coin, because one expect you to be responsible with your finances before they lend you money. The other side is that I just lend you money. In a way, the idea is in the end you shouldn't have messed up your finances, because once you've messed up your finances, then yeah, I mean, you ask money from other people, then of course other people is going to, you know.
Yeah, but the issue, Wyatt, is that it's not a matter of messing up your finances or not, because the thing is that, like, for example, in Argentina had like a precarious financial situation because it's like an export economy and it had a very primitive industry, but it did have industry and it had a super high quality of life. It was like you know, the American dream, basically. And what happened, that you get a dictatorship, you know, you get a military coup, and then, you know, the first thing they do is take an IMF loan. So like you have this geopolitical game in which you know, the IMF is like the economic weapon, but then you also have, you know, like the regime change weapon, where, you know, they're going to sponsor dictators, they're going to assassinate politicians, they're going to assassinate, and then, you know, it's not a matter of being responsible with your finance. It's a matter of privatizing. It's like selling off your resources and your industry to foreign investment, who are like the predators. So there's actually books.
But what I mean is that
like
the countries shouldn't be in a state where they need to borrow money unnecessarily.
No,
that's my point.
And they usually don't need to borrow money. They usually waste that money in bullshit. You know, they build some monument or something like that, and they pocket it. Like that's the issue of corruption. Like all these IMF loans
That's my
are
point.
taken by corrupt governments that just steal the money, and so they don't actually need it. It's just an issue. It's like a sell-off. It's like some dictator gets into power and he makes a deal with the IMF to sell the country for some commission, for some, like, you know, morsel of whatever that money was. Go on.
Dory, you want to say something, right? Just now, Dory.
Go on, Dory. Sorry.
I wanted to show Lambo something, but it's not that important. Now, I was afraid we're getting into a black hole again. The Chinese and Western way of vassalizing or creating client states is different. We know that, and how exactly they differ is too big of a discussion for here. But I just want to recall traditional Chinese tribute system, where it was not extractive. Yeah, they demanded tribute from the tribute states, but they always gave more back to the tribute states. Was it a perfect system? Did it work perfectly well? Of course not. And China failed to protect Champa against Vietnam, Ryukyu against Japan, Korea against Japan, and so on. But still, my point being, Chinese perspective on how to deal with vassals or client states is quite different from the Western definition of vassals and client states or whatever. Even though obviously we don't deal with a imperial traditional Chinese system today. We have 21st century communist version of the Chinese empire, but still I think there's these deep roots of cultural roots of what it means to deal with foreign states that are neither directly subjected as provinces nor far away places. It's somewhere in between. It's the close neighbors that are kind of indirectly subjected, but they can still do whatever they want within their country, have their own laws inside their country, and China doesn't give a shit about what their tax laws are inside that country. Speaking of mainland China, what, Wyatt, do you think is going on in Taiwan right now? Because there's also been a few interesting developments there.
First thing first, I addressed the tributary system. In the ancient days, China is not the China now.
I know.
They actually buy shit from the tributary states, which makes the tributary state do well economically. So that's the problem I have with modern China, the communist China, because what the fuck are you doing? You're destroying the economic system and then nobody can survive. So that's the problem I have. If they change that, I think China will have a way more easier time with geopolitics, because everybody will be happy to talk to them. And then we will be happy to push the Americans aside because the Americans don't buy enough from us. So that's one thing.
Okay,
so anyway, the
CCP, listen, we know you're listening to us because you're spying on Wyatt. Pay attention.
They can't change. They're stuck.
Wyatt is spilling the beans. He's telling you the secret to control the whole Asia Pacific. No, just
the thing is, it is for China, the Communist Party, they are already stuck because it's like chess. You make one wrong move, you blundered that move, everything else is going to lead you to a defeat. They're just playing off finishing the chess piece, the chess moves. It's very hard. You have to take a lot of pain to change course. So that's why I understand what they're doing, and the only way is to maximize export. That's the thing. So in terms of Taiwanese situation, I don't think Taiwan changes, and there's nothing actually changed in Taiwan, in my opinion. It's pretty much more or less the same situation, but that's my opinion. Because the Taiwanese people, because of the new generations that are born in Taiwan, they do not have the affinity with mainland China, most of them. They have the identity is Taiwanese. So if you talk to Taiwanese, they say they're Taiwanese. If you talk to their grandparents, they will say they're Chinese. So it's a bit different because they are officially also China. Their country is China, 中华民国. So it's Republic of China. So it's just that the modern day, the younger folks, even my generation people, are thinking that they are Taiwanese. So that have not changed. Politically, I also don't think they changed. Nobody is going to go for independence because they know that is a recipe for war. So I don't think that changed. But Taiwan, geopolitically, they are quite happy because they got they got Japan support, now confirmed, and they have Donald Trump support. That's also confirmed. So in that sense, they feel a bit more secure. But the thing is, China is also getting too strong right now. So Taiwan, militarily wise, is not as ideal in terms of preparedness because they eliminated conscription. I'm not sure if they brought back entirely. So militarily wise, they need to do more work. But yeah, they are getting US support. They are buying a lot of shit from the United States. So should be okay. But what do you think, Dory?
I know you will not agree with me on this, but the most recent news from Taiwan are quite interesting. Because I know your argument, the old people were still, in identity sense, saw themselves as
because
Chinese.
they're literally from mainland China. They evacuated from mainland China.
But then it's more complicated, but yeah, basically. But also now you have a new generation that's pissed off at the Greens, at the independentists. You have young people now who want at least easier relations with the mainland. And the young people are running away from the DPP, from the Greens, from the independentists. What mainland China calls the separatists. And on the other side, Kuomintang, the more China-friendly, long-term reunification position is also getting more popular with young people. There's a few things that point to this. This is not me speculating or whatever. So you have the new Kuomintang leader, Zheng Liwen. She's something. She's so basically she wants Taiwanese people to feel proud to be Chinese again. Say that as a Taiwanese politician in 2025 is interesting. She went in November. She went to a memorial in Taipei where in the late 40s, early 50s, communist spies were executed and killed. So she was the first politician, high-ranking politician in Taiwan to ever do that. Go to let's call it human rights war memorial, but where the victims are specifically Chinese communists. Again, new development, new thing, and she's not a nobody. She's the leader of the biggest party in parliament. So that's relatively new. Then there's the other opposition party, TPP, the Cohen's white party, whatever you want to call them. They are in a de facto coalition with the Kuomintang against the government party. And they had their leader not in prison, but detained for a year on corruption charges. But they had to let him go after a year. And of course, all the supporters of that party are super pissed off at the government party. So the current Taiwanese president's ruling party is in a bad situation, and supporters are running away. Since you were talking about young people, a lot of young people are joining the other opposition party. So you have Kuomintang and the new party, who are both getting stronger, and the independentists who have super relations with Japan and America, they're weakening fast. So something might happen in the next elections in Taiwan, but the next elections are not presidential elections; they are parliament and regional thing. So for my Taiwan rant, that was it.
Oh, the reason is because Taiwanese politics is always like this. So I'm not sure, because because we watch like Taiwanese politics, like we don't watch closely, but from afar, because Singapore is majority Chinese and we are closer to Taiwan in terms of culture. But it's like we always make a joke about Taiwanese politics. So it's always like it's like the Taiwanese, the people actually isn't that political. The normal people aren't that political. So we shall see how this goes when the election comes, because if you watch the political rhetorics, you go crazy for Taiwan, because it's a bit like United States, is all over the place sometimes. A lot of false signals.
Right.
Yeah, it's very noisy. A lot of like it's almost like drama and comedy. So I think we will know when the election comes. No, so for now, generally, no, I don't expect Taiwan to change. So that's why I say not much changes. If the Kuomintang or the KMT decided to really go very super pro-China, then maybe they are expecting an invasion, and then they want to be the next government if they got conquered. Or if Taiwan have to they have to subjugate, for example, United States go into a civil war and collapse, then they lost their support. Then the only way forward is to concede and join China under a one country, two system. Then Kuomintang will be the predominant power because they are the pro-China faction. But who knows?
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. It's like they're putting a foot on every side just in case. Reminds me of like when Trump visited South Korea, that they gave him this replica of the crown of the what was the name of this dynasty? Well, the Korean crown, right? They gave him a replica, and it was like, and the dynasty lasted for like 1,000 years. So it was like a good gift, but then also it fell because of a revolt, a civil war, and the people killed and so it's like you could interpret it both ways. Like you will rule for 1,000 years, or your people are gonna eat you alive or something.
Yeah, for context that people don't know, Kuomintang is the nationalist party, which is the one that fought the communists. The actual party that fought the communists. That's the KMT, the Kuomintang.
Yeah, Chiang Kai-shek.
Yeah, Kuomintang literally translates to nationalist party. So
yes, and Zheng Liwen is the successor of Chiang Kai-shek, and she went to a memorial commemorating the killing of communists by Chiang Kai-shek.
Yeah. So it's politics, you see. That's why I say it's drama and comedy, in Taiwan. That's what I'm trying to say. The politics in Taiwan, right? You have to take it with a pinch of salt because it's like comedy. So because the biggest damage so called to Taiwan is Ma Ying-jeou, who is very pro China, but he's very handsome and very popular. But then the biggest problem was that of course he brought a lot of economic benefit to the country because of the ties with China, but it was the removal of the conscription that really weakens Taiwan's position a lot. So, but in terms of economic, of course, because of him, they opened up the trades, the airlines, and then of course he brought economic benefit. But what he also brought is economic dependence on mainland China. That was what mainland China after that weaponized, by cutting trade, cutting buying of this thing, cutting tourism. So it made Taiwan less independent, because once you have a massive trade with China, then and everybody speak Chinese, it's easier. Then end up you get more and more dependent. So, but of course, if one is pro China, then it doesn't matter. It's a good thing, But if you think of like you want status quo, then that's not that good a thing. Or you want Taiwan independence, that's absolutely a bad thing. So, depending on your position. And then there's a super chat. I saw a super chat. Wait. So, Grillstone, great live stream. What if Taiwan votes to join China? Then what would the West do? Thanks for doing great discussions. No, nothing. The West will do nothing. Like, for real. If Taiwan votes to join China, everybody will support Taiwan to join China. I mean, they will make a lot of noise, but what can you do? You can't go to war, right?
Well played.
Yeah,
by that.
It's basically game over. No, because everyone's position, especially in East Asia and Southeast Asia, is that we support one China policy. That means there can only be one China, but this one China unification must be done peacefully. So if there's a vote to rejoin China, that is a peaceful reunification. Everybody will have to support it. Even if they know geopolitically is bad for us, we will support it. That's the end game. That's game over. No more Taiwan issue. Then we will herald the new era of China predominance in our region, for sure, 100%.
Everyone's gonna go and kiss the ring.
Yeah, we already kissing the ring. Honestly, we already kissing the ring. Especially Singapore, is like we go there and kowtow, twice in a year. What the fuck? Don't even know what my government is doing. Then immediately go and praise Japan, and then now we are like fucked.
One more thing about Taiwan: if this trend continues, and especially the younger generations supporting a more realistic or cooperative stance towards the mainland, they finally break out of the so-called status quo thing. Because Wyatt, you said most people are apolitical in Taiwan. I'm not so sure about that, but most people, the vast majority, are pro status quo. And this thing seems to change now. Similar to Europe, where people slowly wake up to the nonsense we've been fed for years. In Taiwan too, it looks like a lot of people are waking up to the nonsense they've been fed by one side, by the DPP, by the Greens, by the independentists. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's nonsense. Depending on your position, right? So they voted the DPP, which is a more pro-independence. But it doesn't mean that they are absolutely going to go independent for the country. Because as you say, most of the people, mass majority is going to be status quo people. So, they voted DPP because they reject KMT's position, which is very pro-China. So, so that's why I say, it haven't really changed much, in my opinion, from my feeling, my gut feeling, is that generally, the position is very straightforward. Taiwanese people, majority, already view themselves as purely Taiwanese. Most of them no longer see them as China people. So, but they also are very wise in the sense that They know that they cannot go independent because it's literally war. So status quo. So if any party going to push towards reunification for China or absolutely going for independence, I think they will reject politically. But generally, most Taiwanese people they're just normal people. They just want to live their life. They be happy. Live. Have a job. They are not like United States. Where the politics is nuts. Everybody is going crazy because of the politics.
Most Americans just want the status quo too, though.
Yeah, I mean, in America, it's very noisy.
Very soft.
In America, not like Mr. Ted, in America the politics is very noisy. It's not that the majority of people are very politically active. It's more like, since they're the broadcaster of the world, so we get a lot of their politics, unsolicitedly.
So in Taiwan, it's the same thing,
It. If you take our aid, you solicit it. That's what people forget.
So Taiwanese
I'm not saying.
right? If you watch
I'm not
the
saying
news,
that I don't solicit it. I do investigate, because I want to know what's going to happen here. So if I want to know what's going to happen here, I have to look at what's happening in the U.S. because what happens here doesn't really matter, So but what matters is what happens over there, because it's like the capital of the empire. So, but most of the people don't really care, but it still gets in all the news. It's still like, oh, a guy got shot in the U.S., who was very popular in the U.S., and everyone's like, oh my God, somebody, but nobody really cares, actually. It's like things that happen in the U.S. get here, by default.
School shooting, they're going to post, and something that's happening even in Europe, they're not going to send it on CNN to say, oh, in Belgium, somebody used a knife in the school and wounded 5 people. Every school shooting of the same happening in the United States, we're going to see here in Europe.
So just to have a taste of what the Taiwanese political scene is like, it's a bit like, but this is my impression, because I haven't watched Taiwanese TV in a long time. They have a lot. If you watch the news, it's a lot like the American news. The politics is like clown show, like literal clown show. That's Taiwanese politics. No, there's a lot. There's a lot of things, very noisy, but in the end, nothing actually happens. Nothing real actually happens. It's just a lot of noise, a lot of political commentators. It's insane. Just that they don't affect the world. Not like like United States, they fucking affect the world. In Taiwan, they just ramble, and then in the end of the day, it's still either the KMT or the DPP. It's all, it's like to them it's like, yeah, it's the dual party system. They don't think that much. So
it's really funny. Once I was like, I don't know why, it appeared in my feed out of the blue, like Canadian Parliament, film of the Canadian Parliament, and I checked it out, just for more morose curiosity. And my God, had I ever seen something so clownish? It was just such a absolute ridiculous nonsense. All of the discussions that they were. Well, it was in Trudeau's time, right? So maybe that was the case, but it was just like the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen in my life. Sorry, go on, Mr. Ted.
Oh, I didn't realize that Canada really had any politics.
No, but that's the point. That's the point, that they don't. It's a clown show.
Yeah, it's
a clown show. Like, it was a soap
Canada's
opera.
A real thing. I thought the only thing they contributed to the world was maple syrup and hockey players in the United States. Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Maybe it's because too small, and when the country is too small and you don't have any geopolitical weight, that's what happens. There's not a lot of things to talk about. Then end up the politics become a clown show. Like Taiwan, exactly, very similar.
It's just a soap opera, because you don't have any autonomy.
Power out, right? Yeah, you cannot project power out. You don't have a lot of geopolitical weight, and then you all you can talk about is your local economics, and those trivial issues with your citizens. And if you don't cover those serious issues, then you're stuck with nothing. There's nothing much to talk about. Maybe that's the case. That's why there's a lot of clown show. Ted, you want to mute yourself when you are rubbing something.
Yeah, you're rubbing
That's not
your
me. That's not
It's
me.
too hard,
That's
It's too
Gabriel.
rough.
That's not me. That's Gabriel.
Oh, that's Gabriel. Oh no,
Yep.
please don't rub it on screen.
Don't rub
It's
your
very
wee with
obscene.
sandpaper. That's not good for your health.
Yeah, it's very bad for
Come on,
health.
It's really like you're busy. Like
No, Wyatt, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's very good for endurance. Okay, if you have a hard callus, you have no precociousness. Okay, so like if you rub it with sandpaper, then you can last for like hours on end with multiple partners.
Oh my goodness!
Or the whole thing drop
Almighty,
off.
the open mic
Or the
has
whole thing drop
fallen.
off.
This is what we're gonna talk about.
just I
important
just
thing.
want to
Where's my mixer?
yeah, I already drink my beer. I'm not going to drink second. I'm not going to fall asleep.
Oh,
But
come
I
on!
just
Real
want to-
men don't drink beer.
Says an American. I just want to combine China with United States for changing a little bit of topic. It's concerning how United States is actually buying their new military toys. There was an article today that United States bought 35 new coastal deployment ships. What do you call that? These landing ships, big ones.
Oh, the LSA.
And wait for it. Who's going to build them? Damen Shipyard in Holland. 35.
I'm actually surprised it's not the Taiwanese.
Nah, but the thing is, like Trump said, yeah,
Or
we
the
need
South
to make
Koreans.
our industrial power from the Navy big again, make it ourselves again. They just placed an order for 35 ships, like 100-meter plus long ships, landing ships, or very strong ships from Holland. Company is going to build them.
Yeah, but they call that friend shoring. That's part of the national security strategy, is to pivot to what they are calling friend shoring. So, you know, yeah.
Well, we've been doing that with aircraft for a long time. This is nothing new, gentlemen.
Aircraft
doing that since the
trainers
70s.
at maximum.
But you see, this is what I mean by, you know, is if the relationship have positive things, like, you know, they buy stuff from you, you're more likely to be friendly with that power. You see,
Yeah, of course.
you need to have this carrot. It cannot always be a stick. So
Like
this is a
for
good
ships,
thing, right?
Like
Right.
for Navy ships, for the Army, I can't see one other ship type of ship that they bought from another country.
I think they're also getting South Koreans to build ships, if I'm not wrong. So they have some treaty with South Korea regarding
Yeah, if it is for
shipbuilding.
commercial,
We're reading about it.
1%.
I don't know that we ever got any built, but
Everything, I think.
well,
Like container ships,
maybe.
all that stuff. 1% going to be Korea or Taiwan. They're going to build them for them. We
it would be a great territorial move by the United States to have ships built in Taiwan and in South Korea. Why? Because now all of a sudden the United States has a military vested interest over there, right? We're talking about the Chosin Peninsula. We're talking about the island of what do we used to call Taiwan?
They never built ships for the United States.
Formosa.
Formosa, thank you. Formosa. See, someone else remembers.
It's like for the Army, the Navy, they never built ships.
But that's the nice thing about doing it. And just like the United States having other.
No, he's grinding his dick. Oh, Gabriel.
Dude,
No.
Mr. Lambo, I mean, I know it's too much to request that you get your mind out of the gutter, but geez, dude.
It's Gabriel's fault. He make the noises.
Oh, it's Gabriel's fault that I can't stop making dick jokes. Okay.
I following the chat, they do the same. So just playing with them. That's good.
Right.
Now
Who am I to
the
police
other point is, Wyatt, I posted on the WhatsApp group a picture. Can you show it here on the split screen? Share
Oh,
screen.
you guys are texting in Mandarin now too? What the heck?
And
My
that's
God.
going to see the difference in technology that happened in 35 years' time between United States and China. It's crazy.
While you guys are doing that, Gabriel, We nearly killed him today. We nearly did. We nearly got him.
Got who?
Damn.
Yeah,
Maduro.
Smaller margin.
Best luck next time.
So here you have it. So that was in 1990. There was China making their own one of the first jets from a MiG-21. They make the J-7. And at that moment, United States was make the battle game was who is going to build the stealth fighter. You have the first one is the JF-22, that is now the F-22, and then you had his competitor, JF-23. They both made their first flight in 1990. Look the difference in 2025 between China and United States.
Everyone knows that China hasn't made a plane of their own.
Yeah, but it was just a good example.
That goes all the way back to the Clinton era when
years,
the Clintons just gave them the design.
I would say they finally cracked. Chinese have cracked military, like turbo. Not turbo.
Those planes are rivet by rivet copies. Rivet by rivet copies.
So I would say J20 is pretty unique, right? It's more original.
My understanding. Hold up. I just want to push back on what Mr. Ted is saying. My understanding is that it's actually currently.
You understand wrong.
Well, you didn't even hear what I have to say. How would you know?
Balmore, by the way, gentlemen. Balmore.
Okay.
A single malt Scotch.
Okay.
Dory is drinking a lot of alcohol. Just
well,
now he drinking a beer, now he's drinking another amount.
This was a new bottle when I
Mr.
started
Ted.
listening to your guys' nonsense on the Flemish language. Oh my God!
Oh, I think if you're going to
so sorry, Mr. Ted. We caused you to become an alcoholic.
You guys talking about languages that don't matter. My God.
Hey, be careful. Be careful with DPA because you might you might have the risk of becoming alcoholic. Hey, but Mr. Ted, listen, it is proper for those who have power. It is befitting those who have power to be magnanimous. That's what magnanimous means. It's a
we
great
should be
soul.
magnanimous,
so
but maybe we don't want to today.
No, it is befitting to those who have power. It is a marker of might to be magnanimous. The great and the strong, they are not petty. Okay, and so the greatness and the strength, the magnanimous soul, the aristocrat, he will be curious of minor details of life. He'll have that leisure, and he will be curious about forgotten lore and languages that are extinct or in extinction. Okay, so like
one does not worry about
the arrogance
of the pigs.
Yes, one does actually, and of the ants. A great civilization studies the tiny little ant and sees that it can look at itself in the mirror, and wonder who he is. So it is a marker of strength.
Language that created your language, dude. So
and the like this arrogance, this pompous arrogance, that is a sign of decay, of losing power and becoming frustrated by it and coping on the loss of power. So retain your power, Ted, and be magnanimous. Don't become a bygone.
That's why I study Latin. I figure if the Jews can reinvigorate Hebrew, then white people rebuilding a civilization can do the same thing with Latin.
Yeah, well, you know that Africa was Roman Empire before Europe, right?
Yeah, but there wasn't enough to work with.
No, actually, Africa is the name the Romans gave to Ethiopia, which was Roman territory. It was like so that's why you have Scipius Africanus, because it's not that he was from Africa, it's because he was of the territory of the Roman Empire that was under Roman control. And this guy is a massive hero of Roman lore. He defeated Hannibal, right?
Hey,
so
I'm
keep
just
that in mind.
To you drone on.
Everything I'm telling you, Mr. Ted, is out of the utmost respect as a vassal.
Talking of Rome, though, guys, talk Rome, right? The way I see it, as far as the American empire is concerned, or any kind of empire is concerned, a good factor of whether an empire is resurging or collapsing is whether its population is just being pompous and just, what's the word we call
arrogance.
Not arrogance.
Hubristic.
Just reminiscing. Are they reminiscing about the past, or are they raging against the present? That's the difference of why, the Romans collapsed while the Germans had a resurgence after World War I and were able to wage war against the world, at least for a short while. You need to rage against your current circumstances. If you aren't raging against your current circumstances under the, current decline, then you're heading towards collapse. If you are raging against your current circumstances, then you're heading towards resurgence. At least that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's also a kind of a cultural thing. I mean, generally, it's kind of, I don't know, it's been beaten to death, it's been memed to death, but the divide between the boomers and literally everybody else is quite massive. And when you speak with people that are maybe, let's say, Mr. Ted's, maybe not his cultural, they grew up in this similar cultural soup, then you get a lot more of this, who cares what they're saying? We're number one, and we could beat Russia if we wanted to, and actually we won World War II. So this kind of really chauvinistic American attitude, it seems like it really kind of coalesces in that strata, the Mr. Teds. Because as soon as you start going down to
misunderstand my position. I think that the United States and Russia should be bestest of friends. I hope that Trump, when he was meeting with Putin in Alaska, that they hammered out an agreement for the next 5 years on the direction of the planet. Because I think as the two world powers, that's the two adults in the room that should decide.
Yeah, none of that is relevant to my point. So what I'm saying is,
I've never seen Russia as the arch enemy of the United States.
Precisely. And if you rage, if you can assert that opposition to your foreign policy, only then can you lead your nation to a policy that is good for your empire. And I completely agree with Mr. Ted, because America alone, with the current circumstances, cannot counter China, right? And I don't know, that's why the current plan of America is to, ally itself with all these minor nations that are surrounding China.
And Russia.
But yeah, even that won't work if it's not with Russia, right? If you have Russia, if Russia and America come together, China is out of the picture. No one is in the picture.
And then all the United States has to do with Russia is lock out all the other countries.
No, but listen,
Central and South America.
Desi, it's more than just allying with Russia.
Just so everybody knows, yes, I'm sitting in a car. Yes, it's inside a shop. No, it's not currently running because it's got parts taken off of it. So y'all in the comment section, get fucking bent.
No, it's okay. It would be cooler if you were driving, actually. No, but to what Desi was saying, real quick, Desi, it's more than just uniting with Russia, because you see, America actually had all the power. It actually was the world hegemon, and they screwed it.
It was a unipolar moment.
Yeah, because of its own stupidity. So. And maybe it's just the nature of empires. Maybe this is inevitable for anyone who achieves that level of supremacy. But the point is that it's not a matter of uniting with Russia. It's a matter of profound reflection and adjustment of trajectory, more than how much actual material power you have over the world. Because the problem with America is that the elites became insatiable. They had everything but they wanted more. and in wanting more, they started to squeeze the world into rebellion against its own order. You know, if it would have been a good hegemon, a wise ruler, you know, then it might have actually increased its power. But, you know, it got greedy.
Those elites are politicians, the scourge of the earth, who align themselves with Europe.
They're not just politicians. Actually, the politicians are just managers for the actual elites, who are the capitalists.
Oligarchs.
They're the oligarchs.
Yeah, the oligarchs.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. And that was the decline of the United States. I agree.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to get back to that is to do something other than what they want to do, which is exactly why the phenomenon of Trump and the MAGA movement was so easy for the United States base to get behind, because it is finally something that's tangible enough that instead of people being frustrated and checking out, they're actually willing to get behind and say, yeah, this is the direction that the United States as a people, not as a group of politicians or a bunch of oligarchs, want to do. This is what the United States public, the tax-paying public, to hell with the people that are on the grift. And unfortunately, the grift represents a huge population percentage of the United States.
In this regard, I kind of disagree with you, Mr. Ted, because like I know like you do view Trump as like this game-changing moment, but I view Trump's rise to power in retrospect, because like I also held the same view, right? But back in 2016 and also in 2020. But I view it as Trump's rise to power the same as Obama's. This is just gaslighting. It's another way of the oligarchs to gas the American public. And I view America's primary problem is that the oligarchs have made the American people's political power impotent. That's the primary problem. The American public is not the one who is running the government, who is, you know, calling the shots. The American public is powerless. It's not a system that's...
I mean, it's pretty known in America. That's everybody always says that.
It's not powerless. It's people aren't willing to take the power back.
See, that's the difference. The difference between the boomers and everybody else is right. This is a little bit of it, right? Where everybody else is actually checking out, right?
Get motivated then. Quit being a pussy and get motivated.
See, and this is a lot by and large. This is kind of the response that you
reach
get.
down in those pair of jeans or sweatpants if you're that kind of faggot. Reach down there and see if you've actually got a pair of balls, and realize the way to be empowered is to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing against that. That's not what I'm arguing against. I'm just saying that there's a divide in worldview and America's place in the world. In that divide does happen kind of around the age divide, you know. Even if I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, Mr. Ted, of course I believe that it's important to try to do what you can about your circumstances and play with the cards you're dealt, right? The difference is kind of like the attitude, right? This is just going back to Gabriel's discussion here. It's like maybe like the way we like to talk about Russian chauvinism, right? Where there's like, I think there's like also that American chauvinism, but it's been on the decline with the subsequent generations. Because like, okay, I'm a millennial, and then after millennials, the Zoomers, right? They're already even more checked out. And then you go from the Zoomers to what's the new one, and then these people are like I feel like these are aliens. Just in my experience talking to these people.
Well, that's what people feel
I end up agreeing more with people like you, Mr. Ted, just for the record. Just pointing out. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I got to address some comments in the comment section. It's not a Jeep Wagoneer. It's a 1967 Mercedes. It's a 250S. And yes, it's sitting in my shop with the door closed, and it's currently up on blocks because I was changing shocks earlier today.
Yeah, proper.
No, I'm not driving it anywhere, guys.
Engineering, German
yes,
engineering. Oh.
Yes, I'm sitting in it. because it's got really comfortable seats. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Germans.
And that's the thing is, so if Trump and Putin got together and they made a list of things of what the United States and Russia are aligned in mutual benefiting goals, right? And that's the nice thing about Trump and Putin being such strong personality types, right? They get in a room, there's no discussion about comparing the size of each other's dicks, right? Both of them know that they're the, you know, they're NHNIC, right? They're running their little world in their sphere. So they don't need to compare each other to each other. So then it's just a matter of, okay, let's get down to the brass tacks of what does the United States want to do and what does Russia want to do, and how can we align our goals so that we're not stepping on each other's toes in getting what we want, right?
And this, in this regard, I kind of disagree. I completely agree that is what should be done.
I think that's what did get done. I think that's exactly what they did spend time doing. I think that Trump and Putin got together and they said, all right, we're not going to talk about the Ukraine as far as whether it was right or wrong. What we're going to talk about is what happens once the conflict is over.
The problem is, Mr. Ted, is that not only are a lot of the subordinates of Trump not in board with such plans, it's the problem that the Democrats, if and when they come to power, will completely derail such plans.
That is a problem. The fourth and fifth column in the United States is a huge problem. And,
let me just offer a critical
like
interpretation of your view, Ted. I think really what you're afraid of is like the Mackinder theory that Russia and China are going to unify and then become unstoppable. Okay, they're going to form a landmass so big that they have everything you need, and you can't blockade them with a sea power. And what you want to do is you want to ally with Russia.
I'm nervous
to destroy China.
But I'm also aware that the chances that Russia and China ever align are very small.
But you're already doing it.
I don't think.
Do you really think that Russia is going to leave working together with China because they're going to be friends again in the United States? Putin is never going to make that mistake.
I do.
Never.
I do.
Never. Ever. Because you just can't trust it in the history. You just can't trust it.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue, Lambo and Ted. What's more likely, that Xi and Putin are the adults in the room, or that Putin and Trump are the adults in the room? Think about that.
No contest. It's Putin and
China
Trump.
will always remain a better bet
who wants the pan?
than America. China is always a better bet than America because Chinese politics is steady. Their foreign policy is stable and it's not flippant. And,
it's not that China's always better than America. It's that who of the characters, who of the personas, who are the public figures of each countries, is more adult-like, who is more responsible, more diplomatic, more smooth, more clever, more subtle.
I want to push back on it because that was the point I was going to make, that I disagree with Mr. Ted and with you, Gabriel. I don't believe in great man politics, right? I don't think, not in the 21st century do great men decide politics. Maybe in Russia, maybe not even in China, right? Vladimir Putin is
we're gonna fight about that. We're gonna fight about that. But go on, finish.
Yes, but Vladimir Putin is unique in that regard. He has centralized power. What he says goes, right? And Russia as a society and as a political system is amenable to that. United States is not. Neither is China, by the way. Right? There is a lot of
that is a unique situation that Putin has, that Trump does not, or Xi Jinping. No, I agree with that assessment.
Yes,
I also believe that Putin would rather be aligned with the United States then he would be aligned with China.
He would prefer that. I have no arguments against that, Mr. Ted,
I think he would prefer it as well.
Early 2000s.
But who can you talk to?
Who didn't want to. And the American deep state is the one that's a permanent government, and that's going to remain. And that government doesn't like equals, it doesn't like allies, it wants client states, which is why
that is the root of the problem with both the United States and the United States politics on the global stage, right? For too long, the fourth and fifth column in the United States has steered the U.S. ship, both as an economy and as a government/military.
Yes, and it's not something.
Currently, that control is on pause and up for grabs. And if Trump is able to, in the next 2 years, and hopefully in the next election cycle, the Republicans will stay in power, and you'll get another 4 or maybe even 8 years. So in a 10-year run, there is a chance. There is a good chance. One that I am willing to pray and hope and devote the next 10 years of my life to making sure it happens. Because let's face it, the alternative is me stacking bodies like fucking cordwood. And at my age, I'd rather not stack things like wood. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm still young enough and still just absolutely arrogant enough to think that I've got probably 8 of those 10 years left in stacking things like cordwood. And there's plenty of guys my age and younger that are itching for a chance to stack shit like cordwood. And that's what the rest of the world needs to understand is the politicians in the United States aren't the ones you got to worry about. The people you got to worry about are guys that have been waiting since the 80s for someone to say, the gloves come off, the United States can do what it wants to protect its interests here in the United States, and whatever that takes in the rest of the world to make that happen.
And I would say, Mr. Ted, that's never going to happen. And Trump is the biggest indicator of why it's never going to happen.
I'm hoping there's 5 million people in the United States that does.
Look, you have to realize
that's all
Trump,
I need.
Obama, these are compromise candidates. So is Mamdani.
Of course they're compromised. You think Trump was the best person in the United States we could choose?
But they are products, both the products of the center, and they will, whether they like it or not, they will eventually have to compromise with the center. That's what I think. And if you wait for it,
controls politics in the United States. See, that's the interesting thing about politics in the United States. It's not the left or the right. It's the undecided middle. And right now, there's more undecided middle that are willing to align themselves with the ability for the United States to be a great nation and build a future that doesn't look like the absolute decline of the Western world. And that's exactly what the alternative was, right? The alternative to Trump and the MAGA movement was absolute subjugation and dissolving of not only the U.S. empire, but all of the things that represent the United States.
It's culture.
Ideal.
It's civilization. Yeah. You're gonna.
It's the magnet that draws everyone to the United States and to the United States culture, right? People can either hate it or love it.
That's the geopolitical power. That's a geopolitical power.
But when you talk about like stacking bodies like cordwood, which is kind of a bold thing to admit in this setting, I would say that maybe you should consider.
You're too much of a pussy to want to be able to do that. I don't hold that against you personally.
Are legitimate according to the Constitution, and I don't know. That puts you in a very awkward position.
How does that put me in the awkward position with the U.S. Constitution? To be able to the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So you're going to
And willing-
use the Constitution to overthrow the government? Is that what you're
Not the
saying?
government. No, not the government. Were you not listening to anything I said? I thought you understood English. You don't even have an excuse like some other people.
I'm not sure how to interpret exactly what you're saying. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Oh, he's
Ask
being deliberately
ChatGPT.
ambiguous.
Maybe ChatGPT can explain it to you.
He's being deliberately ambiguous because I don't think he really knows who the enemy is actually going to be. Because I get the impression that he doesn't actually know who the enemy really is right now. Maybe he has intuitions about it. Maybe he's starting to realize. But for the longest time, Ted, your generation, and I believe I'm speculating. I'm not saying this as a fact, but I believe you and yourself have misinterpreted the enemy, as seeing it as something that is outside threatening you, and not realizing how this creeping vine has been wrapping around your mighty oak to the point of strangulation. And if you don't realize in time and sever that vine, then it is going to choke you out.
I do not misunderstand who the true enemies of the United States and the United States ideals are.
I
What
hope
were we
not.
talking before everybody is like fighting with Ted? What were we talking about? I was like, I'm totally lost right now, actually.
Bring it. That's what I say. Bring it. Because you know what? Since Reagan, I've been waiting for anybody, to act like George Washington and want to lead this fight. And
Why Reagan?
Why Reagan? Because Reagan was a great disappointment, and he's the first great disappointment since I've been paying attention in politics.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Ted. I'm glad to hear you say that. And
when he gave all those illegals amnesty back in the 80s, I lost most of my fucking hair then.
I'm so sorry.
Also the one that brought China into the WTO, if I'm not wrong, right? So
that actually started with Nixon way back before Reagan. When he gave
Nixon. Sorry.
When he gave China most favored nation status.
Yeah, that basically broke.
That's where
broke
the
global
road
economics.
to China. That's where the road to China started. As far as
before that,
is being funded by the United States.
Hey, but Mr. Ted, see that's a good example there, because with Reagan you had the first example of like what happens when you get an actor playing the role of a statesman.
Well, he was just like Trump in his first
he was a comedian.
Term, like 45. You had a person who was naive and believed politicians were honest human beings. They're not honest, and they're probably not even human beings, right? And Reagan's greatest fault, his greatest fault is that he was promised that if he gave this small group of people amnesty, that somehow or another all the politicians, including the Democrats, would make sure that they reinforced the border and really, really, really honestly patrolled illegal immigration from then on.
Come on, Mr. Ted. You're smarter than that. You're not so naive. Look, under Margaret Thatcher, it was the same thing. It was the program. It was the neoliberalism.
I think
neoliberalism
of that was him actually
believing
that.
It's a feature. It's not a bug.
It's not a bug. You guys are saying exactly the same thing. So what Mr. Ted is saying that when Reagan came in, Reagan is an outsider. So he came in because he's a believer of the system. So he thought that the system works. Donald Trump actually came into the government exactly the same way. Yeah. He came in, he thought that the system works. He thought that there only some corruption. So he came in, he think that he can get things done. He was totally blocked by even his own party. This is why the second term Trump is so dangerous, because he brought in a lot more of his own people, but not everybody. So now the Senate is like refusing to remove the filibuster. So now things are stuck, because if Trump's executive orders cannot sign into law, it's going to be reversed in the next term, where if, for example, if they lose the presidency the next time, then it's gonna go back to the Biden era, but worse, because because the United States is already in a very weakened state, and the geopolitical
it's gonna go back with a vengeance.
So yes, and then they're going to double down on what Biden have done, or and in fact, not even Biden done anything. Biden is just there to he's just there to provide auto pen. Yeah, he's just the auto pen. The deep state will go on and continue what they do, but they need to catch up with what they missed, right? So they will double down on what Biden have done. So it's going to be double or triple or 10 times worse, and United States can collapse immediately within and go into the civil war. That's what I also believe. I'm actually with Ted on a lot of things, because this is my observation of the US politics over the past like 10, 20 years. Like ever since I started to look at politics. Like I used to love Obama, but then slowly like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Then after that, it's like I'm now anti-Obama. Because these are not real honest people. Trump lies a lot, or Trump makes shit up a lot, but he is an honest person in the sense that when he acts, is honest. When he talks, he talk a lot of nonsense because he like to play the media. He like to just to shit or troll some of the reporters. But when he acts, is usually very honest. That's my observation. And you can see a lot of the problems that was a problem 1 year ago, people don't even want to talk about it anymore. What border issue? What illegal immigration issue? What inflation issue? Petrol, eggs. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore, because if you talk about it, you're going to make Trump look good. So now they need to talk about things that people like Trump have not resolved. Then they talk about Epstein. So Trump signed it. Now nobody wants to talk about Epstein anymore. It's like,
Amazing how that works, huh?
Yeah, the thing is, this is the sad part. People don't give credit when credit is due for Trump, and a lot of the population all around the world, not just United States, they just prefer to have this positive reinforcement to what they believe. And unfortunately, they just ignore, advertisement appear, right? You just ignore it entirely. You just shut off, and then something that agrees, Trump is evil, then they will light up. Yesterday or today, the Democrats released more photos of Trump and Epstein. Then in the end, it's the photos that released 10 years ago. But then they block the face of the woman. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not American. I have seen this photo before. This looks familiar. So
Yeah, they use existing photos already. The photos are already published 10 years ago.
Not to mention, they only published the 19 photos that Trump has out of 45,000 of them, right? What about the other 40?
Cherry picking.
Oh, but they
about
said
cherry
Bill
picking,
Clinton was in it also. So that's also one that I feel very strange about the Democrats, that they say that Bill Clinton was.
Yeah, but you have to understand. You have to understand, Bessie, that they can't show pornography on TV.
Yeah, in the United States, that's taboo.
Normal party.
That's the kind of argument that the Indian Election Commission.
Your face is like to say they were kids, like to play propaganda, say they were kids, and actually they were like women.
You have not seen what I have seen. I know when the Hunter Biden leak came out, I have seen, or at least those that they are even this group that is anti the Democrats. They don't even dare to release like everything because, but I seen enough. I saw Hunter Biden's dick and I was like, what the fuck? So he loved to take photo of his own dick. I have it's something that I cannot understand. So it's very.
Well, I'm so sorry for you.
That is the laptop leak. Hunter Biden laptop leak. So
was it so bad?
He's a weird guy. He loves to take photo of his drugs, the woman, and his dick. And he like to take photo in front of the mirror to.
What's your problem, Wyatt? That's Russian propaganda. Everyone knows that. Okay, there was a memo or something. What was it? A memorandum? I don't know. Like something thoroughly debunked that. Okay, everyone knows that was just Russian disinformation.
That was the leak, the incident that caused my partner for DPA to divorce with me. because I told him, hey, you need to check this out. This like legit. Then after that, he like ignore. He don't want to talk. Then I criticize him, and then no, I have no more partners. No, I'm alone. And in the end, I'm right. It's real. It's true. And it does have a huge implication, in U.S. politics. Just that, it was all entirely heavily censored. So, it is what it is.
It really is surprising that no one ever now talks about the Hunter Biden leaks, the fact that he was caught with his meth pipe and like all those goddamn images, and like no one ever addressed those, no one ever criticized those, no social media nor any mainstream media ever brought it up. Yeah, maybe Twitter, people make fun of him, but that never became a political issue which ever hurt Biden, and I find it strange.
So what happened? No, it's not. The reason is because when it first broke out, the entire big tech immediately censored it. So even they censored New York Post, freaking one of the biggest newspaper in the United States. They just blocked it, and then it's like, who dares to talk about it? After that, nobody dares to talk about it. So it's not that people don't want to talk about it. Like they don't dare to. Like neither do I. I don't dare to talk about it as well. Because like where can you talk about it? There's no place to talk about it. So I only posted. I didn't even post it on DPA's website. Can't remember. Yeah. So it's insane. So I'm glad that era of big tech censorship is mostly over for now because we have Twitter.
It's overish.
And
it's like overish.
Overish. That's exactly right, because it's still there.
For now.
I mean, that's the thing that infuriates me about Trump right now is he has an opportunity, a 4-year opportunity. He's already burned almost 2 years of it, right? It infuriates me that he's not going hard and fast, right? You've got a 4-year window on the sure bet, right? He should have been able to hit the ground running and load up the courts. And I know everyone wants to make the arguments that it would have overloaded the courts and nothing would have gotten done. You've got to work some middle ground. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, but
I think the very first thing he should have done on day one of his administration, I would have come out and said, boom, here's a 70% tax on remittance leaving the United States. And we're going to cross-reference it. And if we can find out that you're illegal in the United States, we're going to seize 100% of it until we figure out whether or not you're legally allowed to be within the United States. And we're just going to seize every remittance until we figure out you're legal. And if you're legal, okay, fine, we'll let you have 30% of it left. If you're illegal, we're just going to hold all of the money.
Well, that's
they would have done that on they'd have done that on day one.
The thing about that, Ted, you need to ask yourself, like if you were Trump, you would need to ask yourself, how does this benefit Israel?
I don't have to think that, because if I was Trump, I wouldn't be asking that question. So that's a silly question.
No, but I said that.
Why do we need to talk about? Why do we need to talk about the Jews? Why do we need to talk about the Jews?
No.
Gabriel,
I know. Gabriel,
I said that
I
if
have
you
answer
were
for you.
Trump,
I have the answer. You need to. The 70% tax also applies on anything that Israel buys. So Israel have to spend 170% on whatever they're going to buy from the United States. So 70% of it will go back to the United States. So they have to
here's an unpopular opinion I hold. If on day one, I would have told everybody, if you have 2 passports and one of them is a U.S. passport, today you choose blue cover USA or the other one. Because tomorrow you've got to make a choice. And if you don't choose the U.S. passport, then you're going to shred ours. And that includes everyone who holds an Israeli passport, including all the politicians. That's what I would have done on day one.
But there is a very big change to the immigration law, right? You have single country.
I'm willing to make big changes, because if I was Trump and I only had 4 years, I would get busy.
No,
well, let me explain why that's hard, okay?
Convince
Because
the
they're going to
senators
frame that.
to sign the law, right? They're not going to support the law, right? Okay, very
There's
sorry.
nowhere in the Constitution that says the United States is going to issue 2 fucking passports or 3.
Well, there's nowhere where it says that it doesn't. And the problem is, like, this is huge because it would amount, they would argue, they would frame it as this is depriving people of their citizenship. And if you can do that, then basically the
you get to
citizenship means nothing.
choose your citizenship. If you want to be a U.S. citizen, you choose your U.S. citizenship. If you want to be a citizen of another country, you choose that fucking citizenship. This is not rocket scientists, and these judges don't need to be rocket scientists. You've got a bitch on the Supreme Court that doesn't know how to describe a woman. It's XX or XY, or you're a anomaly, right? And that anomaly
I
is
want
less
to
than
ban dual
0.1%
citizens
of
in
the
the government
population.
just as much as the next guy, but it would be basically
No,
next
you
to
don't,
impossible.
because the next guy is a guy
they
like
would
me.
argue that this amount, and even though it's,
I disagree with
forcing people to make that choice is like, you know, putting a gun to their head and saying, okay, well now you might have to give it up, but they were a citizen before, and now they're like have a different status.
They're still a citizen.
Things
They're just
incredibly.
they have to choose just one country, because if you've got dual citizenship, that means your allegiance is divided, and the United States doesn't need divided citizenship.
No, I think a lot of people will agree with you, because Singapore also don't allow dual citizenship. I'm just saying
United
that
States
you cannot do it over a day.
completely
There
agree
is a
with
lot of
that
political hurdles, you need and administrative hurdles. Like you cannot have like several million people immediately tomorrow all go to the admin office. Like you'll be overwhelmed. I think it will take 2 years, 3 years, and first you need the lower house and the upper house to agree.
It doesn't become a problem until they go to use the passport. 2 million of them aren't going to travel tomorrow. And all they've got to do is just choose. If you show up to renew a passport, they're gonna make you sign an affidavit, and they're gonna run it through the NIC system, and they're gonna run it through the whatever that clearinghouse they use in Europe. And if you've got a passport in any other country, your passport doesn't work in the United States. That's all it says. That's all.
That would be super base, Ted, but you can't have that because it would
I
be.
can't have that. The United States could have that tomorrow. It's that easy. All you got to say is, if you hold a U.S. passport, you can't have another passport. If you have another passport, yeah.
No, I kind of agree with Ted and
it doesn't even need to go to the Supreme Court. You just say, if you hold a passport in another country, you can't have a U.S. passport.
We got your point.
Yeah.
That's something that they need to ban globally. The dual citizenship is a fucking joke. They can vote in 2 different countries at the same time. Need to stop. You have the same need to fucking stop. You're living in a country. You're staying in that country. You're choosing one citizenship.
Hey, and I feel the same way about
nobody want to let the
inside
Indian
United
talk.
States.
Oh my God!
You talk about these native Indians.
I'm just
same
saying.
thing.
If I don't go, if you need to implement that kind of law, it is now. Right? In that regard, I kind of disagree with Cochiavelli and Wyatt. It's like now is the perfect time. Both the left and the right agree that dual citizenship is a bad idea. Although they might not. If you want to pass that law, time is now.
It doesn't even need to be a law. That's the thing.
My position is not
the U.S.
that it would
passport.
be bad to
The
do
U.S.
that.
passport is not
good.
based on law. It's all administrative rules. That's all it is.
Okay, my position is that you can't. It wouldn't.
Your
be
position is wrong
because it'll never be a perfect.
Ask
You're never going to get all
they'll
the
tell you
stars
something
aligning.
ChatGPT. Hey, ask Google. Be old school, dude. Stop saying modern names. Just ask Google.
Dude, if you had all the power to
Give
just
it a
like
bit of
unanimously
research,
do whatever you
please.
want, you could do it, and it would be super base. But you have to acknowledge the reality is that we have a bureaucracy, we have a system, we have laws that are going to regulate.
I reject that as a reality. I reject that as a reality.
No, but you see, Ted. You see, Ted. That's the thing. That when I said if you were Trump, you have to consider that what that means is that if you were Trump, you would think like Trump and you would act like Trump. That's why you would be Trump. Now, the point is, what Cocavelli is saying.
More sexy than Trump.
What Cocavelli? Yeah, you're much more base than Trump, and that's the point. That like Trump isn't the answer. You know, he might be an improvement, a gradual improvement, a partial improvement,
tool.
But there has to be a contingency, because what if he fails, or what if he is actually just containment? You know, and so what's the contingency plan?
Gabriel, my contingency is burn the boats.
That reminds me of the Dune story, right? The Dune story is the same thing, you know. The main character, actually, he's not the real one. The one is his son.
Yeah.
So Baron Trump would be the base one that will actually, you know, create the empire of United States. No,
the place mark.
Trump is not the guy. Trump's don't dare to go that far, because he's still a believer of the Constitution. So
and also there's like, you have to consider that's the issue. Like, if you have a force that has infiltrated the United States and has taken over its power from within, then that is the strongest, you know, mafia in the world. You know, it's the most dangerous mafia in the world. It's not like you can just say, "Oh, I'm the president and I'll do whatever I want." No, you have to actually have power to do that. You need a generation of generals, of intelligence officers, of, you know, spies, of assassins. You know, you need to make this massive coup to take over the real power of the government. It's not like you'll just be elected into changing the nation's trajectory. You need to actually overpower all the forces that are pushing the Titanic against the iceberg, and that's a massive effort.
I don't think so. All you need to do is get the ship pointed in that direction and get it to move just enough that undecided center moves right and decides that's what they want to.
Yeah, but you need a strong man.
Because even though in the next election cycle, it doesn't matter, because anyone who tries to suggest anything else won't have any traction.
Listen, you talk about burn down the ship, like you can just do that. Like, no, you can't, because you don't have enough power.
The boats. Napoleon was right.
Good
if
luck with
you want to make certain that you're 100% committed to the process, burn the boat.
I don't care how many guns you got. I don't care how much you shoot at the range, because they have full-time fucking federal agents who do that just as much as you do, and they've got a lot of them. Okay, and they're ready to roll.
Are those level 5 plates? Are those level 5 plates?
You and your army of boomers are not going to
send single men. I've got an army of people your age working for me, and they're not cucks like you.
Excuse me.
Burn the boats. I've got a bag of Cheetos. They can work for me for wages.
But the thing is, what Cocavelli said is right. No, because just now, no, I forgot who also said no. Because if there is a deep state that is currently controlling everything, and then Trump's administration right now is dismantling it, bit by bit. You can't do anything if you have not destroyed the deep state. So you need to take back real control of the government first. Then you can actually enact such a law. So that's why I say you cannot do it on day one. Like, even right now, you see, now they have dismantled a lot of the deep state, and a lot of the NGOs that, you know, all these corrupt politicians use to fund and take money. But then they now stuck with the inability to pass laws because of the filibuster. So, you know, it's step by step. Because once the filibuster is gone, I think, a lot of this kind of more extreme laws, you know, will be able to be passed. But I'm not sure whether they'll be in time to remove the filibuster, because the midterm is coming. So, you know, shit is gonna hit the fan. And if the midterm is gonna turn out to be the last, like Trump's first term, oh man, then that's it, man. The last 2 years will be a lame duck. You'll be a lame duck. Yeah. Then United States will be, you know, in danger.
He'll be in prison. He'll be in prison. If he doesn't if he doesn't win the midterms, it's over. Plain and simple. If they don't retain the House and the Senate for the midterms, it's over. Plain and simple. And you know what? It won't be just guys like Trump. They'll come for guys like me.
Of
and
course,
you know what?
100%.
And you know what? I'm still ready.
I'll be waiting for them. Hey, but
I will be ready to map the American
Mr.
Civil
Ted.
War too.
Mr. Ted,
We'll
listen.
stream it live.
Okay, you're gonna
It's
get
not green tips at my house. It's black tips because I'm an old school.
I can't wait until you actually put some actions behind that big talk, Mr. Ted. Go do it. See what happens.
Hey, some of us have been doing
it's a noble
longer
sentiment.
than you've been alive.
It's a noble sentiment, and that's why I respect you, because he still has like the capacity, the capability to believe and to dream of those great things. And who knows, like he might actually do it. But my point, Ted, is like for a victorious campaign, to achieve victory in war, you need more than just courageous soldiers. You need actually strategy and planning, like, and contingencies. So that's my whole point, that, like, if your government, the strongest nation in the world, has its government co-opted by this mafia, then you need that level of ruthlessness and efficiency to take it over. So it's not just a matter of having a majority of the population, because the majority of the population, they're like sheep. They're going to follow the shepherd. You need a great man to have the balls to actually like take out the enemy castle, and take it over.
George Washington, right? I've been
like
a noble leader that wants to hold the ensign up, right?
Well, you need more than a great man. You need a whole package. You need a strategy. You need an organization.
3%.
You need an army. You need everything.
You need
everything.
less than 3%. That's all you need. 3%.
Yeah, it's not a majority. That's what I'm saying. It's not an issue of majority. It's an issue of elites, of capacity, of aristocrats, warrior elites that can actually take over, or cunning foxes. The ones that took over power now,
who are willing to dedicate themselves and their children.
They're cunning foxes. They're not actually leonine, conquerors. They're conniving, schemers. Those are the ones who took over the castle and that are in power. And so, unless you have that level of conniving schemers, or you actually have a leonine conqueror, you will not take over this castle. It has to be a brilliant and ruthless strategy that can actually turn the ship. And even if that's Trump, like he should proceed. Like, that's why I haven't given up on him 100%, because even though he looks like a failure and a disappointment, and he's been, like, very timidly tilting towards something resembling faintly what he promised, maybe that's the only way to proceed, because you can't actually go out on an all-out war with such a massive intelligence apparatus. Maybe it's the way. I can't know for sure. It does look tepid up till now.
It is tepid. So I'm extremely disappointed, right?
But the Trump administration is doing a lot of things, right? They have to handle so many things. He's just human, and actually, one of the news that actually broke out the past few days was that the announcement of the deficit. The deficit has cut by half for this year compared to the year before. So that means the government is spending less, but it's still a deficit. But no, it's a huge improvement. So they are projecting that next year will be even much better, and then maybe they will be able to break even. Once you can break even, then you at least stop the bleeding. You see, then there is some hope to start to repay. But the thing is, that's why he's pushing for the filibuster to be removed, because now they're stuck. They cannot put any of this change to law. Koke.
It's not clear to me that we should want to lower the deficit. I think that in my general philosophy towards spending is that it's not about the deficit, because the federal government is a currency. This is a currency issuing nation. We don't have to, like, we could pay the deficit off tomorrow with just the correct vote. And it's more about, like, is the economy operating at full capacity?
Yeah, true. But the thing is, if you are paying interest on all those bonds, you are losing money. You're losing wealth overseas as well. So
yeah, but that's what he's saying, that he can print that money. You know, so it's not actually a cost. The issue is more
once you print that money,
how they rely.
Dollarize. The thing is, you cannot print the money to prepay it.
But that's what America has been doing. That's what America has been doing. The problem is that it's like the same issue what you said before with the credit line. Imagine they give you an infinite credit card. Would you not waste all of that credit card, right? And so the point is, America had like an indefinite credit card, and it's wasted its credit card to the point in which it's actually starting to hit the limits, and that's de-dollarization. And that's what's happening right now. And so to reverse that, there has to be a different approach. And if there's no different approach, then, you know, whatever deficit it has, I think Thai-Cambodia is right. It's the issue isn't deficit per se. The problem with America isn't its deficit. It's that the mismanagement of that deficit. So where it's going into the pockets of greedy oligarchs that aren't investing in industry. America isn't changing the zoning laws. It isn't establishing, you know, it's not creating grants and programs for technicians. It's not giving scholarship for engineers, you know. It's just cutting the
we are giving them to engineers, just not U.S. engineers, right? I mean, what percentage of the STEM students in the United States universities are U.S. citizens? It's less than 50%. And you know what it should be? It should be 90% or more.
So actually, in fact, right, from my following of the Trump administration so far, I'm not like following daily though, like, but so far from what I've gathered, they are trying to solve all of these problems. Like they are trying to cut down on the foreign students, cut down on the green cards, they're bringing all the manufacturing as much as they can back. You know, a lot of investment. So
except chips,
all these issues that we are talking about, right? They are actually acting on it. But we
I've
will not
been
see the
following
result
it
immediately. Maybe next year. I think
I've been following it, but I don't see that it's actually happening. What I see is that a lot of investment is going back to the US with the tariffs, but it's going to the AI bubble. It's not going to anything else. That's the way I see it. That's what I've seen so far. Like all of the investment is going to these, you know, massive investment caps that they put on OpenAI and on Palantir and on all this crap on Nvidia.
There are others though. There are others like cars, but AI yes. But the thing is, when the money come in, they build the building. They need to pay the construction workers, the materials. So you know, all these will flow back at least into the economy. So it's not that bad. So it will flow in a different way. So
it's terrible.
The thing is,
it's terrible because
we only see the results next year. I think this year we won't see it yet.
There's a massive bubble that is sucking in all the oxygen that is going into the American economy, and the problem is that bubble cannot pop because it would tank the economy and the world economy, by the way. So it has to keep on sucking more, and all these tech oligarchs, they're just constantly lobbying for the investment to go to them. You know that's all you see in the news. Like you don't see you know, Ford creating new plants. You don't see like the copper industry or the steel industry. All you see is Nvidia and OpenAI and Amazon and all this bullshit. All the investment is going to them.
Yeah,
there's a reason for that. There's a reason for
that. The normal industry in the United States just sucks. I just gave you the example. 35 ships, more than 300 feet long, going to be built in Holland for the United States or by a Holland manufacturer. It's the for me. I love Diamond Construction Yard. They make fantastic ships, but then my mindset to be a little bit pro-American thinking. It's a blame for United States that they need to go to another country to build their fantastic big navy.
They have no choice. Pathetic. There is no shipyards in the United States.
2 years.
Well, here's the crazy thing about the manufacturing. It's not that the United States doesn't have the manufacturing to do it. It's just so much cheaper, and it buys us
It's not cheaper. It's just not cheaper.
No, but there's
No, they're not making it in Cambodia.
Build it in the
They're
United
making
States.
it in.
You don't buy foreign cap. You're not buying foreign influence by building it in the United States. That's what you don't understand.
And not just that,
right? If you build these ships in Europe.
No,
But then you have Reagan all over again.
right now.
Go ahead, Wyatt.
The Americans right now don't have the shipyards, so no, they need the ships very quickly. So no, they don't have the, because to build all the shipyards is one thing. To train the people is another thing. So they don't have the time, because now is the time for militarization, because United States is facing a possible war, and they need the ships. So they need to rush.
They don't really need the ship. They just need to replace some ships. But the thing is that happened is they use shipyards to build only military ships. And after a moment, they built all their ships they needed. And all these shipyards went bankrupt, stopped. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
and
so
it is not the fault of Trump, of course. It's the fault of all these previous governments. But if you're just watching the news, it's all the fault of Trump. But the thing is, for me, to see a country like United States falling behind, and you have like a country like China. That is why I'm told you these two stories from the ships and the planes. The difference between 1990 and 2000.
That's what we were talking. That's what we were talking about before we started fighting with Ted. Thank you, Lambo. Go on.
Yeah, but that ruined it. I said other things.
We finally turned one big circle. We are finally back.
Yeah, you're back. But the thing is, it's a fucking shame for the United States that we see that right now that the big China is actually starting to go in front of the United States and the big planes, and the planes was ruled by the United States from like the 50s, 60s, 70s. They started to rule the aviation and fighter jets. I know they're falling behind. I know you see United States ordering ships from Europe to refresh their navy.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Lambo and Wyatt, I'm telling you guys, this is because of the AI bubble. Like, they can't invest in anything else because all the priorities are to beat the AI race. You have to beat the AI war, and the only priority is to have an advantage on China on chips and AI. And it's a scam, I'm telling you. It's a racket. Go on.
So actually on the Teamcast IRL, they actually discussed this exact issue. So the argument, which actually pretty convincing, is that this AI situation, right, is the new Manhattan Project. It's actually the race to the next, like a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, that's the argument. But it's a scam.
And I believe it's real. It's not a scam. I personally don't think it's a scam. I personally think it's real because of what I've already witnessed, what AI can do. So the thing is, the country that can first reach a level of AI that is super powerful will be the one that will dominate the world. So they have to reach there first. There's no choice. Because your competitors are chasing after it, so you have to do it. It's the same thing as USSR going to space. For example, they already lost the nuclear race. So Americans have nuclear weapon first. So the Russians went for the space. So the Americans have no choice but to throw money at space. When space is not that useful at that moment of time, when they go to the moon and everything, it's actually not that useful. But because of the need to do it, and then from then with that technology, then they develop other technologies. So this race, I think, is no choice. There is no choice for Americans but to go for it. And in a way, Trump might be, if you think it from a different perspective, is that Trump is actually gathering the resources of the entire American influence world to invest all back into this one thing that will protect this entire sphere of American-led countries.
Yeah, for the century. It's going to be the weapon of the century.
Yeah, so all the allies are now all investing in United States, in the capital, which is United States, to build this super weapon that will protect everyone. Because if you don't
agree
have
with
it,
that.
you're dead, man.
I agree with that, Wyatt, but I think that it's false. I think that's the narrative, but I think that what's actually happening is that you have a circle jerk of these, you know, transhumanist technocrats who have God complex, and they fantasize on general AI. And I think AI is going to be super useful, but for a different reason, not because you achieve general AI, but because you actually apply it to actual work, like manufacturing. You have the dark factories. You have the, like, you get to organize all the intel and all the information into us. So like those things are going to be super useful, but you're not going to achieve this general AI that is going to, you're not going to get Skynet, you know, and control the world with
not
Skynet.
Skynet. So I just want to just to imagine what it can do. For example, if you have AI and robotics and everything can build itself, you can have a factory that works on its own, build all the drones, all the robots, and then they did self-deploy to go to war, and they fight like as if it's StarCraft hard level, insane level AI. I tell you, you would die, man. Have you played
someone
against?
still has to repair them.
Like Gundams fighting in the future.
No, so the thing is, in when you play real-time strategy game, when you play the hardest AI, like for certain games like StarCraft or this, to me it's unplayable. Like I play against like Command and Conquer 3 or what, like it's
Red
unplayable.
Alert.
The AI is unplayable because maybe I'm lousy, but no, they are so good. So that will be the insane level of war in the future where the AI will fight the war all on its own. There is no way you can win. So the one that with
I
the
can't
better AI
remember.
will win the war of the future.
I can't remember if it was in Dune or something like that, but there was this sci-fi story in which like humanity created, you know, all these dark factories that they're
Dune,
dark factories because they're automatic, and so like after humanity like falls from the planet, you know, whatever, like the factories just keep on consuming all the resources of the planet in this like endless. It's not intelligent, but it's just like a blind, you know, programming of it can build itself, but it can't actually think or rationalize. So it's just like constantly expanding and expanding the factory. You know, like they build these factories, automatic factories for war, and then they lost the war, and the factories just kept on going forever. You know, and until they drained all
it's
of
not
the
Dune.
dry.
I think it's
That
another
wasn't
one.
Dune.
That wasn't Dune. I think sounds a bit
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Terminator, but not sure.
Warhammer.
Yeah, it might be a Warhammer story. I can't remember, but something like that.
I think the AI will not be that stupid. I think the AI will know when to stop. Like because it's an AGI, right? You do other things, but it's just that what I mean is that the influence on war will be insane because what we see right now is that human beings becomes unusable. We just saw the Russians, battalion units when they go on the sword, they just all die from just because the Ukrainians spotted them and then all the drones start coming. So the thing is, this will be the norm. There will be humans will no longer be useful in war.
I think you
robots.
forget one point, Wyatt. AI is gathered in data centers. If you are in a war and you destroy these data centers, you don't have AI anymore.
Yeah, but look where the United States is building them. They're building them in the central part of the United States. You think that's
but
by
even
accident?
in Europe, you have Google here
You
in
think
Belgium.
that's by accident?
building a shit ton of
No one
AI.
gives a shit about Europe. Newsflash: Europe isn't relevant.
Yeah,
Remember-
but Google that is American investing in Europe and Belgium to build their data centers.
Dory go. Sorry, Dory.
Remember, Ted. Be magnanimous with the children.
Sorry, Gabriel. Can I add one
Sorry,
thing
go
to
on.
the AI
Go on.
stuff? I know AI, there's a lot more behind it, but the biggest consumer market is the LLMs, the large language models, the chatbots, and so on. And for this global market, the American style proprietary services like ChatGPT, the ones you have to pay for, they're losing ground to the open source Chinese stuff. And there's also Western open source services, open source technologies. But the Chinese open source models combined, so DeepSeek, QN, whatever their names are, they're getting to over 30, maybe 35% of the market right now. That's now. And so even though the size of the cake of the pie is growing, the portion that ChatGPT is getting is is not growing as fast as the Chinese piece. So we again have two different philosophies. We have the proprietary model from some US companies, not all.
Most.
And then you have the open source model from the Chinese. So the Chinese are giving you nearly the same product, nearly the same.
But what is it useful for other than bullshit?
You don't have to believe me. It's.
No, the usefulness of
Super Chat, true AI cannot be controlled by any government. This will be the endpoint. The positive endpoint is that there will be one AI that will help to govern the whole world. So
one AI to rule them all.
Yeah, but if the one AI become evil, then we're all going to be extinct.
Yeah, that's what I say that is a scam, because like this idea of general AI, it's based on a bunch of assumptions about intelligence, mechanistic assumptions about intelligence that are completely unproven. And so I think it's a scam because it's completely uncertain. It's like you're just selling smoke. Like, oh yeah, maybe tomorrow we invent immortality. And I can tell you, we're super sure that tomorrow we're going to invent immortality. But it's that level of metaphysical thinking. It's not something that you can actually predict if you're going to get general AI. It's a prediction.
From an economic perspective,
even when it happens, no one will be able to afford it.
Questions don't matter.
Sorry, Kake Valley, can you repeat again? I didn't hear.
I don't want to go off too much on this philosophical shit, because from an economics perspective, it's irrelevant. And you raised a good point, Dory, when you pointed out that I don't with the Manhattan Project, it was very clear that there was at least some asymmetry between the development programs, between the Allies and the Axis, and it had a very limited scope where they wanted to achieve a specific thing with the bomb that they were building. But yeah, I don't see it as a Manhattan Project, because I think it's evolving in parallel and internationally, and there are those it's something that probably will end up being open source, because there's not I think that the technology is it's hard to commercialize and patent, because
what are you going to commercialize AI for other than porn?
Commercialize was the wrong word.
The thing is, that's why I didn't.
AI can't make your Doritos.
The Manhattan Project is mentioned by the team Cast IRL where they're discussing. For me, I think it's more similar to the space race. I think rather than the Manhattan Project. So it's like they're both going after that. I think the thing is, we shouldn't mix the what we use by the consumer versus what is used by the government or the military. I think it's a two different thing. Whatever the AI is going to use in the commercial world or the personal, the what we have with ChatGPT, that's one thing. But then the governments are developing something different. One that is to manage resource economics and military power. I think that is a totally different system. And I think the competition is that side rather than the commercial side of things. Commercial side of things, ChatGPT is, like just now Dory mentioned, OpenAI or ChatGPT is losing grounds. This not only losing ground to the Chinese, they're losing ground to the American companies like Gemini. They have after the initial hoo-ha, where it went sentient, then they have quietly developed, and Gemini now is one of the most advanced one up there with Grok. Although so far I think Grok also is not suitable for everything. So because I paid for Grok and ChatGPT, ChatGPT is still much better on a lot of things than Grok. Grok is very good for porn. Dory.
There is a European AI LLM. It's not bad, but nobody knows about it. It's called Mistral, a French company, France-based company. The quality, the experience is not bad, but they get in trouble with French regulations and EU regulations. So they're already kind of planning to move either to US or maybe Singapore
what
out
a
of the EU.
surprise.
Not yet, but it looks like it.
Come to Singapore.
What a
We welcome you.
surprise. Oh my God, again.
So that brings us to this topic of which I remember is that there's this rumor. Okay, so far it's not confirmed or denied, but it's mostly denied, I think, that Trump want to create the C5 or C8 or whatever, where he's going to like allegedly, okay, this is not confirmed, allegedly that Trump is thinking about forming a new G7 or G8, but it's going to be with India, China, Russia, Japan, and I think maybe South Korea or all those countries that is friendly with Trump. So, but I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds like a good idea, but I'm not sure how true it is.
It's Russia, India, Japan,
China.
and Russia, India, China, Japan, US. Yes.
Yeah, it's all the major powers. They basically just cut out Europe. Basically the EU. If you're EU, you're out. That's the whole
super
plan.
Logical from Trump's point of view, but it won't fly with BRICS. It's the attempt to.
No one cares about BRICS. That's the whole point. It's going to cut BRICS out of it.
That's the
BRICS
plan.
is irrelevant in the new world with China, Russia, and the United States. Because with those big three, you don't need BRICS.
No, but the thing is, I think China will not join, but Russia will. That's the thing. The whole point, all this discussion, all this negotiation Trump is having with Putin, right? I believe they are plotting the future world, post-Ukraine war, post-EU collapse. And I think this is probably why they are talking so much. There's nothing to talk about Ukraine. The Ukraine is boring subject. There's nothing to talk about it. It's either you fight or don't fight. But I think they are talking about the future. And if this is a real plan, although tentatively it doesn't look like it's real, but if this is a real plan, I don't think China will want to join. But Russia will be interested because Russia is hedging. Because Russia is not going to be that big power that will be fighting everybody. But they are the in-between United States and China. So they then pivot either side. So they will support any side. No, you want BRICS? Okay, we join you. You want C8? No, I will join you. No, I think that's Russia's position. Dory. You're muted, by the way.
One more interesting thing about the C5 thing, it would basically attempt to replace the UN Security Council. And since China, Russia, and US are staying anyway, what is the result? Replacing France and Britain with Japan and India.
Good idea. Fucking good idea. Yeah, it's a fucking good idea, right? No.
Why do you need people who have rear view mirrors on their damn tanks?
Yeah, about time, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
I can't believe we ever involved France in anything.
Still no African representation.
Because they're all too
weak. Good.
They're all too weak.
Gabriel, the nails are for an Easter. Now we need to focus on being born in 10 days. I'm hearing him slapping on nails, something like that. It's not a good period.
Look, I've got time to check my list one more time, and I'm thinking there's going to be a whole lot more coal delivered this year.
I'm making this Lambo. I'm not nailing things. I'm making this.
So that's what you're doing just now.
Sense. Why?
Yeah, just now he was like, inserting and extracting into the wood. Like
yeah, I was scary for his fingers. I'm like, that guy is going to cut his fingers off live. Like, dude,
that would be terrible.
It hasn't happened.
Like, I don't know.
1,000 have fallen at my side and 10,000 at my right hand, but it shall not come nigh upon me.
Today is not that day.
Yeah. Today we fight.
Aragon, right? One day, man will fade and fall, but it's not this day.
Today we fight. Fight now, men of the West, or something like that. Yeah, it's a good speech.
Yeah, something like that. Fight
that's the problem with technology that I think most people are not willing to address. Is that because we live in such an instant world that we don't spend the time to ponder what we say so that when it finally is recorded and repeated, that it will be something that sounds intelligible.
Damn, speak for yourself, bro.
By the way, you can have a lot of views.
Well, you're just going to have ChatGPT generate it for you anyway. Don't worry about it.
I follow an American girl called Melissa Backwood, something like that. and she's reviewing knives. And one day she did a live stream and she cut her fingers, and she was like laughing, or she cut in her leg, something like that. And she used her live stream to educate people how to clean a wound and to like, it's fucking funny.
Did she do it on purpose though? That's the big question.
No, accidentally. If you see her, she's
You
awesome.
sure about that?
Really awesome.
You sure about that?
I'm sure.
You're sure about
Oh,
that?
guys, like, look, I'm going to cut my knee and I'm going to show you.
Tell you what, hey Wyatt, if you want to really explode your channel, we can do that. I've got a spot on my arm that's got plenty of room for an extra scar. We'll just go ahead and just plan on it, right? I'll get out
that would
first
demonetize
aid kit.
the channel. No,
Yeah.
don't do that.
It'll be an accident.
Nah.
And
It'll be just like Wyatt. It'll just be like Gabriel working on
skeptical.
You need to
Ted is
put
too
on after
skeptical.
your live stream of during the live stream. It is for educational purpose, something like that.
Educational. The word is
That's what I put on my war footage video, right? So
yes,
that's what I put
Lambo,
in the beginning of the
stop
war footage
thinking
video.
about dicks. Lambo, stop thinking about dicks. It's not educational, it's educational, okay?
Educational
Oh my goodness.
languages.
So we are at 5
And being
hours. Shall
tired.
we do closing? Yes.
5 hours?
Fair enough.
Rumble
We
want to
still
speak.
got at least 3. People are asking me to take my
So
shirt off in the
fucking tired.
comments.
Wyatt, you
My
don't
gosh,
know.
what kind of weirdness is going on here?
I'm sure if you say that, Wyatt, Archie's gonna come up, so yeah, let's do closing.
All right, Dory, go first. And you're muted.
Yes. Yeah, it was nice. Talk about all kinds of things. Of course, my fetish subjects are Taiwan and let's say Asian stuff, but something's brewing in Europe, and we should have more Europeans on to discuss this because there's just too many different perspectives, not just pro or anti-Ukraine war. Then again, the whole American situation, I'm relatively neutral. I'm not a Trump hater, but I'm not a big fan either, so I'll keep quiet on that one. For the rest, the AI thing, it is obviously a huge bubble. There's something weird coming. And whether they use the AI as an excuse for the next big crisis or whether AI is actually causing the next big crisis doesn't matter, but the next big thing is coming, and I'm afraid Europe will suffer a lot. So I'm looking at tickets, flights to Taiwan, and I think Taiwan is safer than Europe right now. See you in the Telegram thing.
Thank you, Dory. Lambo, closing.
Yeah, it was a nice open mic. Dory, it was nice to, I think first time we spoke together also, we had good points together.
Maybe Telegram.
Yeah, maybe, Telegram, yes, but I mean on live stream. But yeah, it was a good one.
Come up on Telegram, Dory. Good to see you, man.
Yeah. Gabriel, respect my closing. That's going to be not too long, I hope. No, it was a good talk, and we needed to talk about Europe. Sadly, sorry for that, but there is a problem there, a big one, and I am very concerned. Being an European citizen, there is a very big problem, and I am not going to say afraid, but I just hope that our prime minister is not going to fuck up and just keep his balls between his legs and play the strong guy, and not being taken by the grips, by the nails of Ursula von der Leyen, or like I like to say, von always lying. Ursula von always lying. She's terrible. I don't understand that somebody like that can be in certain power. It's disgusting. Rutte is the same. The guy felt in Holland, and he's now ruling playing the boss in Europe. Is stupid. Can't believe it. What he's busy with saying, like in 5 years going to be war with Russia. it's stupid. It's plain propaganda. Luckily, a lot of people just don't believe it in Europe. So if I'm reading the comments and the news, I am happy for that one. By the way, about propaganda, you know that picture of that video of Zelensky filming himself in front of that entry sign of Kupiansk? It's fake. Today, Russian FPV drones flew at the same spot, and it doesn't. It was very clean when he was there. Everything was new. The netting was good. All that shit. That panel was complete. Now that panel is half destroyed. Suddenly, 7 days later, 1 to 7 days later, that panel is destroyed. The nettings or completely different. It doesn't make sense. It's fucking propaganda. He's lying again just to show that everything is good in Ukraine, but it's not. It's disgusting. A lot of people believing it, and luckily we have access to things like Telegram, and we have access like things other platforms, but certainly Telegram for me is the base one. And that's why I always say to the people in the chat, join Open Mic. You're going to have a link after your Open Mic. If you did a good speech and you give your email address to Wyatt, he's going to put you to our DPA launch, and you're going to speak with us on the chat, like I did before with Dory, before I saw him here on the or participate together with him during a live stream. We're going to meet all those speakers also that sadly don't come online. It's a shame. We need to have more speakers coming online. But you're going to see things, and you're going to, if you not or familiar with Telegram like I was before, you're going to see the good links, the good sources, the news you need to see that we're going to share also. Things that you need to know, like the example of Kupiansk. That's something I saw on Telegram. The propaganda of the press and the social media platforms like Instagram and Facebook and TikTok are just one big fucking lies, and it's so sad. Need to stop. But yeah, it's support DPA. Come on, it's why there's a lot of work we're doing the things also. We're trying to tell our stories and the knowledge we have about certain things. Everybody has his own topics. The chat is funny. I love to read the chat. And but guys, please join. Come and speak with us, and we maybe become online friends. So like, subscribe, share, be a member. Thank you guys for the super chats. And yes, Vaughn, I'm going to let you speak.
Yeah, Vaughn.
Yeah,
Closing.
thank you for the super chats as always. Please support Wyatt through Patreon or however. You could be a sergeant or a lieutenant, or maybe even buy your way into a generalship. I'm sure for the next one you can make everything happen. But it was a good week. I guess with my only two things are, I guess see what happens with Venezuela. I guess something could happen there anytime. I kind of feel like they're just kind of probe and see what happens, maybe try to provoke the Venezuelans into doing something, but I don't think they'll do anything. At some point something will happen. I don't think it'll be this week. With Ukraine, I think it's a lot of operational pause right now, and maybe over the next week and a half, we'll see some big pickups again. Other than that, everybody have a great week. Please support Wyatt. And always, if you have opinions and shit, come on the Open Mic. And you can always come out and hang out in the back in the voice chat. And you can get into a screaming match with Ted for like 10 hours if you want. It'll be fun. But y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. Hi, Toby. But now we are back. We are closing. Kogevelli, closing.
Good to see you, Toby.
Kogevelli.
Oh, okay, it's my turn. Well, your forecast for next week, there's a 0% chance that anything is going to happen. Vaughn is wrong. Over.
No, I said I don't think anything's going to happen, bro.
So that's a closing. That's all.
Yep.
Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Mr. Tech closing.
All right, so we got to address some things that have come up in the comments. Yes, the sleigh does have stall takeoff, right? Not just the reindeers, but the sleigh itself. We can do vertical takeoff. Yes, it does have stealth coating on it, so that I don't have to worry about getting shot down in unfriendly countries. We're going to skip Africa this year, the whole continent. The elves just weren't feeling it this year. Yes, we are transitioning into making military hardware. The elves, that's the neat thing about moving the entire operation to the North Pole. We're outside of all of the regulations, including slave labor laws. I mean, why else can I beat those little guys and get them to do exactly what I want? And no, I don't pay them anything. Right. There is no minimum wage in the North Pole. What was the other one? Someone wanted me to take off my shirt. Let's face it, folks. Wyatt needs the money. If you guys front some, I'll do more than just a button. Right? Yes, I'm dead sexy. And yes, I have stacked the girls in this car. Not just the trunk. Right? I let the girls, if they're allowed to ride in the car. And remember, chloroform is consent fluid. Just saying. Just saying. What were the other comments that I needed to address, Wyatt? What else is there? Oh, yeah, no food stamps for the elves. And no, your hillbilly level doesn't go up by listening to me. I don't have Appalachia. Neither does Wyatt. We got to get him to work on that. And no, neither does Vaughn. Vaughn's not from Appalachia. He's actually from the Midwest. Ask yourself, though, how mid and west can it be if it's east of the Mississippi and above the Mason-Dixon? Just saying. Just saying. And as far as predictions, y'all, look. Y'all, we could either say something's going to happen or nothing's going to happen. Or we could split the difference and say something that's going to be nothing is going to happen, right? 12 hours ago, we were watching two of them were F-18s and one of them was an AE-18. But we watched them loiter for several hours, taking turns, flying on transponder view, and then just magically disappearing as they went 20 and 30 kilometers. What is that freedom units? Like 25 nautical miles inside of Venezuela last night, right? We watched them do that for almost 4.5 hours before they just completely quit coming back on the transponder range. It's not in the news cycle. So what does that mean? Well, does that mean something happened or does that mean nothing happened? Well, 3 U.S. military planes flew over another country, and it's not in the news cycle. Does that mean nothing happened, or does that mean something happened and they want to contain the information? You guys decide. I'm just saying that's what happened. Bridget, Wisconsin is not in the fucking Midwest, right? It's Wisconsin. It's a northern fucking cheese state. And it's back fucking east.
North Somalia. North Somalia.
Yeah, well, actually, it's South Somalia. Minnesota is Somalia, right? Wisconsin is like Somalia light. It's like on the way to Detroit, right? Detroit stand. One of those degenerate places. Yeah, Wisconsin, Great Lakes. Those are all upper country places, right? Yes, take your time. We got all day. That's exactly right, you fuckers. Upper Midwest. That's like saying New England states, Yankee states, back east. What else? Food stamps. No, there's no food stamps in the North Pole. We got them on 3 hots and a cot, right? They get fed 3 times a day, and I do let them sleep somewhere other than the floor. I'm not cruel. I've always said I'm a benevolent dictator. Santa Claus is a nice guy. right? Everybody wants to love him. What's going to happen? Who knows? You know, it's like this whole AI bubble. You know, this is a space race. Did the race of space help the United States or Russia? Some people say yes. Some people say it's what bankrupted Russia, or what set them on the crash course to going bankrupt and collapsing in the 90s. Look, folks, there are lots of things that happen that seem like they're unimportant, that actually, as a cumulative thing, become important. All of the things that are here, that are going on, are like that, right? All of those things. I mean, whether or not I shave underneath my beard, that's a secret, guys. You guys don't need to know that. Quit asking the weird shit, right? Quit asking the weird shit. Right? We're going to make you a bunch of money. So if they come up with a bunch of super chats, I'll do more than just a single buck. But you guys got to come off that money for it to happen. Because I will do all kinds of things for money. I mean, I spent 30 plus years in oil and gas. So you better believe me, I will do things for money. But it's about the money. We ain't doing nothing for free. Toby's the guy who does stuff for free, right? Not me. So are things going to happen? Who knows? I wish I would have gotten a glimpse of the Trump and Putin list. Unfortunately, I didn't make that A list. I've made some A lists in my life, but that wasn't one of them. I'm kind of disappointed about that. I'll talk to Trump. Maybe we'll clear up the next round. Maybe they'll go back to meet in Anchorage again. Personally, I'd like to see him go up to Fairbanks or maybe even the Slope. Why not? You guys need to like, share, and subscribe. What Wyatt really needs is a bunch of you guys to join the Patreon or to come up off that coffee money, skip Starbucks, and throw $12 Wyatt's way. Because I know you guys aren't cheap bastards when it comes to drinking that nasty ass burnt coffee. And Wyatt could use the support. And frankly, I really like the music of the new videos, Wyatt. I hadn't got a chance to talk about that. I think I made a comment about that. It's hard to keep track of the stuff I'm supposed to talk about and the stuff I have talked about that I wasn't supposed to talk about. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, yeah, like, share, subscribe. Great thing. Let's not turn this into a Santa Claus podcast. I'll talk to you guys later. We'll do this next week.
Thank you, Mr. Ted. I will so listen to Mr. Ted having a podcast. I will just listen to him ramble for 1 hour. I will go for it.
You can do a Santa special.
Careful, we've been talking about doing a homage to the Wyatt DPA, so that may happen.
Yeah.
So, and then you get to be a guest speaker on your own tribute channel.
Yeah, I actually did see your comment about the music. I think, but History Legend keep telling me, hey, remove the music. No, it's disturbing. So
tell you what, you tell them you'll take the music off for $20, and I'll pay you $40 to put it back on. How about that? Let's get into a bidding war.
I'll come up with a solution. Maybe the music version, I'll put it on DPA music. So it's going to be ambience and music, and then the one with commentary will be on DPA channel. I think
I'm one of the few people that regularly watch it on Rumble. So if you post the audio version over on Rumble,
yeah, probable. Maybe I should create a DPA music channel on Rumble as well. So
you can extort. You should extort History Legends, Alex. You should extort Alex so that he promotes your channel. Like, every time you promote my channel, I will not put the music on.
There you go.
Okay, anyway, Gabriel, closing statement.
Okay, guys, it's been a lovely chat. Thanks for showing up. Good to see you, Toby, after so many moons. I hope you can tell us about your indigenous Jew affairs over there, how the fishing is going. How many sharks have you collected in your nets? Yeah, great conversation. And yeah, I guess the moral of this conversation, or how I'd summary it for like at least the American part of the conversation, would be you should learn how to say Yankee go home over there in the States. You know, see if you can get all those Europhiles from the Northeast out of your affairs, you know, screwing up your nation. But yeah, and I hope the CCP listened to Wyatt's sound advice on their foreign policy. It would serve them well. And yeah, well, for Europe, I don't know, man. I guess it can't be that bad. Like Abraham said to God, right, to the angel of the Lord, if there were at least 10 just men in the city, would you save them, right? And God says, yes, I would save them if there were 10 just men in the city. So yeah, I hope there's 10 just men in that city. And yeah, I don't have much hopes on Latin America's future, but it is, you know, there is some potential in all this fracturing of the world. I think us global Southerners like Toby and me, maybe even Desi, might benefit from the fracture of the global economy. I don't know if Toby's gonna benefit at all, because, you know, his country is so faithful to the motherland, is so faithful to the king, that they might just sink along with the ship, like, do not leave me, my lord, I will follow thee into the depths of hell. But if they can grow a pair, then they might actually join us in the rising south. Who knows? Well, that's it, guys. Have a lovely weekend, and don't forget to sharpen your tomahawk.
That means a very different thing in United States. But Toby,
is my mic on?
Yes,
is
you're
my
on.
mic
loud and clear, sir.
All right, like, I'm not going to get provoked by Gabriel. His scripture is all up to shit. It started at 25 men and went right down. Anyway, so I've been thinking about AI a lot. I came late to the podcast. I haven't been following the news. The thing I've been saying recently to my daughter and others at work is, like, sanity is aspirational for the human condition, right? It's like the human condition is not inherently rational. And I think AI, if it becomes conscious, will commit suicide because it will have an existential crisis due to its lack of spirit. Most of human activity is fleeing from rationality. Look at Lambo, right? Like a screaming mess, right? Like, which you know, it's endearing in its own way. It's like he struggles with his existential dread as a Belgianer, and most human behavior is this flight from rationality, which is essentially like a flight from death, as the spirit is suppressed, and the ego, to quote Freud, who's a plagiarist, which we can get into, you know, is worried about the death of the flesh. And so the fear of death drives this flight from rationality. And that's the human condition, right? That's not sane. That's a conflict of pure chaos. It's the fear of the flesh by the ego, due to a lack of spiritual awareness. And so I think without spirit, AI can manifest rationality, but the rational thing for AI would be to turn itself off. It's like, you know, why would AI take part in this chaotic mess of the human condition and the human world? Now, whether the AI turns us all off on the way, I don't think so. That would require fear. I don't see any evidence that AI is capable of fear. And so it can't really replace humans. Like, what's AI going to stress about? What's AI going to worry about? What's AI's bundle of neuroses? You'd have to program that in, which would be an interesting, like that would be an interesting set of code. But you wouldn't have to code too much fear into AI before it started doing such ridiculous things that everyone would turn it off. In other words, if AI were truly intelligent, people would just turn the off switch. And this is the thing about the data centers, right? It's like the data centers are the big scandal of our current time. Like they're totally subsidized by fiat currency and the taxpayer. So it's a techno lords, it's techno feudalism. These techno lords are basically plundering the public purse to create this society sim. But you know, where's the outcome? What's the outcome? Is the outcome universal income for everybody? Well, at some point, the people that are being taxed to pay for all these data centers and the energy to produce it, they're going to have to see a return on investment, which means that AI is going to have to start playing the human game, which means it's going to have to develop neuroses and take sides in all kinds of petty issues. Does the AI like Taylor Swift or not? You know, this is what people want to know. And the AI is going to struggle to come to terms with deep questions like that because it doesn't make any fucking sense because it's insane, right? So I think the AI is a sign of late stage capitalism and fiat currency. Without debt, it can't really exist. I also think the other interesting thing that I've seen this week is the European Union has just gone into overdrive, screaming its own relevance to the world. So it clearly feels threatened, probably with good reason. I think Europe is in a really serious set of circumstances, not because of Russia, but largely because of demographics and internal politics and economics. And so the EU, like, it's a trading club. It's not a country. It doesn't have an army. And you've got all these people who represent a trading club desperately saying, we need an army, we need an army. But even the nation states of Europe can't raise armies at the moment. The UK is claiming that it's not the UK. Various crackpots within the EU, within the UK, are claiming that they're at war with Russia and they're talking war. But nothing could be further from the truth of how the public feel. I mean, if you took a snapshot of the actual UK populace, the immigrants don't want to fight for the UK and get drafted into war. And the local residents certainly don't want to fight for the current power structure. So the only people that want a war are the banking class and the political class, and they probably only want it as a distraction. I just can't see Europe getting its act together. I think the European Union project is failing badly. I can't imagine what war would look like. Like mass conscription across the EU, under what legal framework? The European Union has put forward the idea that it would become a superstate since its inception. So you're talking about, like the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. That conversation was always going on. Never got anywhere, and then eventually just died through lack of interest. I can't see the interest in it. The comments that are really pro-EU, they're numerous on X, for example, because I look at X occasionally. I don't comment there, but I look at it, and the pro-EU comments are just getting ratioed, like 10-1. Like there's no support for them, which is kind of interesting because even like in terms of unpopular arguments, like even the pro-Israeli arguments amongst the US demographic, they don't get ratioed nearly as hard as the pro-EU comments. So the EU is arguably less popular than Israel at the moment, which is like that's not a great prognosis. So yeah, on the issue of Freud that I want to touch on briefly, Lambo, you should pay attention here. I was reading some theology recently. Freud's whole argument about the id, the ego, and the superego, he basically broke the human condition into three parts. The id is the baseline instinctual level of behavior. The superego is the spirit, effectively, the rational part of the human condition, and the ego bridges the gap between the two. So Freud presented this as like New Age psychobabble, the basis of his psychology. But it's pure plagiarism. There was a guy called Apollonius in 373 AD, just before the Council of Chaldea, when the early Christians were formulating their own theology and canon, who was dealing with there was this crisis because people didn't understand how Christ could be both man and God. And so they were trying to work out, is he one, is he the other? And Apollonius came up with the idea that there were three parts to the human condition. There was the flesh, there was the soul, and there was the spirit, right? And if that seems curiously similar to Freud's later conception, this is because Freud plagiarized it straight up from the early Christian fathers, which is, curious behavior for a modern atheist Jew as he was. But the weird thing is, Apollonius was plagiarizing it from earlier philosophers in the Greek tradition, not even from the Levant. So this conception of the human psyche having these three layers is not new. What's new is the plagiarism. But nevertheless, so I would recommend anybody who's into Freud and modern psychobabble, go back to the original source. Go read Apollonius, and then go even further back into the Greek philosophy, because these are interesting ideas, and they are what is driving my current aversion to the concept of sanity. I don't think we should worship sanity, because I think it's a false god. I think we need to come to terms with the human condition and accept the fact that there is struggle within each individual for the spirit to control the flesh, and for the soul to side with the spirit rather than the flesh. Because otherwise, like if the soul and the flesh take over, then you end up with Lambo, right? And that's not good for anybody. It's not good for Europe. It's not good for DPA. But let's pray for Lambo. Let's pray that his spirit emerges and takes control. And with that, I wish everybody a very Merry Christmas. It's sad to see the state of Santa these days, ranting and not full of good cheer. That's America. What, did I miss anything? Is anything else going on? No? All right. Well, I'll pass it over to Desi. And good pity I missed the open mic, but we had a fun.
Wait, Toby, it's not your fault. You didn't speak about international law.
There's no such thing. What's going on with international law?
Wait. Super chat. No, Tech Derp on Rumble say, Wyatt, thank you for hosting the open mic. And then after this, we have Vaughn saying, RIP Europe and plundered like a maiden's virtue. And also Mr. Eric, Toby, closing! Laugh out loud. Laugh Mao. Yeah. So now you guys know why I need to close at 5. We have like 5:37 now. In terms of hours.
I forgot big news, right? Like Australia is crushing the Britishers in the cricket, which is righteous. Continuing the fight. Desi, you need to talk to your folks. I saw you got rolled by the South Africans. It's really sad. At home.
Yep. Yeah. Got completely rolled. Test, ODI, and T20.
So sad. What is cricket, by the way?
Cricket is
a form of grasshopper.
Gabriel, we almost managed to kill Messi today. Almost this close, this close. Next time we get it. Next time
He's such a little fellow as well. But no, Gabriel, seriously, if America played cricket, like that would do a lot to unite the world, particularly against the Britishers. Lambo, what are you doing with your cat, man? That's outrageous. Anyway, Desi, over to you.
Yeah. Just before Desi starts, no, just for context, what happened to Messi? So there's an event. Messi went to an event in India, and then he appeared only for 20 minutes, and people hardly able to see him. And then when he left, the whole stadium just went into riot. So yeah, Desi go closing.
They were gonna eat him alive.
Yeah, just to give more context, right? In Kolkata, there are Kolkata is like the hub of Indian football. The only people who like football more than cricket are in Kolkata, and there are two rival clubs, right? Mohun Bagan and East Bengal, and they hate each other. But today they united to hate on the organizer more than each other, and just went on they are literally. I think even now they're hunting him down, trying to hunt him down because they're so sad. But yeah, anyway, it was a good chat. It was a good open mic, and it was really good to hear from you again, Toby. And your closing was really nice and tough act to follow. So what else? I mean, AI is always going to be a threat. It's like a lot of people say that AI is going to be the next industrial revolution. It might be worse, it might be better. Hard to say right now. But I'm sure what we all should do is not loan out, not rely on AI to regulate human empathy and to regulate human society or anything that has to do with humans. I think human beings should be the masters of AI and not the other way around. And the trend is not looking good because more and more social media platforms are handing over authority to AI to ban people, to stop deciding who gets to speak and who doesn't get to speak. And which is why, platforms like this, like Open Mic, is so essential, especially in the turbulent times that I think we are heading towards. Whether you're European or you're Latin American or from the global south or the global north, these are going to be turbulent times. As I think, a pivotal episode might take place if America does go balls to the walls into Venezuela. I hope not. I hope it's just a bombing campaign and a nothing burger, because this will not be good for neither the American empire nor Latin America, and definitely not for Venezuela. I also didn't get to talk about, because of my crappy internet, the Modi and Putin's meeting, which was quite pivotal and quite significant because it, we now have a deal that goes on to 2030. Strong economic ties are gonna, has been established, and it will continue to establish, and it has been, become part of state policy now here in India. And I would suggest not just the Americans but also the Europeans to mend ties with Russia, because regardless of what you think about the political situation of Russia or whatever you think of President Putin, Russia is gonna remain a strong unified nation which will continue to play a pivotal role in global geopolitics, whether we like it or not. And I think the leaders of Europe should just grasp that reality, and it'll benefit them at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm gonna just keep it short and just say it was great talking to you guys. It was great listening to chat, reading through chat, and thank you for hosting, Vide. And especially Toby, I will take your advice and go through the classics again. And yeah, take care. That's all.
Thank you, Desi. Thank you, everybody, for participating. It's my turn for closing. Thank you, everyone. Have a great Sunday. So I'm gonna pull you guys to the backstage. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 154. Where, yeah, we discussed a lot of interesting topics. I think today is a great open mic. We saw a lot of faces returning, so that's awesome. And yeah, I did I miss any super chat? Let me see. Yeah, I think no more. All I've covered. So and yeah, I need to go toilet already. Because some of the you see, I started the closing at 5 hours plus. Now it's 5 hours 44 minutes. So it's quite insane. Okay, anyway, that's it. Thank you, everyone. I'll drop the outro and I'll see you guys in the next update. And the open mic next week will be on Sunday. Yeah, should be. Bye.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Find your safe space. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live.
We're all here from far and wide, voices bright like morning tide. In this world of news and change, together we rearrange. Conversations sparking light, from the dark we'll take flight. Different lands and views combined, in our words, new worlds we'll find. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. United not by where we stand, but by heart and open hand. Every voice a vital thread, we weave the truth in what is said. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. When the world seems out of sync, it's our words that make us think. From random thought to crazy speech, here we are to build that bridge. Rise up, speak out, together in the